good. Okay, excellent. Excellent. All right, well, I'm Janna Meyerowitz-Turner. It's really great to see all your beautiful faces. And like many of you, I wear many hats. The most important thing to know in this room is that I'm a community builder and a connector and a boy mom. And you know, I had been an entrepreneur for 20 years. My first business, Style House, helped companies engage more authentically and empathically with women and girls, and helped all of us understand our power in society as leaders and as consumers. And my new company, Antenna Up, is doing that for men and boys. So this event that we're here at today started with a thesis, which was, can we market to men and boys in ways that uplift their health and well-being? Yes, we know we can, but would there be an appetite and motivation from people with power and influence to do so? And this is case in point that there is. And actually, in our original plan, the inaugural Marketing to Men Summit was going to be at the top of 2026. And once we started talking about it, we realized that we couldn't wait. We couldn't wait. And so 2 months ago, we decided to do this now. Full disclaimer, we are a scrappy, ambitious startup. And so we appreciate your grace and patience as we're getting all of this together. And also, you know, why are we here, right? Men and boys are not okay. We know that. The research and the data tells us that. And in the last 2 months, even since we decided to do this event, there has been such an increase in divisive, hateful rhetoric in our country and violence, and anyone who's paying attention is seeing it. And on Sunday night at the Emmys, adolescents swept. And for those of you that haven't seen it, it's a Netflix series about the dangers of young men being radicalized online and incel ideology. So clearly this is resonating now. And we're living in really radical, unprecedented, stressful times, which kind of goes without saying, but needs to be said, right? We have wars, genocides, climate disasters, declining health and life expectancy, and general chaos and overwhelm. Right? We're all kind of tense, and we're being asked to do a lot more with a lot less, right? Less time, less energy. It's really hard to in those kinds of scenarios. But one of the most important things that I can say to set the tone for this space is that this is not a woe is me space. This is not a woe is us space. Because this is a space for unlocking opportunities. And when we look at these challenges that feel so big and insurmountable in new ways, by recognizing as a very basic premise that men and boys are multidimensional human beings. And that may seem kind of radical in its simplicity, but that's the point. The simplicity is the point, right? The simplicity is that this is easier than we think. This is easier than we think. And it's because we have so many tools in this room. We have a lot of power, Fortune 500 leaders, marketers, innovators, strategists of all different ages, stages, backgrounds, perspectives. But actually, the most important tools that we have are not media branding and advertising, which indeed are very powerful. The most powerful tools that we have are each other, right? Everyone here. And, you know, everyone here could and should be on the stage and will be as we continue to expand this work and these conversations. And also, you know, I mean, we've assembled some really dope panels, if I do say so myself. So we are in for a treat. But also, everyone has been briefed that they're not expected to be an expert. They're not expected to have all the answers, or even, frankly, any of these, you know, specific concrete answers. we're here to share our approaches and our ideas and our perspectives and to learn from and be inspired by each other. So yes, we can market to men and boys in ways that uplift their health and well-being, but also we must. We must. Because you can't be what you can't see, and that applies to men and boys too. We need a tidal wave of new role models, exciting, fresh role models. And today you'll meet some of the leaders that we need to buoy and hype and amp up to lead really, really ambitiously. And also, we must do this because none of us are okay until all of us are okay. And that includes men and boys. And remembering that we're all connected and in this together also gives the bravery and strength to all of us, but especially leaders, to say some of the hardest words to say right now, which is that I don't know. I'm really, really grateful to so many people in this room for creating space for me to say, I don't know. I don't know what this is gonna look like, but we're gonna do it. I don't know what this is gonna look like, but it has to happen. And I want to thank Liz Kneebone at AdWeek for giving us this beautiful space to use. Not just is this a beautiful space in the heart of New York City, but doing this at AdWeek sends signals to the market that these are brand safe conversations. So this is a brand safe environment and urgent. I want to thank Plan A Male Birth Control and the Next Life Sciences team for their partnership and support and leadership in all of these things. I want to thank Brittany Siren, our incredible producer, who has been my right hand for the last 2 months. I want to thank Jonathan Jacobs and Ryan Benson from LOUDMOUTH, our digital marketing partners. Sosha, our social media partner, and those of you who use the social toolkit leading up to this have seen how excellent it is, and we'll have other ways to engage and share the fact that you are here, making it really easy to share everything that's going on here. I want to thank Johnny Cole, our head of content for the Marketing to Men Summit. And a few of my very valuable advisors, trusted advisors, Nicole Navratil, Rachel Zuckerman, Tara Malhotra Feinberg, and so many other evangelists and supporters in this room and beyond. I also, of course, need to thank my parents, Joshua Meyerowitz and Candy Leonard, for instilling so many skills and values in me, but really the critical thinking to know that things can be different and that they should be different. I want to thank my husband, Ethan Turner, for his love and partnership, and my son, Harley Turner, for being my constant source of inspiration. I lastly want to thank all the men here for trusting me in this new dawn of men's work. And, for all the, yes, thank you, round of applause. And also to all the tender-hearted men's work leaders who've been doing this for decades and doing the hard work for a really long time, far before it was in vogue, literally and figuratively. So props in this movement. None of us can do everything alone, as we know, but all of us can do something. And I believe that when we can really understand and remember that each of us is uniquely positioned to do something, right? Because of our nature, our nurture, our experiences, our expertise, our resources, our relationships, who we are, makes us innately qualified to lead right now. So if you're in this room, you're a leader. And I spent 20 years advising powerful and influential people, and I can say with 100% certainty that 100% of leaders underestimate their power and their influence. And now is not the time for that. Now's not the time to underestimate the power of the right nudge from the right person at the right time. And so this summit is my nudge. This is a big nudge to everybody. And without further ado, I'm going to kick off. I'm excited to moderate our first panel, where we'll dive into opportunities for young men and boys to know themselves as fully multidimensional human beings and to be understood by the world around them. We will be joined by, please come up as I say your name, we'll be joined by Manny Almonte, a nationally recognized advocate for men's mental health and outdoor equity and youth leadership. He's the founder and CEO of Camping to Connect, a nonprofit that mentors young men of color through nature-based experiences. And his award-winning work has been featured on NBC Nightly News, The Today Show, and Men's Health. We have Johnny Cole, the creator, the creator and mentor of Hey Brother Co., cultural change maker, a survivor of domestic violence, and has led high school mentorship programs, worked in domestic violence prevention, and facilitated sexual violence prevention education in colleges. Today, he builds spaces that expand masculinity and equip men and boys with emotional skills, accountability, and care. Lastly, we have Peter Shankman. Peter is a 6-time best-selling author and entrepreneur who founded Haro and Source of Sources. He co-founded He co-founded Mental Capital Consulting and hosts the ADHD podcast Faster Than Normal. He's also a global keynote speaker on customer experience and neurodiversity, as well as an Ironman, skydiver, and single dad based in New York City. Reminder to everyone
And thank you to you, Janna.
Yeah, really.
Is your mic on? Let's do a test.
Testing.
Testing.
I'm not hot. Testing. Okay, we're good.
I am hot.
Speak for yourself.
Wonderful.
We got to print. Oh, wait, hold on. We have some technical difficulties here. We got a printer thing happening on Johnny's computer.
If you hold
You're gonna upgrade Windows with something.
we're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
Upgrade. Just press cancel. There we go.
Womp womp.
Maybe just press cancel down the bottom.
Escape. F8.
We're all like, we can see it happening. We can see it happening. Okay, let's talk.
Yeah,
They'll
let's
figure
do it.
this out.
All
That
right.
goes right over you and me.
They'll figure it out. Okay. So it's my great honor to be with all of you and to kick off this conversation. We cannot help connect young men to the world and connect with them if they're not already connected to themselves. And so that's what this panel is about. Each of you, in your own way, are flipping the script in your work, in your content, and your leadership. Johnny for bro culture and the manosphere. Peter for neurodiversity. Manny for men and nature. Please briefly introduce yourselves, and then beyond the tools, we want to know, how did you identify the script that needed to be flipped in your specific domain? And what was the moment of realization or the personal impetus that drove you to challenge the status quo? So let's start with Johnny.
Thank you so much. My name is Johnny Cole, and I'm the founder of a men's work organization called Hey Brother Co. I'm also a mentor and founder of the program, the Oberlin High School Men's Work Project, which is the high school that I graduated from almost 10 years ago for 30 high school boys in my I started doing men's work because I have an origin story in domestic violence. I was raised by the most patriarchal man that I have ever met in my life to this day, which is saying something given the state of the manosphere. And I grew up a lost, disconnected boy that was asking this question, what's wrong with me, far too often than is healthy. And before having the language and tools to understand the system of patriarchy and what was going on beyond my own household, I really did think that there was something wrong with me, and I was somehow fundamentally different from men and boys around the world. I know now that that's not true, but the specific impetus for me to start doing men's work is a desire for support and connection with men, and a desire to find solidarity, a desire to change the culture that produced my father's abuse and has produced so many experiences for everyone in this room of victimization, of alienation, othering. And so that's why I do what I do, to model for the world and for men and boys. It's important to be expressive and kind and emotionally aware. It's important to be compassionate. It's important to have strong family relationships. It's important to advocate for women and girls. And yeah, that's kind of my summary, I suppose. Thank you. Thanks. I'm gonna silence this.
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, so my name is Manny Almonte. I am the founder of Camping to Connect and Mastermind Connect Men's Collective. So 2 organizations that focus on men, one for young men, one for adult men. And I live at the intersection of men, nature, and community, right? So bringing people together to connect authentically. The script got flipped when I invited a bunch of black men to go camping upstate New York, and they gave me a resonating hell no. Come on, man, we don't do that. And at the time, I convinced about 14 of these men to go, and it was a life-changing experience for them and for me, being able to see, men shed their armor, becoming, vulnerable around the campfire, like nature, like the great philosopher Carlos Davila said once, is a great equalizer, and we were able to connect in a way that we had not done it through working out together, having a cigar night and great conversations, but you show up differently in nature. There's no technology, there's no disruption, silence, it's there. You don't have the chaos of the city, the noise, and you're able to focus on how you're feeling in the moment, and then you can share. That led to this realization as we were working through finding ourselves as a men's collective. We wanted to give back, and give back meant working with youth, the younger versions of ourselves. And we deducted that because there were so many things that we were learning, relearning, unlearning every time that we came together, that we wanted to focus on the younger versions of ourselves. And we found that being able to culturally relate was important. We didn't have to explain things. We didn't have to code switch. We didn't have to translate, what getting hit with the chancla was, right? Like, as I'm Afro-Latinos, but across the board, everybody understood, and we don't have to speak about the reasons why, my mom would hit me with the chancla, or say like, oh, that's violent, or like, you're not supposed to do that. It's like, yeah, that was in the 70s, for God's sakes, and, they had their own journey. But that led to this work with the youth and taking them out to nature, right? So Andy Isaacson right here, co-founder of Camping to Connect, actually saw that we were going camping out there, the men were connecting, and that we were working with young men. He himself had gone through an experience, sort of a retreat that showed him the value of men connecting in nature, and we were able to do that, right? To bring these young men together with men year or two prior gone camping or hiking before, and to show up with them in front of them and saying like, why you feel that this is foreign to you. I was you the other day, but man, let me tell you, this is powerful, and you'll see why. And then the kids can see themselves in this man, and the kids can see not only themselves in this man but culturally, but the fact that these men themselves are learning their way around nature, and then we do it together, right? So I think that's very powerful.
It's leadership in action and role modeling in community.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Peter Shankman. I have worn several hats and still wear several hats. I'm a corporate keynote speaker. I started and sold a company called Help a Reporter Out, or Harrow, which you might know, and recently restarted a different version of it called Source of Sources, which is currently growing to this day. But for purposes of today, I'm also the co-founder of a company called Mental Capital Consulting. And Mental Capital helps companies attract, hire, and retain neurodiverse employees while helping companies become more neuro-inclusive. Because it's not just about the neurodiverse people, it's not just about the neurotypical people, it's about everyone as a whole. And funnily enough, yesterday in 1983, when I was 11, or as my daughter puts it, in the 1900s. Yeah, that hit really well when she said that to me. In the 1900s? I'm like, get out. So, yeah, she didn't get breakfast for a week. But yesterday in 1983, a movie came out that was the first movie, TV show, commercial, anything I'd ever seen in my life that made me realize that there might be someone else out there like me. And the movie was called War Games. And it starred Matthew Broderick, who was a geek, who was not popular in school, who had very few friends, who kept getting beaten up, but he had one really good talent. He knew how to use computers. For those who are under 35, computers used to be very big. You didn't carry them with you. And they plugged into things like phones, which plugged into walls. And for the first time in my life, at 11 years old, I saw a role model. I saw someone who was similar to me, who understood the power that was somehow lurking within them, but didn't know how to bring it out. And fast forward 25 years later, as a full-on adult, I think in my late 30s, I finally got diagnosed as autistic ADHD. And everything started to make sense, right? I could start and sell million-dollar companies, but couldn't hold a relationship, couldn't take out the trash, couldn't, had the social acuity of a turnip, would book dinners in, or would book a flight to Singapore, or book a flight to Shanghai when my keynote was in Singapore. And so I realized that there were certain things that I was not good at, but on the flip side, no one ever told me that I came with a lot of things that I was very, very good at. And my goal in both starting Mental Capital as well as my book and podcast called Faster Than Normal, if I can take one 5-year-old boy or girl who feels that they're broken and teach them that they're actually gifted, I will save them 20 years worth of therapy to reverse the belief that they are broken. And I hope that is our future, because we have way too many boys and girls, but for the purpose of today, way too many boys who are listening to very bad role models, who are told that go to the gym, be like everyone else, and you'll get all the women, and you'll do everything you need, and that'll give you everything, and not being told it's really cool. Growing up in New York City as a public school kid, ADHD and neurodiversity didn't exist in the 70s and 80s. What did was sit down, you're disrupting the class. And to this day, I'm still in therapy getting over that. So being able to teach the next generations that a different brain does not mean you're broken, and it does not mean you'll be alone, and there's no one to blame because there's nothing actually wrong with you, is my goal. So thank you for having me.
I've yet to meet someone who identifies as neurotypical. Has anyone here met anyone who identifies? I don't know what a normal brain is, right? I mean, I just had to say that part out loud too, because I think that we all need to feel normalized, validated, and worthy of absorbing education and the world around us in the ways that are best for us. Manny, I want to dive a little deeper into what your trips with young men entail. Like, for those that are like, oh, I'm going to take my son camping this weekend. What a great idea. Like, what are just like some of the actual tactical things that it entails, and a few things that you've learned? Like, oh, we used to do this and we realized that, just share with us a couple of, for people that are looking for inspiration.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting because when you think of camping to connect, the first thing that comes to mind is the camping, because that's the first word, and it's attractive, but the goal of the program is actually the connection. We're not called Connect to Camp, it's Camping to Connect, right? So the idea here that what people envision is, a kid pitching a tent, starting a campfire, what do you call it, s'mores, and that sort of thing. And yes, we do that, right? We do teach the kids how to pitch a tent, how to start a campfire safely, how to put it out safely. The kids get to cook together. The kids get to experience, watching the stars, or like wearing a headlamp for the first time, or hiking at night and, turning off that headlamp at some point and sit in silence in the dark at the top of a mountain, right, at a ridge line. And so the vehicle, right, is nature and these activities. Like, we're not an outdoor education program. We're not an outdoor recreation program either, although we do both, right? We recreate, we educate. But the goal is the connection. So the things that we have learned over the years and that we have refined and improved on is, how do we teach these kids how to share, how to speak, use words for how they're feeling, right? So it's not just creating the space for them to express themselves, but it's taking our time and having very, early morning rituals, like doing yoga and breath works and even journaling, right? So teaching them how to do that, teaching them, having a guided conversation where they can learn how to respond instead of react, for example, to things. So all these nuggets that come into play here is what lead to, by the time that we hit the second night around the campfire, they're expressing themselves in ways that they would have never done it before. They share things with us that they don't share at home, at school. Like, we have kids just say things to us that they said, like, I never said this to anybody, and to do it with other, like, young men there, that teenagers, right, that what they know how to do, what they have, the behavior that they have picked up to do is to, like, mock somebody for expressing themselves that way, to have a little, side conversation about it. We went from about 35 young men the first time that we went camping, and that was at Governor's Island, thanks to connections that we were able to make. First time they allowed people to camp there. By the next year, they were glamping, but we went camping. To groups of 10, 12 boys at a time now. Now, what that means is, instead of doing one big trip, or, 2018 we did, I think, 4, then we did 8. The idea was that we went up in the amount of activations that we did, but down on the amount of kids, where we now have 10 to 12, because we want to be so intentional about it that we're not focusing on, like, risk management the way you would do with 30-some kids. Now we're focusing on each connection, between us, between them, between the facilitators, because we model. They're watching us. I to close with this, it's like, at this age, I offer people respect immediately. You are up here. It's on you to lose that, right? How I see you like a rock star. How you show up, I start taking down pegs if necessary, but you up there. For teenagers, it's the very opposite. You think you deserve respect. You think you deserve anything that you think you deserve. No, that's not how they see you. You have to earn it with them, one step at a time, one conversation at a time, one shared experience at a time. So how we show up is so important, and we have to be super mindful of it. Like, it's the brotherly love, the connection that exists, the respect in the way that we talking to each other and about each other. And then they start modeling that and respecting you without you demanding it or even saying a word. They just see how you're showing up, and they start modeling that too. So that's what the program is.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, so much of what we're talking about, especially this morning, is that we can't, like, talk at young men and boys. We need to be with them and understand, and we as grown-ups need to have an empathic connection to young men if we want to connect with them, period. Peter, you champion neurodiversity as a superpower. You've given a Honda and Lamborghini example that I like, that maybe you can share with everyone here. And I also really want to hear an example, either from your own life or someone you've mentored or in your masterminds, where understanding and activating a neurodivergent trait really transformed a perceived weakness into an undeniable strength in a professional or relational context.
So those are all great questions. I mean, the best example I can give you is I made the mistake a few years ago of mentioning to my daughter's principal at her school that I work for myself, and as such, there will be days when I have free time. And now I'm on 7 committees. And that means I'm in the school a lot. And I see, she's 12 now, she's in 7th grade, and I see kids, and how these are the same kids I've been watching since they were in kindergarten, and I see how they're changing and how they're growing. And they all went from being very meek and being very quiet and being very sort of, I don't know what's going on, I'll just sit here, to positive leaders, negative leaders, positive watchers, negative watchers, all of whom have their own play on things. And if you know what you're looking for, it's pretty easy to note by now at age 12 which kids are or going to be neurodivergent. Not that in any way, and I say that in no bad way whatsoever. My daughter has known me as, I have a shirt that says ADHD is my superpower. I have actually 4 of those. She knows from the moment she was old enough to understand what that is, she knows that's what Daddy does really well, and that's why Daddy is up at 4 a.m. every day to get on his Peloton, because he's happier, if he bikes first and gets that dopamine before she wakes up. The concept of what we're teaching kids today is the equivalent, the Lamborghini Honda situation is that most of us are born with, we're given a Honda when we're born. And a Honda is a very nice car. It will take you from point A to point B. It'll get you where you need to go. It's very safe. You might have to push down on the accelerator a lot more when you get to the highway if you want to get up to highway speed. A few of us, now about 29% of us in the United States alone, are given a Lamborghini. Problem is we're still trained to drive like it's a Honda. So we're told you're going to have to push down really hard on the accelerator when you get on the highway. And so we do. But those of us in a Lamborghini now find ourselves going 280 miles an hour with no ability to stop. And that's really the difference between a neurodiverse brain and a non-neurodiverse brain. The Honda is what we're taught and what everyone is taught. And the Lamborghini often feels left out, even though we are technically a faster and better car if we understand how to use it. And so the goal of what I've been doing and what I'm trying to teach schools and education systems and companies, including Morgan Stanley and Adobe and Google, some of our clients, is that having a neurodiverse brain is not considered a deficiency. It is actually a benefit. But to bring that back to marketing to men, kids aren't told that. Kids are told where if you're different, that's wrong, right? And they don't understand why some of them sit. I'd come home every afternoon and with a note for the teacher from like 5th grade through high school, and couldn't understand why. I'm going to go in tomorrow and I'm not going to make a joke. I'm going to sit in class. I'm not going to make a joke at the teacher's expense. And what I've learned ever since is that what I was doing was hunting for dopamine. It's no different than the person who says, I'm not going to do cocaine today, and they're sitting next to a bag of cocaine. They're going to do cocaine today. Okay? If it's in front of them and they need something, for me, that dopamine that I needed, I didn't know I needed. But I knew that if I made a joke at the teacher's expense, the other kids would laugh. And that, I didn't know that laugh was giving me the dopamine I needed. But that's what it was. And, I never ran or did any exercise as a kid. I was a performer. I went to high school of performing arts. I was a singer. We didn't exercise. And when I got older, I had an employee who was working for me in my first agency, and she was a runner. And she said, come run with me one day. I'm like, I don't do that. She said, come on, it'll be fun. I ran like a half a mile, nearly died, and signed up for a 5K. That afternoon. And most people would sign up for a 5K, and they'd do it, and they'd be very happy with themselves. I'm a double Ironman, okay? Because when you're neurodiverse, especially when you're a young man and you're neurodiverse, you aren't taught this, but you only have 2 speeds. Namaste, and I'll cut a bitch. There is absolutely no middle ground. So we need to teach work with children and let them understand that having a super, super fast brain has tremendous benefits as long as they understand how to use it properly. And that is really the key for businesses and for what we're building.
And
That's
when
why I
we
love what you do, actually. That's why, because you put a kid in front of, you teach them how to make a fire, and they're going to hyper-focus on that. Yeah. And that's when they learn that their brain works.
And, you know, we didn't call this morning marketing to young men or marketing to boys, right? We called this morning connecting with young men, because ultimately the onus is on all of us as teachers. Think about like the teachers who are in these classrooms, they grew up in different times, yep. Right? And that's where, you know, as a boy mom, I've heard my son come home and say, oh, like the school is sexist against boys. Mm-hmm. And I have to put that into I have to both validate and affirm that that's his experience, but then also put it into context. And so much of what we're going to talk about today is nuance and balance in all of these places. Johnny, your growing social media presence connects with a very vast audience, particularly young men who are drawn to bro culture. Given the call in versus call out ethos of this summit and this moment, how do you navigate this fine line between engaging with current male cultural conversations and also subtly and effectively redirecting them? And I'm hoping you can share a couple of your pieces of content that have really resonated in this way with the audience.
Absolutely. I think as Manny put really, really well, you have to be willing to model for young men what it is that you want to see from them. I think we've got a lot of cultural discourse right now that asks of men and boys to be more sensitive, to be more empathetic, to express themselves, but we have a culture of adult men who are not doing that and have not been to therapy and are still making homophobic remarks behind closed doors or in front of their friends, or are just complicit and silent. But what we're not doing is crying openly and going to therapy and talking about it and forming close relationships that we maintain ourselves instead of relying on our partners to do this for us, right? Man keeping and kin keeping. We don't show very visibly the affection and like physical touch and stuff that is so necessary to being a human. So that is what I try to visibly show to the world through my online presence, is modeling vulnerability that we all need. Now, some of the content that I make is literally just visual depictions of some of my best friends and I hugging or, you know, spending good quality time together, doing activities that are non-conventional in the context of our current conversations on masculinity and how men spend time together, right? Always, you know, watching the game where there's alcohol involved, only socializing and using alcohol as the lubricant, the main vehicle with which we relate to one another. Not asking follow-up questions, right? I think there's a common trope on social media where two men will get together and the one man will return and go back to his partner who's a woman and say, yeah, well, Rob's getting a divorce. And then he wants to continue on with his day. And she's like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, why? Why is Rob getting a divorce? What's going to happen with the kids? Why is it? Is it because of infidelity? Like, what's the reason? And he's like, I don't know. I didn't ask. And I think, I mean, the laughter in this room is indicative that this is a very relatable phenomena, but it's also indicative of a broader cultural problem we have where men are not accustomed to deepening our relationships in a way that creates intimacy and trust that keeps us alive during this era where we are so lonely. Literally keeps us alive. And so I try to model that as much as possible on social media and invite men to reflect on what it is that they were taught about manhood growing up. Why do they have certain dynamics with their friend? And I'll do this in a very relatable way. Like, why would it make you feel uncomfortable to just walk up to your friend and say, you look really handsome today? Or, you know, yeah, Manny, both of you guys are looking handsome, stylish. I mean, we have a room full of beautiful people. It's New York City. Everyone's got a great looks. Like, what is it about that brings up physical discomfort? And for the adult men in the room particularly, even though you know that's okay, even though you know it's okay to cry, it's okay to compliment one another, it's okay to be affectionate, why don't you do it as much? And it's because we still have these reserves of discomfort, patriarchy, and homophobia that prevent us and inhibit us from having these close relationships. So in the high school program that I started and in also the online presence that I cultivate, I try to be the type of manhood that I want to see more of in this world, because I know as a struggling teen who is struggling with my mental health, who is experiencing abuse at home, who is being bullied and belittled by an adult man, and then that was echoed for me in my high school as well, while trying to do all the inputs of playing sports and getting big and strong and doing everything I thought would give me the validation and acceptance from a patriarchal culture, and it still didn't work. I still felt very disconnected. And I was very tired of hearing from men like the sit and get culture, right? Like, here's what you need to understand. For all adult men always trying to tell me the rules and their wise lessons, which I know is kind of what we're doing to you, but at the same time, it's important to invite and ask teenage boys, like, what's going on in your world? Because that is the only way that we will ameliorate the current condition, which is that 2/3 of college-age young men, 18 to 24, feel that nobody really knows them well. And that's from the 2023 State of American Men report by the nonprofit Equimundo. So that is a shocking statistic I'd like us all to sit with, that 2/3 of the young men that you see walking around, 18 to 24, feel that no one knows them well in their life. And that's not the same as saying they don't have friends, they don't have family, they don't speak to people regularly. It's that the quality of their relationships do not create a level of intimacy, vulnerability, and connection that allows them to feel known and seen. And to be known is to be loved. So a lot of men are walking around feeling, and boys are feeling unloved right now, and we need to love them.
All right. In the interest of time, we're going to have to move on. The bottom line is that we need to create language, opportunities, and support for boys and young men to be their authentic selves. And you've heard from some of our leaders today. We're going to have a little quick breakout for the next 10 minutes before our next panel. I want you to turn your chairs around, find 2 to 3 people who you haven't talked to yet, introduce yourself, and share reflections on what we all just talked about. And we'll see you back here at 10 o'clock.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we're going to get back to it.
All right, hope you met some new faces, new places, new convos. My name is Jonathan, and I like to keep the mystery alive, so you'll learn more about me later. But I will tell you, I am a New Yorker living in Los Angeles, and it's great to be home where people walk with purpose and efficiency. So thank you all for the work that you do. Also, huge shout out to Janna. As a Prince fanatic, that break music was incredible for me. I just want to tell you about a couple things we have going on in the room before we get back to the programming. First of all, behind me, on the wall behind me, we have the Fix Your Feed wall. Too often, marketers, brands, executives say they can't find the voices that they want to work with, that uplift the messages they're trying to share. Well, you don't have an excuse anymore because we're bringing the names, the organizations, and the affiliations to you. There are 100 different content creators and organizations on that wall that I'd encourage you all to go follow, engage with, and get to know. These are the voices that we need to uplift, as Johnny was just talking about. Secondly, in the back of the room, we have a content studio where we're going to be recording interviews today, just brief 5-minute conversations with our panelists, with anyone in the room. We want you all to be on the microphone. So if you have something you want to say on one of these topics, please come find us back there. If we are in the middle of interviewing, we have a sign-up sheet, so you'll just put down your name and your telephone number, and we'll make sure to get in touch with you so we can have something done. Find me, and with that, I'll turn it back to you, Janna.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, I'm excited to introduce our next panel. And move this forth here. So here we have stars in a constellation of friends, family, and community. So most young people are blissfully unaware of their impact on the world and how the world impacts them. But this can be particularly challenging for young men. And young men are also brothers, sons, grandsons, nephews, cousins, classmates, teammates, and more. In this next panel, we're talking to folks who are helping all of us make sense of young men and ourselves in this particular moment. Our moderator will be Kenneth, Ebie, You guys can come out as I call you. Our moderator will be Kenneth Ebie of Ebie Strategies. It's an economic development and capital access strategy firm, and Ebie previously led New York City's Black Entrepreneurs NYC, also known as BNYC, initiative, and is a sought-after thought leader on municipal economic development. Let's help everyone make some money, right? And entrepreneurship, and his clients include the City of New Haven, the New York State's Business Growth Accelerator Program, and the Smart City Expo USA. We have Mike De La Rocha, an author, musician, and entrepreneur. He's recognized for his work at the intersection of art, activism, and healing. He co-founded Revolve Impact, an award-winning agency, and Tapito Coffee with Homeboy Industries. Mikey was named one of Good Magazine's top 100 people changing the world. And his memoir, his new book, Sacred Lessons, Teaching My Father How to Love, is a USA Today bestseller. We have Niobe Way. Niobe is an author and professor of developmental psychology at NYU, and her work shapes education, tech, and policy all around human connection. She studies youth social emotional development in both the US and China. Project. She's also the author of 2 books about the inner lives of boys, Deep Secrets, and last year's Rebels with a Cause. Rebels, plural. And then we have Ashanti Branch. Ashanti is a leader in youth mental health and education reform with over 20 years helping schools build safer, more connected communities. He's a 2023 U.S. Surgeon General Medallion recipient, a 4 times TEDx speaker, a podcaster, and a Fulbright Fellow who champions healing and authenticity through workshops, media, and storytelling.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is really an honor and a privilege to be here. I want to, first of all, give a shout out and a tremendous thank you to this brilliant, dynamic woman, Janna, for bringing us all together and for doing such an amazing and brilliant job of leading in this important space. So thank you for your leadership. I'm really honored to moderate this conversation. If I do my best job, you're going to be hearing less of this and more of these voices. This day is all about connection and connectivity, and so I do want to honor the wisdom and the insights from our prior panel with this panel. I just want to ask if each of you might want to share in the first couple minutes any reflections that you have on that dynamic panel that preceded us. We can start with you, Niobe.
Yeah, there we go. So I wanted to respond to all 3 because they were really beautiful, really powerful, made me think in new ways in what they were saying. So first of all, I don't remember the names. I teach 50 students a semester. I never remember names. Who was the first person from Oberlin? Okay. So I grew up in Oberlin. I went to Oberlin High. Where is he? He's in the back. Okay. I know all about Oberlin. And if you're from Oberlin, you know what I mean. I am Oberlin. Everything I do is Oberlin. So it was really gratifying to hear what he said. And then what he said, it was consistent with so much of the work, which is that whole notion of focusing on showing up and being who you want young men to be, boys and young men to be, and embodying it, even as a woman, embodying it. And we can talk about more what that means, but I think that showing up in how we present, not just men, but also women and non-gender conforming people, how we show up is so important to raising healthy children, including boys and men. The second point around, the second person around nature, it reminded me of a comment by Peter Buffett many years ago, Warren Buffett's son, when I founded with Pedro Noguera the Project for the Advancement of Our Common Humanity. And he said, when you talk about common humanity, you can't leave out nature, because you can't connect to people if you're not connected to nature. And it just was so profound to me, this was about 10 years ago, about how much connection to nature allows you to connect to people. And the final one, Peter, I do remember Peter because it's the same name as my father. His humor, he's a very, very socially skilled turn-up, because his humor is the connector. And it reminds me of students in my class who identify as on the spectrum or autistic. They oftentimes say to me, you know, what you guys call social skills is bullshit. It's basically being nice when you don't think you don't want to be nice, or they're being mean to you, or saying things you don't believe, or saying something's funny that's not funny. And they said, we're actually more socially skilled because we're truth tellers. And when you tell a racist joke or a sexist joke, we don't laugh because it's not funny. So I just want to say that in some ways I had a talk with Kimmy that we have to reframe not just the kid, we have to reframe the language that we use to describe people. And what we call socially skilled needs to be challenged, right, in terms of social skills. So that was a very long-winded response, and I apologize about that, but I wanted to connect to it.
Love that. Yes, Ashanti.
One of the things that, as a former teacher, I really resonated with was when Manny talked about, you know, giving young people, giving young men 100% respect from the get-go. Like I'm here to give you respect, and knowing that I have to earn it from you 1 inch at a time. And I think sometimes teachers, as a former teacher and a person who trained teachers think that students are supposed to come in respecting them. And they think they earned it because they got a degree, or they're the teacher, their name is on the wall, but they don't understand that relationships are built one connection at a time. And if a student comes in day one and he doesn't like you, it doesn't mean you can't work through that relationship. But if you take him not liking you as you not liking him, then you basically both lose. And I think that's what I want educators to know.
For me, I just really wanted to say thank you to Camping to Connect, because in this moment in time when so much is unraveling, the original storytelling is actually around a campfire. All of us, regardless of where we come from, ancestrally, our homes, we're land-based people. And the healing that we need is actually found in nature. It's the equalizer, like was said, but also whatever you really need. That's why culturally they say, if you have a problem, go and sit in front of a tree. Because that tree has withstand wars, has withstand so much that the knowledge is innate within the roots of that tree. And so much that we can learn from, we can literally learn by being next to a stream or just being outside of this concrete jungle. Yeah. And so that for me is like, it's accessible to anyone, and that's the medicine I think right now in this time we really need.
Wonderful, wonderful and profound. And thank you. I don't know if we can set a pattern, but I would love to hear reflections on this panel after we're done as well. So what are we here to talk about? We're going to be diving into opportunities to model and help young men see themselves within context, right? In their communities, in their relationships, the various roles that they have in the world. And what I like to do is, with these panels, I'm a social impact strategist. I know people are familiar with think tanks. I prefer do tanks. And I think part of getting the right action in place is thinking and talking about it, but then actually moving forward with some action. So what I like to do is start with the kind of the low-hanging fruit. Where are the opportunities that you have all, from your experience, seen for us to really kind of identify this, this issue we speak about, which is a crisis of connection. Some speak about it as a crisis of boys and men here in this society. What is one overlooked opportunity? I'll start with you, Mike, that each of you sees in the current approaches to fostering healthy relationships for boys, and that could have a significant impact on the outcomes we're seeing.
Well, I'll say the last 4 months I've been absolutely blessed to be touring this country. I've gone to over 20 cities and 6 states. I've been able to sit in front of and with 6,000 people, predominantly men. And what I will say is, regardless whether it's the Midwest or the Deep South or the coast, is that men are suffering in silence. And there's an immense amount of grief, unprocessed grief, that we don't know how to release. And what I've seen as the opportunity is these rates of, like it was mentioned before, suicide, depression, this crisis of masculinity or loneliness, is because that's all we see. And I was really interested to be here because this is in AdWeek and everything else, because that's the predominant narrative in stories, since we're talking about stories. But the other story that I'm seeing and bearing witness to is like this room. There's a lot of men right now that are actually like very consciously saying, how am I gonna be a better person in the world? How am I gonna be like a father that tells his son, I love you, publicly? How am I gonna go and learn about the importance of therapy or meditation? So there's this other story that's happening. And so since I'm in the business of storytelling, I'll share one story as an opportunity. I was speaking in Albuquerque, New Mexico 2 months ago, and I got picked up by an Uber driver. I'm a proud son of an immigrant. My family's from Mexico. Today is Mexican Independence Day, so all the Mexicans shout out. But this man picks me up. He's a second, third generation Mexican Chicano who was in this country before that part of the world was even the United States. He sees my name tag. He says, oh, you're speaking. Where are you from? And I'm like, I'm from Los Angeles, and this is 2 months ago. And he says, oh, you guys are in riots and under fire. And this was right when ICE started coming into our neighborhood in our city. And I said, no, if whatever you're seeing on the news, that's 2 blocks of a 500 square city. And the only violence you're seeing is coming from the police and the military, not from the peaceful protesters. And his response, and I'll never forget this, his response was, well, if they didn't come here illegally, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Now, I grew up as a movement kid, and my blood was like, whoa, I wanted to react. And I said, well, we can all agree that the immigration system is broken, but can we also agree that hunting, kidnapping, and deporting people whose only crime was a better life is not the way to fix this system? But his response is the telling opportunity. His response was, well, why do you think I'm driving this Uber? They're taking my job. And I said, what? And then I go, help me understand you. I want to understand this thinking. And he looks at me and goes, I don't want to talk to you no more. And I said, no. I genuinely, compassionately want to know. No judgment, no shame, I want to know. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm an organizer, you all. And I was like, I still have 8 minutes left on my Uber. So I had to figure this out. The long story of it is I said, can I talk to you about my book? It's about fathers and sons. It's about the pain we carry. For the next 8 minutes, we had this most profound conversation. And at the end, he goes, what's your name again? Mike De La Rocha. He goes, hold on a second. He buys my book on the spot because I was willing to lean in, and I was willing to suspend my first judgment. And in this moment of so much division and fear, like we are all hurting, and how do we find the compassion and the love and the joy to connect with folks that just feel alone? In a time when changing gender norms, economic uncertainty, for him, he was like, the advent of AI and technology is taking me away. I might not even be an Uber driver because of Waymo and everything else. Right. So there's real things happening, but if we can find that common ground, we can move forward.
I love that. Thank you, Mike. Ashanti.
One of the things that I experience with young men in my work, and definitely, and you speaking about that driver who's as a man, I've been on a men's team since 2010. So for 15 years, every Tuesday night, 7 to 10 p.m., I circle up with a group of men, a team of men, and I have a space where I don't have to have it all figured out. And I think the beauty of that is I meet so many men who don't have that, and even when I recommend it, they're like, why would I do that? Why would I sit in a circle with a bunch of men? And I think that because of the rules that they've been under, and I think it's kind of closely connected to how I began this work. And I think in 2015, our work was in a documentary called The Mask You Live In. And The Mask You Live In was about masculinity, American masculinity, and how this hyper-masculine narrative is hurting our boys. And what we created in that documentary, which I didn't know I was creating, but I was working with some boys in Oakland, California, we just gave them a space to talk about what they were going through. But what I knew about these young men is they weren't going to talk about it, because I had tried talking about emotions with them before, and they would rather start a fight. They would rather make fun of somebody's shoes, laugh at somebody's hair, talk about somebody's situation, so that they derail the conversation, because talking about emotions was scary. And so what we did is we just said, the scene in the documentary that you will see is, and just inviting them to write 3 words about what are the things that you let the world see. What are 3 things about you that you let the world see? No name, just put 3 words. And then when you think about if you call that the mask, is here's what I let the world see about me, then what happens on the back of the mask is what I don't let people see, what I don't talk about. And that was the first time we did it in that documentary. It wasn't a movement, it wasn't a thing, it was just me trying to figure out how do I get them to open up. And I knew that talking about it wasn't going to be the answer. I got them to write it at least. And that has become the Million Mask movement. And what I've seen over and over with thousands of young people and teachers and educators and men is that, man, when we can just listen a little bit longer, we see what we're seeing, we see the behavior. When teachers see a kid acting up, I think Peter said, you're getting kicked out of class because you're disruptive, right? We kick them out of class. They just want connection. So we're actually putting them further away from what they actually want, but what they're asking for it in is the most unconnected way. They're acting like they don't want to be there, but actually they need attention. They want attention. And sometimes negative attention is attention. Actually, all the time, negative attention is attention if you don't get it positively. And so that's the work we've been doing with the Million Mask movement. And I brought a card for everyone here to take like 100. But you can take definitely one with you. And if you're willing to write those 6 words anonymously, I think you will feel it as you think about, oh yeah, there's so much more to me than anybody could ever see. And if I recognize there's more to me than people can see, then maybe I realize when I meet people, there's so much more to them too. So that's what we try and do.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Okay. So first of all, Mike and Ashanti, I have to respond. I'm that type of person. So Mike, I just think what's interesting to me, it made me so clear why we're a panel, but also we don't talk enough about, is that everything you said was relational. It's all about in relationship. It's all about forming meaningful relationships with each other. And to me, we don't actually make that obvious point, and make it explicit that it's all about relationships. Ashanti, Ashanti is my hero. I mean, he was in the movie with me, Mask You Live In. He's the star of the film by far. And right, Mark? Right? You agree? Yeah. His work with young men is so effing powerful. And I've seen it, I've seen witness of it. He's gone into schools that we work in. We brought him into New York. He did work in schools with our team. The kids interviewed him. Didn't they interview you? These kids interviewed Ashanti about his experiences. I mean, it makes me emotional. It was so beautiful for the kids, but also for the teachers. So to me, to have someone like Ashanti in the world, I don't know Mike as well, I know Ashanti, but to have him in the world is just a blessing. Okay, so I would say the way I want to answer that question is to remind ourselves that killers are not born killers, rapists are not born rapists, Trump supporters are not born Trump supporters, and boys, meaning the stereotype of boys, are not born boys. Meaning boys, stereotypes of boys are not born as a stereotype, they become boy, right? And Judy Chu writes about that. I want to do a shout out to her that talks, I think her book, Mark, is called Becoming a Boy. What's her book called? When Boys Become Boys, right? Which says everything in the title. So the idea is, what does that mean? We're not born a killer, we're not born a rapist. This is where my superpower is, which is I'm a developmental psychologist. So I know what we know about people from birth to 10, 20. I know that. I know all the research over the past what we know in the research, not just my research, but in all the research, developmental science, is that we are born with the natural capacity. This is going to be a mind blower for you. Are you ready? For each other, where you see it in 4-year-olds. I've been sitting in a 4-year-old class the past year. It is stunning how much you see those little 4-year-olds take care of each other, check in with each other, want to know why the other person's feeling sad today or they're crying, why they're having a fit in the classroom. They want to know why, what upset them. They are caring creatures. We are caring creatures. We born that way. And the second thing is cooperation. You think 4-year-olds can't cooperate. Are you kidding me? I have to give you a scene that you can visualize. The Spanish teacher is talking to one of the little girls in the class, and she's asking her a word in Spanish, what the word means, and obviously the little girl doesn't know what the word means. You see everybody behind the Spanish teacher going, mouthing the answer, right, to the little girl so she gets it right, she doesn't get in trouble by the teacher. The boys and the girls are all mouthing the answer, and it's hilarious, but I think that's cooperation. They don't want this girl to be shamed by not knowing the answer to the question. So cooperation. And then finally, and this is the shout out, can you please tell me the person who's from Oberlin so I don't call him the person from Oberlin? Johnny? Okay, Johnny Cole. Okay, so this is a shout out to you. From an Oberlin to an Oberlin. Curiosity, so care, cooperation, and curious. I want to say this really loud because we've forgotten, we're so incurious at this point. Effing curiosity. The curiosity not just about the world, which is important, obviously, the moon, the sun, why we have tides, etc., but also about each other, We're born that way. We want to know things like, these are the little kids' questions. Amazing to me. What's the name of your mother? That was one of the first questions that one of the little kids asked. I used to wear a necklace, it broke, but it was my favorite necklace. I had a little boy ask me, you wear that necklace every day, why do you wear it? They wanted to know everything, and my favorite story is a little boy says, do you have children? And I said, yes, I have a 25-year-old and a 22-year-old. He goes, boy or girl? And I say, older boy and a younger daughter. And then he looks at me, he goes, he's known me for 2 days. And he goes, I didn't know that. He's a little 4-year-old. I didn't know that. And I was like, oh my God. You're shocked that you didn't know I had children? Like you've known me for 2 days? But his look of I thought I knew you after 2 days, and I didn't know you had children. So that kind of curiosity of connection, that's our core, that's to Johnny, right? That's our core capacity to connect, is actually that, because what does that do when someone asks you a meaningful question and then asks the beautiful follow-up question about what type of children, how old they are. I mean, the follow-up questions, you feel, we know this from the data, you feel seen, you feel seen, you feel seen. And then if you do it mutually, I'm talking like a 5-year-old, because this is what a 5-year-old say, when it goes both ways, that's connection. Connection. Right? That's connection. So care, cooperation, and curiosity are natural to us. Therefore, we don't have to teach it. We don't have to teach it. We have to nourish it. We have to nourish it, right? We have to nourish it, right? So in our homes, in our schools, in our workplaces, in these spaces, in professional spaces, we have to nurture care, cooperation, curiosity. And we've been doing it. I'm going to just shout out to my program that I've been doing that we included Ashanti into, the Listening with Curiosity project we've been doing in schools for the past decade with all schools across New York City. It's a 26-lesson curriculum, but we're also integrating it now into organizations where you're learning the practice. I'm now calling it relational intelligence, the practice of relational intelligence, which is the capacity to listen with curiosity to another person and try to understand as best as possible how they see the world, and then it goes back and forth, and you allow me to see, right, you see my perspective. And this is the key thing, I want to say it very clearly. Not just the differences, but the similarities, and not just the similarities, but the differences. And then learn from each other in the similarities and differences. And that, to me, will save the world. And it sounds trite when I say that, but it really will save the world. Because then what happens is that we appreciate not just our similarities. We don't tolerate our differences. We appreciate, because we learn from our differences. Oh, you mean that by trust. Oh, I mean something different from trust. So tell me about a time you felt trust. and then you hear them say something that's totally different than how you would experience trust. And then you learn something about them, but you learn something about you.
About yourself.
Right? About yourself.
This is brilliant. I want to hear reflections on that concept, those 3 C's you mentioned. I think one of the things I wanted to ask you is in the context of this, we're talking about connection. The question again was about low-hanging fruit, where each of you from your work, your expertise, see the opportunities to have an actionable impact on this crisis. It is such a timely conversation. I think we all know what we're reading about in the news, what people are experiencing, what your brother who's driving the Uber is experiencing, as you said. There's a lot of polarization. There's, with the onset of technology, I think that the idea was to create these communities where you don't actually need to see and look someone in the eyes and talk with them and hear them and respond and see in their body how they're responding to you and do the same. But we're really seeing that I think was a mistake, and we need to reconnect in person. Now, part of the journey of our young people and young boys in particular is engaging authentically with their world, right? You talk about some boys learning to put on masks, right? We're going to get back to the masks, but I'll start with Niobe, and then everyone can respond to this. Niobe, your work deals with the idea of, making sure that individuals, the term I think is stopping interrupting, right? Adults do not interrupt our young boys in their process of learning about themselves and the world. I'm a parent. I'm a soccer coach on the weekends. I'm always looking at the world and seeing where the obstacles are, where the pitfalls are, and trying to kind of guide my kids to avoid those to the extent that I can. But I also appreciate there's a value in them figuring it out themselves. So can you provide all of us here in the room who have some engagement with young boys with a framework for how to stop interrupting, but to also provide that guidance that is necessary to enable them to safely explore and develop their full selves?
Yeah, so I want to, I'm going to answer this in a way that answers your question but makes it slightly different. So I want to say it's the way we listen as adults to young people that's the problem. So we think we know the answer and they don't. That's a problem because they actually provide the answer and they provide the solution. Just listen to them. I mean, they provide they show us the answer. They show us the problem through their words and their action. Boys, by the way, say things like, this if you know Deep Secrets, the book I first wrote on boys. It might be nice to be a girl because then I wouldn't have to be emotionless. So they know the problem and they know the solution, which is to actually foster friendships, foster relationships, right? I mean, all those things that boys need. So we have to stop as adults thinking we know the answer. And if we actually turn our attention to not just that little kids are cute, because oftentimes when I tell that 5-year-old story, people say, oh, that's so cute. And I'm like, it's not cute. It's profound. It's profound what they're saying. It's not cute. I mean, it is a little cute. But the point is it's profound. So the idea is if we shift our framework to what can we learn from young people, what can we learn from boys and young men, what we learn, and this is now answering your question, what we learn from them is not just about them, right? But we learn about us. We learn about all of us, regardless of our identities. We learn about them. And in my studies, they're mostly men of color. They're mostly young boys and young men of color, and from working class communities. And I would say what I want everyone to hear, they have taught the world about what it means to be human, not just what it means to be a boy. They've underscored the need for relationships, the need for friendships. They've revealed the relational intelligence that's natural to boys. So if we start listening with a curiosity and understand that what our sons say is not just about our sons, it's about their experience in the world, which means it's about being human in the world in an antisocial culture. We're social animals, but we're growing up in an antisocial culture. So that has a massive impact on boys and leads them to violence. It's a new book I'm writing. So I would say, listen, but I want to tweak one thing. Sometimes when they're going off on their Andrew Tate bet, actually I want you to interrupt right? And I want you to interrupt to get them back to what they know as a 5-year-old, right? And say a question like, does that sound right to you? Does that sound like the right thing to you?
I
like,
use that.
Right?
I do use that. I
Oh, you
use
do?
that. It's an opportunity
What do you
to
say?
open
Actually,
things
what
up.
do you say?
And I'm gonna actually
Yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt this
Yeah, and
line
go to Ashanti.
and go to
Yeah.
Ashanti
Yeah.
on just to talk about the concept of the masks. I want to make sure we do have enough time for all of us to convene and commune. But what I do is I often ask the question, an open question. What do you think? How do you think you should address this problem?
Yeah.
Or how do you think your friend should have addressed that situation that got you so upset?
Yeah, beautiful.
And let them talk.
Yeah.
Let them talk it out.
Beautiful.
And they often come to the right conclusion. It's oftentimes one which I'm surprised that they reach.
Yeah.
And so we have to Ashanti's earlier point, respect them, respect their humanity. They're a lot cuter than we are, but they are fully human, and they know what's going on. And we need to allow them to tap into their inner wisdom. I love that. I wanted to ask you, Ashanti, this is a little bit, Janna perfectly scripted this, but this conversation is so beautiful and organic. I want to get back to the concept of the mask. So, as you know, this past week is New York Fashion Week, and I had the opportunity to go to a fashion event that was hosted by this organization that is doing work on economic development in Africa. And I am a first-generation American born of Cameroonian immigrants, born and raised on the south side of Chicago. The notion of the mask in West African culture it's a phenomenally powerful concept. And so it is, when we talk about masks in West African culture, it's not just something to protect yourself in the context of war or battle or uncertainty or insecurity. It is actually, it's a portal to another world. It's a connection to the ether. It's a connection to your ancestors. It's a connection to your roots, right? And through the mask, your ancestors and your spirit, the spirit of that line continues to live. Often the juju, which is a character, will put on the mask and transform into an otherworldly being in celebrations and bring the spirits of the ancestors into the world for you to commune with. So I just, I'm putting that out there. I just wanted to hear your reflections on that and if there is any element of not just the mask that young people put on, saying take off the mask, but is there a concept whereby if we know we need to wear a mask at different points, we should put that mask on but enable ourselves and empower ourselves to draw power and strength from our community, from our ancestors, our history, our legacy, our heritage, in community with other people. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on that concept of a mask, and I'm sure that there are ways in which you see that playing out.
Yeah, thank you. So imagine the last time someone asked you how you're doing. Maybe this morning, just walking in, we said how you're doing to someone, or maybe you said it back to them, a greeting. We often use how you're doing, which is actually a question, as a greeting. And oftentimes we don't even give people the time to answer. Or we have a boilerplate answer we always give. And what we see in the work around the mask is that if I can help you first understand that you may regularly wear a mask, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm great, I'm cool, how you doing, I'm chilling. You may do it not to deceive someone. I'm not even consciously doing it to like hold back information from you. I just know that on my general encounters with people, they only can handle so much. They only maybe deserve to hear so much, but they only are really asking something very different. And so I think that what we try to do with the concept of the mask is say, well, since we know it exists and we know we use it, how do we recognize the people who we can take it off with? Everyone doesn't deserve to know what you're going through or have to earn the right to do that. The vision of us is if we can just give you more tools to say, oh, I'm doing good. And I know that I'm telling you that because you're not really asking. I'm telling you that because you don't really care. I'm telling you that but I know that later today I'm meeting with my friends and we can talk about it. I know that every Tuesday at 7 to 10 p.m., I don't have to have it all. I don't have to be good and fine and great. that I can be like, today sucked, right? And I can say it without shame, without worry, without judgment, or without the worry of judgment. So I'm gonna have, there's gonna be cards for everyone here, so take one. I have a pen for you too, as a matter of fact. The pen is yours to keep. But I invite you to, today, the next time you ask somebody how they're doing, to let them know, if you really care about them, let them know that whenever they give that easy answer, that if you're ever not that, if you're ever not good and fine or cool, I'm here for you too. I think sometimes we just want to know that we're not going to burden people by talking about that we're maybe not doing as well as we often let on to believe. Yeah.
Wonderful. So I know we've got a couple minutes left, and I want, Mike, you to kind of respond to this final question first and maybe add a little extra on it. The room here is full of individuals who are influencers in their own right. We are people who speak to young men and we speak to boys, media executives, impact leaders, strategists, people who work in youth development, et cetera. So you're an impact strategist, you're an organizer, right? You're a doer. You're not just talking about this, right? You're a doer. What would be your call to action? And you can just tell us a little bit more about your approach to storytelling from that example, translating into action. But what would be your call to action for all the individuals in this room to help bridge that divide, to help our young men connect with themselves and connect with community?
Well, first off, I just want to say how honored I am to be on the stage with all of you and everyone in the audience. What Spirit wants me to share now is the power of acceptance. And I'm saying that because Maya Angelou once said, it's not what you say, it's how you make someone feel. I'm the only man in my family and my mom's side that's never served time in a cage. So when I go home and I meet with my family, I don't even use the word vulnerability. I use the word courage. I can't say patriarchy because they'll be like, yo, we're in a time where we live in binaries that aren't real. Even this conversation, gender like race is a construct. That's not even real. Ancestrally, since you're bringing up so much about, all of us come from Africa, so since you're invoking spirit, the most revered people ancestrally, historically, have been two-spirited people because they could see multiple perspectives. And there's a lot of talk about the manosphere, and even up on this panel, like if I was someone, like if I was Andrew Tate and I'm in the room and I heard this panel, would I brought him closer? Maybe, maybe not. But the question is this, when we think about the manosphere, it's so divided. You know, the studies show this, Equimundo and everyone else, it shows this. When folks, young men and men, myself, when we go to chat rooms and stuff, we're not going because we're misogynistic or racist or fucked up. We're going for simple questions. Like, what's your workout regime? Or I see my son, I have a 12-year-old son, so I see this in real time. He lives in a digital age. It's different than how I have come to be. And he doesn't know how to just talk to, like, hey, Papa, like, if I'm interested in a person, a woman or a man, whoever, I don't even know how to ask the question of, like, how do I approach somebody? And those simple questions, that's what leads someone to get, like, recruited, or these harmful narratives. And so my challenge to myself and to all of us is how we're going to find that mirror in another person who we may despise. But since you're talking about spirit, the root of the one thing that we all have is breath, right? We all breathe. The root of breath is spirit. So if you believe that we are all connected, then you got to find the way to connect with that person, because at the end of the day, my own book, my own processing is healing the wounded child within me. And all of us are wounded. And so, but this circle, all of this advertising is like, we have to tell the full spectrum of the story. Because right now, mainstream news and outlets, and even what's dominating the airwaves, is one particular narrative and not the full story. And so, you know, the challenge is how are we going to dig deep to find that common ground? And again, know your boundaries, But at the same time, someone said it earlier, every action is a response to something. Violence makes sense because there's trauma and pain, but the only way to meet that is to see, to hear, to listen, and to accept. And I'll end just with this. My political home is the Zapatistas, which were indigenous people from southern Mexico, and they said, we have a belief that we can exist in a world where many worlds exist. And if you believe that, then we can find our common humanity once again.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Ashanti and then Niobe briefly, and then we can close.
I'll see you this afternoon so you can make your mask. There's pins here. Push yourself, trust yourself, and take something for people and have really meaningful conversations this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be really fast, too. First of all, Mike, breaking down the binaries, disrupting the hierarchy of humanness and human qualities that we have, the hard over soft, white people over people of color, et cetera. We got it. That has to be at the front. And the way we do that is through relationships. So, building meaningful, connected relationships. So thank you for the disrupting the binary point. I would just say, remember, I want you to remember this because you're going to forget it right after this conference. We are born naturally caring, cooperative, and curious. So we just need to nourish it. So I want you to be thinking about it's not that men don't have something that women have. It's that it hasn't been nourished, right? So you have to nourish it. And this is a final point. We have to nourish it in ourselves, not just in others, because you can't nourish in others if it's not nourished in yourself. So start today to tap into your natural capacity to care, cooperate, and be curious about other people besides yourself, right? So that's all.
Wonderful. Niobe Way, Ashanti Branch, Mike De La Rocha, thank you so much. Thank you all.
All right. So, as we know, the internet has some crazy and dangerous parts of it, just like the real world. But clearly, this is not a room that is anti-internet, right? So, in this next panel, we're going to talk about balance and the good parts of the internet, as well as the onus on all of us to make the internet on online worlds and the offline worlds a safer, exciting, more loving place for young men. Attention is a precious and non-renewable resource. And we need to help young men steward their attention towards better things. So today we'll be diving into the opportunities to create intentional online and offline experiences that help young men reclaim their attention and build authentic community. Our moderator will be Jonathan Jacobs, a marketer who's never afraid to cause a little friction. He's the co-founder of LOUDMOUTH, a creative advocacy agency, and formerly co-founded the digital marketing agency Digital Natives Group. He's a board member with A Call to Men, and he's also a leading organizer for Walking Talking Men and a frequent media guest on issues of American manhood and male loneliness. We have Cindy Gallup, the founder and CEO of Make Love Not Porn, who's on a mission to end rape culture by socializing sex, promoting consent, communication, good sexual values and behavior as sex education through real-world demonstration. Later this fall, Cindy will launch the Make Love Not Porn Academy, which will be the Google of sex ed, a global aggregator hub for the best of the world's sex education for every age. We have Scott Fisher, who leads strategy at Fanatics Events, where he builds community-first live experiences that connect sports fans, athletes, and partners. He helped launch Fanatics Fest, leads the Fanatics Games, and partners across the entire organization. He started his career at Bain & Company before joining Fanatics on this corporate strategy team. And we have Tabitha St. Bernard Jacobs, a Trinidadian American writer and activist whose work appears in Romper, Parents, Good Housekeeping, and RaisingAntiracistKids.com. Recognized as one of Glamour's Women of the Year a Martin Luther King Jr. Fellow, and among 100 women to know in America. Tabitha was also featured in 200 Women Who Will Change the Way You See the World. And she holds a BA in psychology and a master's in education for equity and social justice. Take it away, Jonathan.
Thank you so much, Janna. Please give it up for this amazing panel. Thank you all so much, and I know I am what stands between you and lunch. So, as I said before, people in Los Angeles do not know how to walk, but they do know how to name their feelings. So I do want to name two things before we get into this. One of which is I do feel anxiety about checking my watch, but I will say I will do that just to make sure we are keeping to time. Please know it has nothing to do with the content, and also I feel incredibly insecure about potentially cutting off Cindy Gallup or Tabitha or Scott, but to make sure everyone has a chance to get through the many questions and topics we want to cover in this panel, I may do that. So now that I've said that, of course it's okay. So that said, Cindy, I'd love to start with you and to talk a little bit about how we build spaces for connection, belonging, and exploration for young men. And I thought maybe as we explore how we build those types of spaces, you could begin by talking a little bit about the thesis behind Make Love Not Porn.
Sure. So for those of you not familiar with... Is it on?
Yeah, that should be good.
Is that working now? Oh, I am. Good. Jolly good. For those not familiar with Make Love Not Porn, we are pro-sex, pro-porn, pro-knowing the difference. I started Make Love Not Porn because I date younger men, they tend to be in their 20s, and 18, 19 years ago realized through my direct personal experience that when we don't talk openly and honestly about sex, porn becomes sex education by default in not a good way. So that's the problem we're solving. Do check us out at makelovenotporn.com. And I think, what is really important, especially given what we're talking about today, is if porn is the Hollywood blockbuster movie, Make Love Not Porn is the badly needed documentary. We are a unique window onto the funny, messy, loving, wonderful sex that we all have in the real world. And what we are doing is we are reinventing aspirational culture around sex. We are socializing, normalizing, destigmatizing sex, as Janna referenced, to promote good sexual values and good sexual behavior. So I started Make Love Not Porn as a social experiment. It's entirely user-generated real-world sex videos. But what has been really interesting to me and my team is that in the 13 years we've operated as a business, I designed Make Love Not Porn to be fully diverse and inclusive, and we are. Our members, our Make Love Not Porn stars, as we call our contributors, are male, female, trans, non-binary, straight, LGBTQ, asexual, all races, ethnicities. We're a global platform, all ages. We've discovered that Make Love Not Porn is especially a revelation to men of all ages. More men send us grateful emails, leave appreciative comments on the videos than anybody else, because we are something utterly unique that men will find nowhere else on the internet, which is a safe space where men can be and watch other men being open, emotional, and vulnerable around sex. You would not believe the number of men who write to us regularly and say, I just watched my first video on Make Love Not Porn, and afterwards I cried. I've said for years, I wish society understood the opposite of what it thinks is true. Women enjoy sex just as much as men, and men are just as romantic as women. Yet neither gender is allowed to openly celebrate either of those facts. We'd all be so much better off if they were. I picked up a Twitter exchange a few years back between two men. The first man had tweeted, as a joke, obviously, hey guys, I've got this really weird fetish. I've got this kink where I want to watch porn where people are honest, loving, loyal, decent, and really like each other. Hit me up with your hottest links, please. And another man replied and said, there's this website called Make Love Not Porn where you can watch real couples making love. He said, I watched a video where the woman said to her man, I love you, while they're making love. He said, sincerely, I cried when I heard that. And so we are building community for men of all ages around the power of love, intimacy, and human connection. And we are the only place where they can see all of those things playing out in the kind of sex that everybody aspires to and everybody wants to have. And the power of reinventing that aspiration, to give you just one example of a comment, a man left a comment saying, "This video makes me want to be a better man in the bedroom and in life."
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that and for the work that you do. That's really changing the conversation. A quick follow-up on that. You have been doing this so long, you've been at the vanguard, and you have lived experience based on who you're dating, learned experience based on what you're doing with your organization. I'm curious, are you noticing any trends or changes or patterns in where and how men are learning about sex over the past decade or so?
Honestly, the problem I started Make Love Not Porn to solve nearly 17 years ago now has only gotten, as you all know, worse and worse and worse. And by the way, my tiny team and I fight an enormous battle every day, not even to grow Make Love Not Porn, just to keep it going. Every piece of business infrastructure other tech startups take for granted, we can't. The small print always says no adult content. I can't get funded. I can't get banked. I was debanked Make Love Porn was debanked 3 times in 2 months earlier this year. If I'd been able to raise the kind of funding I was looking for, we would have had a far bigger impact and we would not be looking at the situation we have today. But to answer your question specifically, Jonathan, I'll tell you what I have noticed. For years, parents have been buying their children's subscriptions to Make Love Not Porn because they tell us, and I quote one mother, "I want my kids to see what happy, healthy, loving sex relationships actually look like." In the past year, those messages have gotten way more frequent and way more desperate. So a mother wrote to us a few months ago and said, "I've just discovered my 12-year-old son is watching Pornhub. I would much rather he watched Make Love Not Porn. I know he's underage. Can we find a workaround?" Now, at Make Love Not Porn, we are more legal than legal. We are for 18 and over. But our policy is parental judgment trumps that. As a parent, you know what's right for your child. As a parent, you can join Make Love Not Porn, but you can gift a subscription to anybody you want. So that mother has now gifted her 12-year-old son a subscription to Make Love Not Porn. Another mother wrote and said, "I have 3 teenage sons. I want to buy them all subscriptions. Do you have a family plan?" And I've said to my team, "Oh my God, we absolutely have to create a family plan." And in fact, the Times in the UK ran an article earlier this year about the importance of teaching your kids about sex, where a mother was interviewed and she said, "My 12-year-old son was going off to boarding school, and I knew he'd grow up very quickly there." She said, "I bought him a subscription to Make Love Not Porn." And she said, "This is an island of good, healthy sex in a world that needs it so badly." So the problem is only getting worse. We are the solution. And so I welcome support and championing and spreading the word from all of you.
Oh, those are amazing stories. Thank you. And as I told Cindy in the green room, when I was a kid and my father sat me down to give me the talk, he said, "Jonathan, what do you know about?" And I said, "Dad, I'm going to stop you right there. I ride the public bus to school. If you need to know anything, you ask me." And I can only imagine how much better that conversation would have gone if we had a tool like yours around back then. So moving from the bedroom to the home, I want to move to you here, Tabitha, as we talk about identity and belonging. And I want to share an excerpt from a piece you wrote about your daughter. And I'm sorry to bring this topic up for the parents in the room, but the film Frozen. So I'm going to read an excerpt here. "Our 3-year-old daughter saw Frozen and became obsessed. The downside is obvious. She internalized harmful messages about her own skin color and hair texture to the detriment of her emerging self-image. She wanted to change who she is to be more like white, blonde Elsa. The upside, she's still very young and impressionable and able to be supported in countering these narratives. When the world says you're different and it says you don't belong." And I think many of us can relate to that when we post pictures of ourselves online or videos that may go viral, and the first thing people tell us is that the parts of our bodies that are wrong, that don't look right, that we are not a traditional masculine image or feminine image or whatever that might be. So I'm curious, your advice and your thoughts for parents who may be hearing their young boys, young children at home echoing what they're hearing in the world. What advice do you kind of have for them on how they can build communities of inclusion and connection in spite of these narratives that they're hearing externally?
What a good question. And just to start off with, if you want to confuse any parent, tell them that you stopped your kid from watching Frozen, and it totally messes with their mind. So my daughter's now 6, and she has a different relationship with Frozen. I think one of the things we learned over the years is and the necessity of expansion. So what we did at the beginning was we did indeed say that here are some books about Frozen that you really, really want to read, but we're going to expand your library. We're going to go to the public library and we're going to look for books about Moana and Tiana and other sort of symbols of princesses and strong female characters that showed her other definitions of womanhood and girlhood. She loves like everything, dressing up and makeup and jewelry and princesses and everything. And I wanted to sort of like honor that part of who she is and not feel like who she is something that I don't approve of, but I wanted to just really work on expansion for her. So that's one thing that I think is really necessary and I think the same thing could be applied to young boys. It's about expanding their minds. When I was talking to my son about this panel, he's 10 right now, and I was sharing with him, that I'm going to be on this panel talking about marketing to men and boys. And he said, "Oh, Mom, you got to talk about the fact that when I read my anime books, I always know that it's a male author because they draw the girls with the big." Yeah. So it's about expanding their minds around these really structured ideas. What it is to be a boy. And I think it really benefits all genders along the spectrum as well.
Thank you for that. And could you talk a little bit, for those of us who are parents, myself not included because I am not, but who are parents and want to explore doing this in the home, what have conversations looked like between you and your partner in saying, here's what we need to do, here's what I'm seeing in our children, and here's how we need to build some better solutions for these narratives?
So I am really, really lucky in that I have a partner who is completely on board with this. We both have similar beliefs around the need to not raise our children with really ideas around gender and sexuality and so forth. So these conversations are easier for us because we are on the same page when it comes to things like Frozen and princesses and so forth. But I think that what it starts with is honesty. I think it starts with asking open-ended questions about, if you're in disagreement with your co-parents, asking questions about why do you think this? Can you share more about this? And it's the same thing that we apply to children as well. I think when you have the conversation is also really important, thinking about not doing it when it's a high stress situation, which is really hard to do when you're a parent. It feels like every moment is high stress. But I think thinking about a moment when you're both a little bit calm and have a minute to reflect and thinking about how you can find shared values as well. I think we all want to raise our children to be their full selves, whoever that is, and to feel comfortable being who they are in any situation, in any community, in any room. So start from there.
Excellent. Thank you for those actionable tips. So from the bedroom to the home to the biggest stage in the world, sports. No small cross to bear there, Scott, So I want to talk about how Fanatics views its role in building community spaces for sports fans, right? Sports, the OG home of community, specifically with building those towards an eye for authentic connection between fans, young men in particular. Tell us a little bit about what kind of the thesis is there that you guys operate from.
Yeah, it's first off, I think it's an honor to be up here with both of you guys, and moving from the bedroom to parenting to then talking about sports. It's like, okay, it's a bit of an awkward transition, I'll acknowledge, but if we think about it and you think about like what we're trying to do at Fanatics, the goal broadly, I don't know how many people know what Fanatics is and what we do here, but we started as a home for like sports apparel. You could come, you could buy your favorite jerseys, you could buy your favorite t-shirts and hats and stuff like that. And the thought was, how can we go create more products for sports fans? So we got into trading cards, we got into sports betting, and then we realized as we wanted to go expand and continue to build these digital products that are out there into a physical experience, we wanted to say, what's the physical manifestation of that? How can you come together and how can you bring sports fans together with all those products, with their favorite teams, with their favorite athletes, with their favorite leagues? And we created this event called Fanatics Fest that was modeled off of Comic-Cons and other big fan events that are out there. And the thought behind that, when we first created that, it's like, there's nothing that exists like that out there. How do we go explain it to people? And how do we get people to want to come and attend something like this? And our target audience was young men, parents, and children who want to come together and experience something like this. If I think about myself when I was 10 years old, there's nothing more that I would have wanted than a chance to go meet my favorite athletes or go run around and experience all of these incredible opportunities to go throw a football and and shoot a basketball and shoot a hockey puck. And we just wanted to create those experiences for fans. So, and for young men. And in particular, the thought is like, when you bring these people together and they have these authentic experiences, those are the things that they're going to lean back on. Those are the things that they're going to remember when they build connections and build friendships and go to school the next day and say to their friends, hey, think about this incredible thing that I just had happen. So we were really excited to do that and really happy to be able to do that. And I think as we look forward to continue to build that community, the main thing that we want to do is lean into the good parts of it. And lean into all the opportunities that are out there with sports fans.
Absolutely. I'm curious, the explosion we've seen in women's sports over the past 3 years. You know, the New York Liberty have more championships in my lifetime than my Mets, my Jets, and my Knicks. Sorry if you are a fan of those teams for reminding you of that. I'm curious if that explosion, the new sports fans who are kind of coming to the fore here, is that changing how you guys have conversations about community at all, or what some of the opportunities for community might be?
Completely. It really is. And I think there's, we want to really lean into women's sports and what we're doing there. We want to lean into how do we build more fans for that? How do we create opportunities for men who maybe aren't watching that as much to get into those sports? So, and it's a challenge that we constantly navigate with the leagues. Like we'll go and we'll talk to the WNBA, and they were at Fanatics Fest the first year we did it, and candidly the second year they didn't have the budget for that. So one of the things that we're working on is how do we then bring in sponsors to get them there, to create that opportunity to bring them in, and then put them in the middle between the NBA and the NFL and all the other leagues to have that opportunity. And it's something that we're constantly working on. We're not perfect at right now, but as we do that, we think that there's going to be more and more opportunity, and there's just so much growth with that.
Wonderful, and thank you for acknowledging that you're not perfect at it. We're all trying and learning and developing and failing along the way, so kudos to.
And it's a challenge, because like, how do you balance sometimes the goal for complete inclusion with the commercial aspects and the commercial goals of what you have, and candidly, like, what our fans are asking for. Like, how do you balance the fact that not everybody's not walking in and saying, this is what I want right now, but we know that as we continue to become that gathering place for all types of fans, it's a necessity to have.
You dropped a word just now that I want to pick back up, which is inclusion. You know, with sports, I think I might be the first person to ever say this, but sometimes sports communities feel toxic and exclusionary. How does Fanatics think about how you can model healthy communities that foster inclusion, especially as we target the next generation of sports fans?
Yeah, it's something we think about because everybody has a different experience of what it means to be a sports fan. Like, to your point, you may have somebody who's coming in and is just that Jets, Giants, Mets fan. They've never won any championships in their life. They just want to go see that. They want to just go meet a couple athletes and leave. And you've got other people who are obsessed with trading cards, for instance. That's a big thing that we're involved in. And you've got other people who are obsessed with betting on a game. And it's like, how do we bring people together, knowing whatever the shapes and sizes of being a sports fan are, and give them that gathering point, that community where they can both go and experience what it means, like experience what they want to do. So if it's trading cards, for instance, you can go buy, sell, collect trading cards, which is an awesome opportunity for young men to get involved from an entrepreneurship standpoint. We see so many people at our events who are walking around with their little briefcases of trading cards and going and negotiating with these 40 or 50-year-old men, haggling with them left and right, and then they leave and they're like, look, Mom, look, Dad, look what I got. So we want to create those opportunities for them, but also the chance for somebody who maybe isn't as experienced with that to come in and learn about it and leave, and hopefully you've left with, you were maybe a fan of one thing when you walked in, and you leave and you're a fan of something else. And so I think that's part of it. And the other part of it is, how do you take the athletes, the people who these fans are probably occasionally toxic to, or occasionally going on Twitter and complaining about a parlay or a fantasy football game or something that you lost because of that athlete, and humanize them and give them that chance to go on stage. We have 5 or 6 stages at our event where these athletes get a chance to not just talk about their favorite career highlight, but also what matters to them as humans, and then give them a chance. Like, I was talking to last year when we were walking around, there was an NBA player, a pretty famous NBA player, who was just walking around, and he came a day when he didn't have to be there. And I looked at him, I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, I don't know. I just want to see the fans. I just want to be around. There's nothing like this. There's no chance to have that actual interaction with your fans. And so the more actual connections you can have and you can create between those fans and athletes, I think that little by little can start to remove some of the toxicity that exists.
That's great. So let's sit with interaction and rubber band back to where we started in the bedroom here, Cindy. In prep, you talked about an event you recently did in Greenwich, Connecticut, and I would think folks in this room would love to hear a little bit about some of the observations and things that came up for you from that. Obviously, I would like to encourage any of you to participate wherever it feels appropriate, but Tabitha, in case this brings up anything from your writings or research, would love to invite you to participate as well.
So how many of you here are aware of the National League of Young Men? Whoa, right. Gosh, interesting. To be fair, I was totally not aware of them either until outreach. So the National League of Young Men is a nationwide non-profit organization with chapters locally all across America. It's an organization for boys of high school age and their mothers. And each local chapter creates programming that is designed to help high school boys grow up to be fine, upstanding leaders of the community. So I want to give full credit to the mothers of the Greenwich, Connecticut chapter of the National League of Young Men, who reached out to me earlier this year and asked me to come and talk to a group of 50 high school boys about Make Love Not Porn. So they sent a car for me. This happened at one of their homes in Greenwich, which had a very large kind of living area that they could pack the boys into, and some of them attended on Zoom who couldn't be there in person. They fed them vast amounts of pizza and sushi first, very good move. And then the mothers said, okay, boys, we're now going to close the doors on you. We're going to go off into that corner of the house. We know nothing. We hear nothing. We see nothing. Do not waste this opportunity with Cindy. And so I gave a little presentation about Make Love Not Porn and everything we do. And then I opened it up to Q&A. Thought, what the hell, this will never happen, but I applied to teach a class at Streamer University on how to make love, not porn. And I nearly died of shock when Kai Cenat announced on social media that I was one of 15 professors. So I spent 3 days at Akron University in Ohio, in the absolute white-hot epicenter of popular culture, teaching a class on how to make love not porn, which obviously was streamed to a much bigger audience, which was everyone's chat. And it was exactly the same scenario. Enormous interest, delight that we were actually having this conversation. And by the way, I hasten to add, Kai Cenat has a very young fan base. The class I taught was completely safe for work. It was entirely appropriate. But people wanted to have this conversation. And so I think it's really important that, everybody talk openly about sex with your children, with your nephews, your nieces, your godchildren, and also, makelovenotporn.academy will absolutely help with this, because we are bringing together the best of the world's sex education content that is currently being blocked, censored, and deplatformed everywhere. And the final thing I just want to say, what is unique about what we're doing with the Academy, which will launch in a couple of months' time, if you go to makelovenotporn.academy, you can enter your email and we'll notify you when it launches. But there's a reason our name is Make Love, Not Porn. We do everything through the lens of love. Make Love Not Porn is love in action. The Academy will be education through love. And I say that because sex education, when it happens, which is very rarely, is, focused on the mechanics and the logistics. And I've been saying to parents for years, you must talk to your kids about sex as early as possible, but I've also said to them, you must talk to your kids about love. Love is such a foundational societal construct, we leave it to popular culture to define it. And what is being lost in a world where kids are growing up through screens as much as IRL, where, to the point the previous panel made, all communication is happening through screens, so IRL interactions are awkward and anxiety-inducing. What is being lost in a world where kids are forming relationships with AI chatbots are completely friction-free is the friction, the connection, the joy, the heartbreak of first love. And we are framing everything at the Academy in the context of love.
I've got one more question for you all, but before I get to that, I just want to say, Cindy, I have been in my career for 15 years, and no one has had the courage to answer the question of whether or not size matters at a conference. So thank you for addressing that for everyone today. I want to bring it all home. We've covered a lot of subjects. We've had some amazing panels this morning. I want to use this opportunity that we've kind of heard so far before we move into lunch, or we move into a couple of and then lunch. You have a room full of marketers, thought leaders, brand leaders here. Everyone's going to go back to their desk after this. What's one take-home message you want to give them, one call to action you want to provide so that we can really start making change happen today? And feel free to jump in any order on that.
Yeah, I will say experiences matter, and getting, the digital world is so valuable, and there's so much, and it's happening regardless. Kai and iShowSpeed and all of those streamers are only going to grow in value. And how do we take that experience you're having online and amplify that with real in-person experiences? How do we help boys and men and families and everybody in general have experiences that are foundational for them? And the more that we can create those experiences and amplify them with digital, I think the better off we'll be.
I love that. I think that we as humans are most comfortable when we're able to put things in boxes, because it helps us know where things belong, and it helps us feel a sense of safety around seeing things. But I actually want that as marketers, I want to see more messages and role models that does not put him in a box around his emotional capacity, around what he should and should not be expressing, around what he should and should not be wearing. My son is somebody who loves everything. He loves video games, he loves sports, he's a great artist, he's a great musician, and he wears nail polish. And every time we're in public and somebody just makes a comment and says, "Hey dude, I like your nail polish," I'm so grateful for that, because that is reaffirming for him in real life that who he is, the fullness of who, and there's a place for him in this world. So as marketers, I really wish that you can reflect that in the products that you put forth, in the role models that you put forth, that our boys can learn how to communicate well, that they can cry, that they can be emotionally expansive. There's that word again. And it's the fullness of who they are, and that's the beauty of it.
I've got two calls to action for this audience. The first is, every one of you here who has an organization or a movement helping to educate in the way that we're all discussing, please email Cindy at makelovenotporn.com. I would love to feature your work on Make Love Not Porn Academy. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be opening up the beta to educators to populate the site with their content, their products. And by the way, you can sell courses and classes and books and everything off the Academy as well, because I want to help those educators make money because they're struggling at the moment with censorship and blocking. And the second call to action is I need brands to sponsor the relevant sections of Make Love Not Porn Academy. I desperately need help and support, and I need funding. I'm talking to a large global brand about sponsoring the menstruation education part of the Academy. For example, you know, we have fertility, menopause, contraception, etc., etc. Any of you marketers who see the opportunity to be part of, by the way, a completely safe for work platform that is 100% human curated. That's our unique model at Make Love Not Porn. Humanize, vet everything. You know, we make sure it's safe, we endorse it. And something that could not be more badly needed today as our personal freedoms are being rolled back all around us as we speak. If we want young men to grow up knowing the power of love, intimacy, and human connection, the Academy is where you start. So I would love that support. Again, Cindy at makelovenotporn.com. You know, hit me up with some approaches and some checks. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Fisher, Tabitha St. Bernard Jacobs, Cindy Gallup, some guy. Thank you all so much for your time. Please give it up for them. Round of applause. Everyone, if I can just bring your attention. Thank you. So we've just talked a little bit about the importance of building. My business partner and a man who frequently has to remind me who Trisha Paytas is to the stage. Ryan is one of the brains behind NutterButter, one of the most well-known communities on the internet, and he's just going to share 3 quick tips that are actionable for marketers and brands who are looking to build communities online. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Benson.
Oh, that's the most frightening thing I've ever been yelled at me. I'm going to try my best not to make you hungry. There are a lot of visuals of peanut butter in here, but they're not very appetizing. Okay. Okay. So these are my lessons from absurdity. It's really small now, but 3 things that you can learn, take home from the community-powered viral success of NutterButter. So our biggest cheerleaders always clock in. They are there. Okay, I'm finding how this mic works. These are moments that we had from NutterButter because we listened to the people that were talking to us. If you've paid any attention to the NutterButter lore, you'll know the name Aiden flies around those circles quite popularly, quite frequently. It's actually the name of a superfan who started loving NutterButter all on his own. We started paying attention to him, and he gave the love back, and it compounded exponentially. Mike Diva, right on this second one, he is Mike Diva's from SNL. He is the director of pre-taped shorts. We had a really good interaction that ended with me begging for permission to send him 5 pounds of peanut butter in a bucket. Sat on his porch for a month, and it ruined everything I sent him, but somehow it made the internet moment better than the actual gift. Jasper the doll was a viral sensation a couple years ago. NutterButter noticed that we were getting attention, and we made some handmade clothing for Jasper to wear in Jasper's videos. That did us well. And then Chrissy Teigen and Brian Jordan Alvarez once paid attention to the time that I sent him a chewed-up note card with a threatening message. This is just one example of how all these people are there if you pay attention to them, and if you reward those conversations, that will empower them to love you even more. And not to mention, I don't know how to use this, sorry. Not to mention all of these, that nice moment became our audience as well. The comments, this is a non-negotiable aspect of social media. You must be managing your comments. At the very least, you must be paying attention to what people are saying and probably removing the people who say bad things. This is an example of how these comments showed up to us. This was our sign to us that we needed to do something with the name Aiden. We did, and all of the Aidens came out of the woodwork. They showed up, and they became part of the party themselves. Not that every brand can co-opt an actual man's name, but this led to many Aidens showing up and going, I guess I'm part of this now. And then they would add like official NutterButter Aiden to their bio. These other examples are a little more cryptic. Comments must be managed because they provide opportunities to create content directly from that comment. You'll notice I'm not wearing peanut butter on my nails today, but I did once. And that was our response to someone just saying we needed a manicure. So we said, okay, peanut butter manicure. This shoe squishing the peanut butter out. This was a moment where we intentionally dialed things up, expect to hear some kind of a light backlash that we then used as a joke to get normal for a week and then go back to being extremely unhinged with this peanut butter fountain. All of this was, though, a community-powered moment, so people felt like they were involved because we paid attention to their reaction and then adjusted accordingly. And then my last point. This is one that I know many brands understand, is that people want to see themselves. But that doesn't just mean that you have to share their UGC. None of these examples are powered by UGC, rarely. This first example, we buried, it's very hard to see it, but believe me, we buried the name Aiden in bolded letters of this note that we posted on social. So again, someone's seeing themselves in the content, even if it's a fake apology because we put peanut butter in a crock. We let them put their face on the cookie. They could be NutterButter. Again, another comment opportunity, but people really liked to question what is going on over there. And so when we responded to them and we said, nothing. It helped them feel like they were part of the investigation of finding out who is on what substance over behind that laptop. And then this last example I wanted to include because it almost says absolutely nothing at all. But because it played into a very niche trend that was growing at the moment among young boys, we were seen as one of the first brands to acknowledge their silly little intentions on the internet. So it doesn't even need to be a picture of them. It doesn't even need to be a quote. It just has to be something that they genuinely have interest in, that you approached from the same viewpoint as them. And then my last, I want you to consider that this is the way we saw NutterButter content working. What's happening in your comments should be influencing what the post is itself, which in a dream state should then be influencing the brand at the top. Obviously, not every project has that ceiling that you can affect the brand at the top. You can affect the leaders, the change of the organization. But in a perfect world, you're listening to your consumers and then adapting. And I'll leave you with this one last little tidbit. I do write this marketing newsletter where we analyze these trends, and it could help you in your business. That's what I've got. Whoop.
All right. As I said, I'm pleased and honored to welcome Next Gen Men's Jake Stika to the floor to speak to you about the work that they do, including Voicemail Magazine. Thank you so much, Jake.
Hello, hello. Thank you. Johnny tasked me before lunch, because we bumped this till after, to ask you how your food was. How did everyone enjoy? Yeah? It's good. Good. So shout out to feeding us. That's always the best part of a conference. As mentioned, Jake Stika, I'm the executive director and co-founder of Next Gen Men, a Canadian nonprofit, and I am not qualified to talk to you about immigration to Canada at this time. But we are also increasingly working in the US, and the work that we do is working with boys and men and those that love them to expand definitions of masculinity towards less pain, less harm, and more honest conversations. The reason we do this work is that we don't see boys and men as a problem to solve. We meet them where they live, learn, work, and play. Places like Discord servers, which we've been running for the last 5 years. We collaborated with Equimundo to build a Roblox game, a collaborative game where you escape the man box together. hiking trails, so Camping to Connect this morning, talking about being outdoors, refineries where we go talk on International Men's Day about kind of men's health and those types of things. You name it, we're there. And we're working to turn those spaces into places for growth and connection. So what we model matters, and I think that's why the Marketing to Men Summit is so important. Young men are always watching how we react, whether it's political violence today, pop culture, or even marketing campaigns. If we model curiosity instead of contempt and bridge building instead of tribal rage, they pick that up. What we show them shapes who they become. And that's why we took over Voicemail Magazine. Voicemail Magazine started in 1983 at the Men's Resource Center of it's in Amherst, Massachusetts. Boyson knows it well, up there. Satin Groups, there you go. And it was taken kind of out of that resource center by a gentleman named Rob Oken. There's a great piece about him kind of moving on from the publication, still editor emeritus, and in the issue there's copies there if you want to pick it up for sure. But the magic that we saw it as an organization that started in 2014 was the ability to continue a legacy. A lot of the work in kind of engaging men and boys is very like stop, start, ad hoc, and individual. But this is not necessarily new work, and there's an opportunity to learn from those who've come before us. I mean, Ashanti's Million Mask movement and the mask you live in is fundamental to our work as well too. And how do we then help create vehicles to inspire the next generation of leaders in this space? And so the important thing, and this is why as older people we're always complaining about the generation behind us, is that every generation wants to rewrite the script. Right, the one that was inherited to us. So there's probably going to be times where even as progressive leaders in this, our grandchildren are going to say, "You thought what about that?" Right? And so today's audience is bigger, younger, and more curious than ever, and we're honored and quite frankly a little nervous to carry the torch with Voicemail. And so if you've got a story that you want to pitch, we do accept submissions. The next issue is coming out in a few weeks, but we're already working on the next one after that. It'll be in the spring, and the theme will be care. We want to find stories about men and boys and care, whatever that means. And so if you want to find me, please do sometime during the day. Thanks for letting me join the conversation today. It's been such a pleasure, Janna, to be part of this. And here's to building a future where boys and men feel less pain and cause less harm, and getting a little bit better talking about it. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Testing. All right. So I hope, actually I'm going to use this one. I hope everyone is feeling nourished from the food and the fraternizing together. For those who are just joining us, our morning was a thrill. We had 3 sessions with panels and conversations about connecting with and understanding young men. Oh, thanks for the cue, Jay. All right, so for those of us who were not here in the morning, we had conversations about connecting young men to themselves, to the world around them, and then to the broader world, and what does balancing healthy internet look like, and not becoming algorithm bait, and a lot of the things that we're hearing and seeing about in the media as negative problems, challenges, and we're here framing them as opportunities because of everyone who's in this room together. So I am, now we're diving into, I'm moderating this first panel. We're diving into what gets unlocked when we understand that men are multidimensional human beings, and the enormous potential that exists when we reconnect men with that truth. I'm pleased to welcome Boyson Hodgson, the Director of Operations for the Mankind Project USA, a nonprofit, yes. A nonprofit with a 40-year history supporting men's groups and intensive trainings. Boyson has been facilitating men's work and designing men's programs for over 2 decades. And he's the co-creator of the Mankind podcast and author of The New Macho, a credo for emotionally mature masculinity. Thanks for being here. We have Jason Rosario, an Afro-Latino marketing executive, also entrepreneur and cultural strategist working at the intersection of creativity, business, and social impact. He was formerly BBDO's Global Chief Impact and Inclusion Officer, and he founded The Lives of Men, a platform reimagining masculinity and wellness. He advises brands, builds ventures, and invests in ideas that shape culture and drive growth. And then we have CJ Goulding. CJ is a weaver, facilitator, and founder of Boys in the Wood, connecting Black men to nature and mental well-being. With expertise in leadership development, equity, and community organizing, he builds bridges between communities and resources, investing in leaders who create change while also reshaping narratives about our connection to the outdoors. So, let's get to it. I see this conversation about creating safe containers for men. And so the demand for these safe containers for men is clearly growing. And I would love for you each to briefly say hi to the room and introduce your work, and then we'll get into some deep stuff. We'll go down the line.
Me first? Of course, no pressure. Rosario, I roll my R's on purpose because I am here representing the Afro-Latino community. I am a native New Yorker. My family is from the Dominican Republic, so shout to the DR. It is also Hispanic Heritage Month, just saying.
15th, right?
Right, exactly. So what do? I do great hugs. I do great dinner parties. But if you ask what I do for a living, how I make a living, I am the founder of The Lives of Men, a social impact agency, sort of a 360 incubator around all things men and masculinity. We talk about building community and helping men embody sort of these principles of what it means to be a healthy man and encourage men to explore healthier and more inclusive forms of masculinity. I also, as of last week, was the former Chief Impact and Inclusion Officer at BBDO, incredibly iconic agency that shapes through the stories that we tell for our brands, shapes the world that we want to live in and aspire to live in. And I think that's an incredibly important perspective to bring to this conversation, which we'll get into in a minute. And that's me.
Thank you. Hey everybody, I'm Boysen Hodgson, so I'm representing the Mankind Project. Mankind Project has now been around for 40 years. As Janna said, I'll be in Tucson, Arizona next week, celebrating our 40th anniversary at a gala celebration. We have men's groups operating in about 27 nations around the world. I represent the U.S. organization, and what we do is create intensive experiences for men and places where men get to bring the burdens that they carry hidden in the world to a place where they can share them and lessen them so that their impacts in the world are more positive and less negative with everybody that they interact with. So we do that through men's groups, peer facilitated. About 7,000 guys in the US will be sitting in a men's group this week with Mankind Project, and through intensive weekend programs where men get the opportunity to see grown men cry, rage, experience joy, experience freedom, let go of things that they've been carrying around for their whole lives in containers, safe containers of men. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is CJ Goulding. I am a descendant of Jamaican parents and grandparents and am first generation born here in this country. I was the child who grew up asking why, to the annoyance of my parents and teachers, but I think as an adult it helps me figure out the bigger why and show up as a weaver and a bridge builder and community organizer. Boys in the Wood, and we exist at the intersection of mental health, time spent in nature, and specifically for Black men. We understand and work specifically in that area because there are a numerous amount of barriers that exist to access for nature for Black men and to mental health. And so we exist to remove those barriers and invest into these Black men and their healing journey so that they can become hubs of healing for their communities as well. Because our goal is for all of our communities to thrive and to thrive in our connection with nature.
All right, so let's put this also in the context of the now. What societal shifts or observable cultural phenomena do you believe are driving this increased appetite for spaces where men can move beyond being human beings? And I'll let anyone take that first and then popcorn it to another. So like, what is it about this moment? Why right now?
Yeah, I mean, when you sent these questions in advance, I had a hard time pinning down or sort of narrowing in on one, the key term being observable cultural phenomenon. I think the most obvious that we're all living through is sort of the struggles around our democracy, to preserve it, to nurture it, to grow it, the struggles around our climate. And so how does that all play a role in how is that connected to masculinity? And I think that is sort of what you're seeing in the world right now is the outgoing of an old vanguard of masculinity that's clinging to power and creating scarcity in a naturally abundant world. You know, one of my favorite reads this summer was Abundance by Ezra Klein. And he talked about sort of how we can come together to build and create an expansive future for all of us, not by what we consume, but what we create. And I think that to me is the nature of masculinity, is to create abundance, to create opportunity and pathways for others and to be leaders. And so that's one of the observable cultural phenomenon. The other one is rooted in data. You know, I had the privilege of getting a sneak peek into a report that's coming out by November that talked about sort of the impact of social media. Shout out to that. The impact of social media on men and boys, and how, you know, increasingly men and boys, and I think it's been said here throughout the day, that we're spending so much time, or they are spending, I'll say myself included, spending so much time on the internet and social media and sort of consuming the cues that we get around what does it mean to be a man. And I think, you know, for us who are storytellers, everyone in this room is a storyteller, it's really exploring the role of story and how we meet men where they are, with language that feels approachable, with context that feels relatable. That is also an observable phenomenon. The last thing one I'll say is, I think the other obvious one is that everyone in this room, we're talking to each other, y'all. You know, the impact in this room is marginal compared to the impact that needs to be made in our communities, right? I'm from the Bronx, in the corner, you know what I mean? In the corner of the block, when we're seeing the guys sort of engaging with each other, not really moving, how are we bringing those guys into this conversation? Or, more importantly, the leaders of those far-right movements, the Andrew Tates of the world that are shaping the cultural dialogue, how are we bringing them into this room and into this conversation to engage in discourse? And then the discourse, the outcome of that discourse then benefits the young men that we're all practitioners in serving. So those are three that I would say are obvious observable phenomena.
Beautiful.
I think since you named all of the observable social phenomenon, I'll just name some of my reflections to those. I think we all as humans have a longing to belong. It's written into our DNA. It's written in, and we've heard about this idea of connection. And you talked about storytellers and narratives, and I think oftentimes there is a story that is, we're giving stories to men. We're downloading, especially in our connection with social media, we're downloading the stories, that are written for us. Marshall Gans, in his story of public narrative, or the power of public narrative, operates with a framework called Self, Us, Now, where, and I use it in my community organizing training, we use it with our men, where you learn your story of self. You learn who you are, how you got here. You start to practice sharing that. You then, in sharing it, you learn, and someone mentioned it this morning, you learn the similarities and differences that you have with one another. And that is that building of community is something that folks like the Andrew Tates and even folks on the, it doesn't matter what part of the political spectrum you sit on, they do very well. They build community around these shared ideas, this idea that you belong here, this idea that we see you, and all of that. But what's missing often in this idea of community, even in this idea of social media, is this now. Is like when we find things in common, how does that change our world? When we build this community and are able to tell this different story, when we combine with men to tell this story, what changes then? And I think we're not missing, but we have an opportunity to write a new narrative for what masculinity looks like, for what community looks like, and to practice what it looks like in action. And so I think that's part of the need, the hunger that people are feeling. It's a reason the guy from Fanatics was here earlier. It's a reason why why men paint their faces and go wear silly clothes and cheer with 50,000 other people in a stadium for people they've never met who are throwing a ball around. It's because of this connection to community and the action that it engenders.
Thank you. Good stuff. Because the shared delusion is broken about what it means to be a man. And if I do this, then I get this. And if I keep doing this, then I'm going to get more of this. And most men and boys and girls and all gender nonconforming folks are aware of it, walking around. And a lot of us are sort of just walking around going, oh, wait, we're still pretending. Okay, we'll all keep pretending together. So that's a social phenomenon, right? So right now, today, and this is why I picked up my phone, I apologize for that, the Eradicate Hate Conference is happening in Pittsburgh right now. There's Josh Shapiro on the podium. My brother Sean Harvey spoke at the Eradicate Hate. So there's a pipeline, right, for young boys from online content into white nationalism. Not a surprise. Sean Harvey said it's time to build bridges among men to reach out with compassionate curiosity, words we've heard today, to those we see as other, politically, culturally, to see the humanity in each other, even if and when we don't agree, especially when we hold ideological different views, to hold each other with human dignity, embody moral courage, and come from a place of grounding to respond rather than react. That's happening right now. The landscape is shifting under our feet, and there's opportunities for us. So one of my favorite reads this summer was called Somatic Activism by Dr. Ray Johnson. All of this is in our bodies. And where do we start to do the work? In our bodies. To rewrite the stories, to change the systems.
Beautiful. I know. I mean, the fact that there's multiple events happening in this realm is case in point in and of itself that this is changing. And even just a year ago, there were like 27 men's work leaders who got together, and we were saying, you know, it reminded me of some of the times like coming up in women's spaces in the early aughts and 2010s, where it's like there's one seat at the table, and so you're all fighting for the same seat. So that's why we need more stages and more places and more podcasts for the great men to be spreading their gospel. You know, I would say the other cultural phenomenon that is happening is that women have realized that we cannot do this alone. And the 2016 election shared that, and everything since then. Yeah, we need to all work together. A question for you, Jason, this framing, you know, we love words here because words can help us think about things anew, even if words themselves are imperfect. Your framing of cultural technology, I love it. And this idea of cultural technology for marketers. So for brands who are aiming to connect with men as multidimensional beings, what's a common cultural blind spot or an outdated understanding of male psychology that can enhance the effectiveness and authenticity of the connection?
Well, there's a lot there. So for context, cultural technology is, I'm writing a piece that'll come out soon that was inspired by that Ezra Klein book, but also inspired by the constant rhetoric around the masculinity crisis. Men are struggling. I think we all know that. I think we all know sort of what the state of men and boys are. I think what we're missing is sort of, okay, well, what do we do, right? And how do we move forward tactically and tangibly? And so for me, this idea of cultural technology rooted in an environment where we're all affected by technology, AI, et cetera. And so looking at healthy masculinity as that cultural technology where patriarchy has been the dominant operating system, we all know that our iPhones need to be upgraded from time to time in order to continue to function properly. So does our culture, so does our society. And so healthy masculinity can very well be that cultural technology that sort of gets us into this next phase of healing and, dare I say, love. And so as I explore that, what would it look like for healthy masculinity to operate as a cultural technology where the old code is perhaps protection and the new code is presence, right? Where men are not just focused on keeping people safe, we're actually focused on helping people be seen, right? What does it look like for the old code to be around providing to one of partnership, where in the old code, right, providing is I need to earn to that earning, where protection and partnership is, how do we create more? And how do we expand more? How do we make the pie bigger so that everyone can eat? And so those are just sort of some context and some steps that I think we should start thinking about in terms of what are the actual tactical steps that we can take to start to shift the conversation away from crisis and away from sort of the doldrums that it's been in to a more constructive one that actually starts to create opportunities for us to do something tangible and tactical.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, the term protector, too, comes up a lot in, men's work historically that focused on how do we prevent violence and sexual assault against women. Who are you protecting us from, right? And so so much of the work now, I believe, too, is to make less work for women, right? If you're a woman in the room, here. We're working to embolden and empower men to not be afraid to tell their stories and that we want. And CJ, let's talk about restorative connection, particularly for men of color. Barriers that exist to men connecting in nature. I think your pillars are really powerful of rest, nature, brotherhood, mental health, and personal development. So I guess, how do we, what's an aspect that resonates most powerfully with the men that you serve? What's the low-hanging fruit that makes the paradigm shift happen?
So I like to think in frameworks, and they help me organize both what I'm thinking and what I plan to do about it. This firm, FSG, has this framework of systems change that talks about these 6 different factors, and programs, policies, and resources are at the top because they're the easiest to do, they're the most accessible, they're the ones people most often go to. Below that is relationships and power dynamics, but at the core of it, what you really need to shift in order to see true systems change is mental models. Unless you change the mental models of a person or a community or a society, you won't see any change in their resources or their practices. You can give money, you can do programs, you can do all of those things, but if the mental models do not change, the society will not change. And then there's, referring to our framework, Boyson, you just talked about it being a somatic experience. It's something that you feel and carry in your body. And so with the men we work with, these barriers have existed in our systems for longer than we've been alive, but we carry it in our DNA. And I would say that one of the most breakthrough experiences the black men who experience our programming have is the rest. It is being seen and being valued enough where you do not have to carry this, and we will create space for you to not carry things, to take care of yourself. And with those pillars, nature is our through line with those pillars, but rest, nature, brotherhood are core elements of being a human, being seen and held as a full human. and then you're allowed to step in, then not allowed, but you're given permission and resources to step into the healing journey that mental health and personal development bring. And so I think the radical aspect of creating these spaces, and our programming has been done for the past 3 years free of charge to all of those who have participated. And so that's 3 months of free therapy. It's workshops led by Black mental health professionals. It's access to outdoor gear and nature and outdoor experiences. It's access to brotherhood that you may not have had in a safe place before. We've had participants share that being in a group of 30 Black men with us was the first time they didn't have to have a weapon on them or sit with. They knew that the space was created for them, created to invest in them, and in turn that ripples outwards. When you're invested in, when your cup gets full, you then start pouring out to others, and it is a natural human reaction. But that, I think that is the tipping point. That is the spark that happens for the men in our programming.
Beautiful. Yeah. We say a lot, we have everything we need.
I said just wait. I just said wait.
We have everything we need, right? It just needs to be awoken. And I say, a lot of people are like, oh, this has been such an incredible day. And I just keep saying, everyone's just been waiting for an invitation. Right? Just waiting for an invitation to have these conversations and to unlock. So speaking of unlock and transformation, MKP, going back to you, Boyson, and you work with predominantly white men, right? I guess talk to us a little bit about examples of like a before state and then an unlock that has happened within MKP, and how that's become evident in people's relationships or their work or their self-perception. I know it's probably an embarrassment of riches, the stories that you have to share, but I know that there are some that are definitely rising to the top.
There's one. Mark Green.
Mark Green, everybody. Mark Green.
So I'm just going to point at a couple guys who I regularly sit with, guys who I've been sitting with for a long time. So man in midlife, career breaks down, marriage is over, has a 12-year-old son, has no idea what's going to happen next, right? Not an atypical story these days. So what happens through doing the work is he learns to carry his own emotional labor and do his own emotional labor so that a year and a half in, he has a powerful and positive relationship with his ex-wife. He has a powerful and positive relationship with his now growing son. And he's able to re-engage in his career and his path in a way that he is more successful now than he has ever been, right? So there's a midlife man. Now let's go to a young man in college who is in a social work program at Westfield State, who comes to sit in group, and his comment about group is, I've never been with a group of men who were as easy to express their emotions and feel this way in a group of men. Dude's going to a social work program, right? So, and then I'm going to talk just about me, which is, so I got into the work in 2004 because I had witnessed the model of manhood, the model of fatherhood that leaded over really unhealthy patterns. And when I hit 30 years old, I recognized that I was repeating the same patterns in my relationship that I was new to 6 months into a relationship, and I didn't want it anymore. And now I'm 20 years married, right, to that woman.
Can I just add to that? Thank you for sharing that personal story. I think I was sharing with someone just now, a lot of us have the name tags, and I completely missed this because I was late, but we were asked to put the name of who inspired us, and a lot of us have my dad on it, right? And so I want to also acknowledge that while that could have been a very positive experience for a lot of us it was not. And so for me, I would have written my dad, but because that was a source of negative confirmation for what I didn't want to be and the type of man I didn't want to be. So I acknowledge that very personal story, And I also wanted to say that for all the men in the room, we all have a story like that. We all have a from other men in our lives, not necessarily women. And so I think it's important that we acknowledge that as well.
Thanks for saying that. Right, we are all nuanced, complex human beings and are still all on our journey. And if we can remember that, that's when possibility comes. Okay, I can't believe this is the last question on this panel, but I want to close this off by saying, what does anyone who wants to connect with men as multidimensional beings need to know right now? I'm a woman. I want to help men feel seen. I want to show compassion. And I want to help men see that each other are also fellow human beings. What do they need to know? What's the lock and the key? Give it to us.
Oh, you got it. Go, CJ.
The mic is already off again.
Oh, really?
No. Bring it closer. Bring it closer.
Can I help you with that?
It's already been said in the room, right? Care, collaboration, cooperation, and curiosity. You're born with it. And in my experience, connecting with men on that level, to know, I know that you care. I don't care what bullshit you're getting at with right now. I know that you care. I know at some level you're curious. And I also know at some level you're carrying pain. Those burdens unlock men.
This is why I'm glad you went first. So I think that I agree with that. I think sometimes it was also said earlier today, Ashanti spoke to it, and other people hinted at it. It's a building of a relationship that really, community is relationships and shared resources in action. That takes time. And that also doesn't happen without mistakes, and there's an ebb and flow in that experience. And so as you are building relationships with men as multidimensional beings, you may get hurt. Yes. Our roses still have thorns. Yes. And so, but the understanding that I think it's also a practice. I don't show up at the gym and then I'm fit the next day. At least not my gym or not me. I don't know how it works for other people. I'm not going to speak for others. But it is a practice. It's repetitions. And this set that I do today, I may not have a good day at the gym today, but it's more important that I show up tomorrow than it is that I had a good day today. And that work of working with multidimensional beings, I think, so in a little bit of transparency, we started our work in part because I was asking Black women how I could help them. And they were like, bro, gold star, you asked how you could help. You win the Nice Guy of the Week award, great round of applause. But they were like, in reality, go talk to your men. They were like, and so I learned in relationship with them that what I was supposed to do, and it evolved and it grew. So I would say it's time, it's repetitions, it's relationship, it's understanding that we're a part of this bigger ecosystem that we all have a role to play in.
Yeah, no, I think for me, it's what's resonating is the realization and the owning of the fact that men are the most sensitive species on the planet. And that is not a pejorative term, right? We are sensitive not only in terms of our feelings, right, and our emotions, but also in the ways that we internalize messages. And so I think it's really important that we all recognize that. And then the last thing is, I was talking to one of my mentors about sort of some troubling times that I was having at work and my personal life. And he told me, he said, Jason, you need to feel, heal, and find your assignment. And that is sort of the takeaway that we all have to think about, is where do you need to feel, what do you need to heal, and then go and find your assignment, because we got work to do.
Beautiful. Find your assignment. That's kind of what we were talking about this morning, that none of us can do everything, but each of us can do something, and each of us is uniquely positioned because of who we are to do whatever it is that we're doing. And I think one of the words that I want to end this panel with that came up when you were speaking about roses and thorns and this is thorny is the word grace, right? How do we give ourselves grace? How do we give everyone around us grace? And that can't happen until we acknowledge each other's humanity. So grace and gratitude for all three of you for being here. Hopeful. Okay, so we now have some beautiful new ways of seeing the transformative power of reconnecting men with their humanity and their core human beingness, the power of presence, physical and spiritual. But yes, physical and spiritual presence. But at the same time, we also need to activate and engage men to plan. And so our next panel, moderated by our friend Jason Rosario, who you just met, is about just that. It's called What's the Plan, Man? And it's about family, finance, and future. And I want to call up, oops, sorry, my notes here, moving around. I want to call up our friend Darlene Wally, the PhD and CEO of Next Life Sciences, who leads, yes. She leads the development of Plan A, the first long-acting, non-hormonal, fully reversible male contraceptive. Yes. Under her leadership, Plan A has advanced into clinical trials in both Australia and Canada and will soon enter trials in the US, positioning it to become a groundbreaking new option that redefines the future of family planning. And then we have Doug Bonaparte working his way up here. Ooh, okay. I'm not going to pull your chair out from under you. He's the co-author of Money Together and the president of Bonafide Wealth. He has spent over a decade providing relatable financial advice to millennials and young professionals. He's a CNBC Digital Advisor Council member and serves on the board of Modern Husbands, friends of our crew here, and he's an ambassador for the CFP board. His new book, Money Together, he wrote with his wife, and I love the name of your newsletter. It's called The Joint Account. Without further ado, let's get to it, Jason.
All right, so you all just heard me. I'm going to try to not speak as much here and let the two experts. What's up? Oh,
thanks.
Cool. Okay.
In this area, our flagship product, as Janna said, is Plan A, a non-hormonal, reversible on-demand male contraceptive. So that's a really exciting area that I'm excited to talk to you about. What's so important? Why now for Plan A? A really startling statistic, 50% of pregnancies in this country are unplanned. That leads directly to not only mental health issues, physical problems for mother, child, etc., but it leads directly to poverty. It leads to generational poverty. So those are really important things, and I think Jake from Voicemail said it well earlier this afternoon. Generations will look back at us and they'll say, how stupid were you? How could you let 1 out of 2 pregnancies be unplanned? And your solution was pumping women with hormones more and more and more. So that's why Plan A is so important, and all male contraceptives that are being developed for society. Back in the 60s, a pill was invented, and women were out in the streets burning their bras, etc. I can't wait to see what men do.
I love it, Doug. How about you, Doug? How do you follow that, Doug?
I'm thinking about what it is I'm going to be burning right now. I'm going through the list of things that it could be, so I'm going to give it some thought. No, if we're talking about, it's interesting that when we think about sex and money and these two, arguably sensitive, taboo, or difficult topics, not to one-up you here, but I would argue money is even more difficult to talk about with your partner than even sex is. And both of these topics, they go back to what our identities are, right? So I've spent the last 2.5 years working with my wife about how to bring both partners to the table to talk about something as sensitive as money. And the very first section of our book is about beginnings. There's a lot of life that you've lived before you met the person that you love. And your scripts, and that word has been used many times today, are formed from those experiences that you have. And then we're expected to meet someone that we're going to mesh these two identities together, and these two identities, whether they be about sex or, in this case, money, together, and it just work. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster, is what it is, So I'm looking forward to talking with you more about how we level the playing field, how we create fairness when it comes to the conversations we have around money, because the reality is this is a game you can't opt out of. You can go off grid, you can go to the mountains and Montana and do that. But truthfully speaking, all kidding aside, you don't get to opt out of figuring out how to work with money in your life. And you never win this game. That's what's so insidious about it. You don't win the game of money. You only get the ability to play a different version of it or play a different level of it as your life evolves. So if we're going to find happiness and fairness in our relationships and our lives, we got to figure out how to communicate around this topic.
Well, I don't know about you, but I win at Monopoly all the time, brother. So it's ironic, not lost to the ear that these are the two areas that men feel the most pressure around in performing, and so I think I love what you're doing, trying to take pressure off. Darlene, I want to come to you. So, of course, this is very new to me, right? And I'm in this space, so you can imagine how this is eye-opening for a lot of men who think that the only forms of contraception are either, using a condom or a vasectomy. 80% of men aged 18 to 49 want alternative contraception solutions. So what's taken so long for us to gain consciousness around this? And how are you looking at going to market with this new product?
Yeah, that 80% plus number is so inspiring. Imagine 8 out of 10 men in that demographic, 18 to 49, said, I need something else. I do not like condoms. They're not reliable. They're awful to use. And vasectomy scares me. It's so permanent. So they're really begging us to create a product for them, or products, the whole category of male contraception. And that's what inspires me so much, is talking to men, whether it's in a relationship and they're really struggling, seeing their partner, their loved one, so upset physically, mentally, because of birth control, but yet they feel helpless because there's nothing they can do. And we hear this over and over. And I think, my generation, to be honest with you, the men felt contraception, that's a women's job. Women love doing that. They have it under control. I had an investor tell us that, and we were bold enough to say, are you in a relationship? Can you please, and we went further. We said, can you get her on the phone? And she said, I hate birth control. All my friends hate birth control. So it was a real eye-opener, for that man. And so, a lot of things, as you asked, are coming together. There's a regulatory environment in this country where the fear of pregnancy is so high in their 20s to get vasectomies. Vasectomies, for those of you who don't know, are very difficult to reverse if a man changes his mind. It's a 3-hour process, 50% chance of success, and over $10,000. So it's really not for everyone. But they're so afraid of pregnancy, and they feel that's the only option. The other big thing is socially. I'm inspired by men wanting to be partners, wanting to be, fully engaged in a relationship and family planning. There are men who just want reproductive autonomy, like women have had. So it's all those things coming together, that really are making this the right time for a product like Plan A. The science is now at a stage where it's making it very possible to get these products on the market. As was mentioned, we've been doing clinical trials around the world, and we have plans to continue. But it's really what I'm learning from all of you, how to best speak to men. Surprisingly, we have 50,000 men who have come to our website, trials, or wanting Plan A so desperately. So there is a great need for it, but it's really important to talk correctly to men, young men, men that aren't so young. And also, the other element are the physicians. Physicians ask women all the time, what's your birth control plan? Do they ever ask men that? Of course not. Do men 18 to 49 see a urologist? Probably not. Not till they have kidney stones, prostate issue, or maybe they want a vasectomy. So right now we're talking to doctors, and the doctors love these products. They really see a need for it. They don't need to be convinced. They can't wait till it's ready. So we're making it very easy for doctors, and that's our commercialization plan. Not only to educate men of the benefits of a product like ours, but also to educate the doctor and train the doctor to be an ambassador.
And Darlene, this is just a question to throw a curveball at you, because it just came to me as I was listening to you. How do you get over the safety conversation? Sort of, men are already resident to go to a doctor and sort of medication. How do you get over that as it relates to explaining the benefits of this product?
Yeah, great question. So men right now that we've been talking to have concerns about taking pills. A lot of consumers, surprisingly to me, and I was at Procter & Gamble, so BBDO is very familiar to me.
Yes.
I grew up in the consumer product arena. So men, because there's so many direct-to-consumer ads on television and they see all the side effects, they've jumped to the conclusion that all pills have side effects. Our product is a medical device. It's inserted. It's a hydrogel, so it's very inert. So we really can get beyond the safety issue. Getting a man into the doctor's office is something that we feel there are a lot of men already who want to do this because they want to help their partner. They want to not make every woman pregnant that they come encounter with. But, again, there will be a barrier to getting men to go into a urologist or a family practitioner that we've trained and to have, their male contraceptive, which can be easily reversed. Ours just in an instant can turn into a liquid that goes out of the body. So it's not anything like a vasectomy reversal.
Thank you. So Doug, 100% of people have big feelings when it comes to talking about money, especially when it's in a relationship, for example. So how are you helping to men, women, partners turn down the temperature around that conversation on a daily basis?
It's a great question. You said something which made my face light up on the last panel, which was reframing and redefining what contribution is. Like, you just nailed the whole third section of the book, which is that caregivers are providers too.
Is my royalty check in the mail?
On its way.
All right, great.
It's negative, but we'll fix that. So there's a lot of reframing that needs to take place when we have this conversation about money and love, and that's one of the big ones. Is what is contribution, and that there are more ways that you can make contributions to your household and your family other than earning a paycheck, right? Eve Rodsky talks about this all the time in Fair Play. That's a big part of the load that women are taking on, right? Is so great and so unspoken that men are missing the beat here, right? Fairness isn't equal. And I think that's another concept that needs to be addressed. I don't think we're trying to get to 50-50. I think we're trying to get to a place where two people can look at each other and agree what's fair. And I think that's a big part of this. The other part of what makes the conversation around money so difficult is identity. Again, back to understanding and gaining perspective from your partner by knowing where they've come from first and being able to explore that. So if you're going out for a purchase or thinking about starting a family and the origins of your partner and their upbringing, particularly around, was it food insecurity? Did one partner come from extreme wealth? Are you under the thumb of parents and grandparents? All of these things, if you can gain a larger understanding from your partner, transactions or the big expenses like a vacation, a wedding, sending your kid to school, you're going to put yourself in their shoes a lot easier and have more productive conversations and find fairness. Ultimately, the goal here is to find happiness. This is a person you're spending your entire life with. That's the goal. And then also thinking about power dynamics, okay? Not power from and power to, but power with, right? How do we get from your win is my win is your win, let's win together? You hear the term power couples all the time. I can tell you in my relationship, my wife was responsible for holding down, as a corporate attorney, a steady job. The income came in while I got to go out and build a business and live my dream. Well, guess what happened? Somewhere during COVID, as I'm stepping over a laundry basket of clean clothing in the basement that I should be bringing upstairs, laughing at some silly little meme I created on my phone, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Right? Here I am living my dream and not really understanding that I'm not holding my end of the bargain up, that my level of contribution isn't fair. So by reframing, by examining our identities, examining the mistakes or missteps that we've had, and figuring out how to address risk and take those next steps and those decisions together, we can find ourselves having better relationships and ultimately better communication when it comes to this very sensitive topic around money.
I love that, and that's a great segue into the next question, which is, what gets unlocked from men when they engage and they're active participants in whether it's their, financial life or in their health life?
Yeah, so
both of you guys.
The standard trope here is that, and typically you'll see statistically that men run the finances in the household, and they're the ones that are earning, and women are at home doing the domestic stuff. I mean, this is like as cheesy, classical, boomer talk as you could possibly get. No offense to the boomers in the crowd. And to be able to bring that to where we need it to be today requires us to have the examination of ourselves first and then each other to get closer to that level of fairness that we need to have. So to unlock that is first and foremost a willingness to want that. Like in anything filed under self-help, whether it's your mental health, physical health, or financial health, there has to be a willingness to actually do that. And if you can get to that, then you can walk through the door and start to improve your life financially. And men need to understand that women want to be at the table. Women need to tell men that they want to be there, and what they need to figure out is what's the approach to get people participating. So men, if you're going to sit down with a spreadsheet of budget, net worth table, that is the worst way that you can begin that conversation. Hey honey, come in here, let's take a look at these numbers. Instead, why don't you focus on, hey, that thing you talked about last week, that vacation we want to go on, you want to talk about how we get there? Yeah, it comes to the table. I know my wife would jump to the table to figure out, how we do this goal that we want, this experience that we want for our family, and then I can say, awesome, let's do that together. By the way, would you look at some numbers with me so we can figure out how we make that happen? All of a sudden, I have that buy-in. And I think lastly, and I'm taking a lot of time here, is meeting your partner where they're at, understanding how I had a couple in the book that they were unable to get anywhere in the conversation around money until such time as they brought out a whiteboard to start drawing, because one of the spouses, that's the way they learn. That's the way they figured that part out. So I think that's probably more of the lock and key than anything, is meeting your partner where they're at.
It's ironic to hear that men are welcoming women to the table to talk about finance. And in our case, women are at the table welcoming men to participate in birth control. So it's going to be such a new world when this product and the other products being developed as male contraceptives as well hit the market somewhere in the next 2 to 5 years. We'll be seeing a lot of options for couples and individuals. So it's really going to unlock freedom of women not to have to carry that burden they've always had to carry, freedom of men to have reproductive autonomy. I think it'll be a very different world, and I'm excited about it.
I love that. Thank you. So in closing, the bottom line and sort of the common theme that I'm hearing is that men need more opportunities to plan for themselves, for their families, and to do so in partnership and in non-partnership as well, in non-hierarchical ways, right? Really inviting the conversation, right? Inviting their partners to the table.
One housekeeping note. I'm going to ask if anyone does not need to be on the Wi-Fi to turn the Wi-Fi off on their phones because our live stream is getting a little fuzzy. I know, I love that everyone's taking content and putting it on the gram. I'm opening up my phone to lots of notifications. But if you can turn your Wi-Fi off as we're all connected. Okay, Jay says we're good. Okay. Okay, so we just talked about men, women, partners planning together. And in our next panel about men as the primary consumers, we're going to talk about, the data widely shows that women make the majority of household consumer spending decisions in the US, 75 to 85%, depending on the study. First of all, I will say that women don't want to be making all of those decisions. We don't want to be carrying, as Doug so aptly put, that mental load and cognitive load. But that stat also implies that men are inherently taking a back seat, which is not. It implies that men are taking a back seat, which is not the full picture, as many of us know. Men are increasingly participating, especially younger generations, who share everything from household labor to decision-making and creative curiosity more evenly. In this next panel, we'll be diving into opportunities to engage multidimensional men through style and grooming, entertainment, and humor, right? Across analog, digital, social, and everything in between. We're digging deeper into how American men of all ages, single and coupled, think about their identities as consumers. So our moderator will be Liz Kneebone, who leads community efforts for AdWeek, including Marketing Vanguard. She's a community builder and champion of the growth opportunities presented when we center inclusivity and sustainability in corporate and marketing strategies. Josh Paskowitz is a multidisciplinary creative director, entrepreneur. Why don't you guys come up as we're calling, yeah. And paging Troy Alexander, too, from the space. So Josh Paskowitz is a multidisciplinary creative director, entrepreneur, merchandiser, and executive. He's spent his career both listening to and steering the conversation around men's relationship with personal style. And Josh and I have known each other for 20 years, and I ran my fashion PR firm in my 20s. He spent decades in menswear, working on brand strategy, product design, and storytelling for some of fashion's most recognizable names, including Bloomingdale's. No, I want to keep saying Moda Operandi. This is a room we're name dropping in because we're creating brand safe environments here, right? So Moda Operandi, men.style.com, Esquire, Vibe, Gilt Group, Cadillac, and others that are soon to be because he's building. And we have Troy Alexander, the founder, CEO of T363 Skin, a luxury men's wellness brand born from his journey through incarceration and recovery. He writes and speaks about masculinity, self-care, and the price that men pay for their silence. His mission is helping men replace destructive coping with real transformation. And through products and storytelling, he's building a movement that redefines strength for modern men. Oh yeah, how did I forget Felipe? Sorry about that. Felipe Mendez helped build UTA's Next Gen practice after the acquisition of Juve, and he leads Gen Z creative and social within the firm. With meme fluency and fan edit chops, he has delivered 1.9 billion, with a B, TikTok views for Lionsgate, and shaped how brands like Axe tap into youth culture. Above all, he's a professional internet surfer, spending way too much time on TikTok and very ready to talk about it.
You nailed it. You nailed it. Thank you.
I love meme fluent as
descriptor of your job. My best friends describe my job as corporate bestie, so I like that we're introducing all of those into the culture. Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out at AdWeek today. It's so awesome to have you all here. A round of applause for yourselves.
Thank you, thank you.
And I mean, it's been so amazing to hear all of these conversations today around just the millions of ways that men and consumers generally show up in the world. And when we think about and talk about brands here, I think, you know, from the brand perspective, there's still so much treatment of men as a category as a monolith. Even though we're having this conversation, there's the other event taking place the same day where we're talking about the dynamism. And I think a lot of that has to do with perceived or real risk from the space in which our culture doesn't feel brand safe. Again, real or perceived is up for debate in some ways, but I think all of you as leaders have done such a phenomenal job of introducing taking risks, big or small, and understanding that a small step can lead to really big results when it comes to working with brands. And so I would love to have each of you just like take a moment and talk about what that journey looks like for you through the lens of marketing and your work with brands.
Yeah, for sure. I'll start. First off, hello. My name is Felipe Mendez. But yeah, I got my start in my career at Juve Consulting, a Gen Z consulting agency, which can be rather ambiguous and look like a lot of different things. But myself personally, I led a lot of social campaigns as well as influencer. Started with Arthur PBS, if you know the Aardvark, the kids TV show. Got them to 0 to 400,000 followers in about 2 weeks. Really during COVID times at the peak of TikTok's timing. And then that's extended to my work with Lionsgate, IBM, and Axe in a lot of different capacities. But Juve Consulting recently got acquired about March of last year by United Talent Agency, and now we're really at the center of culture, making these ideas bigger and realizing that Gen Z is getting a little bit older, making new decisions and making much, much larger decisions in marketing towards that.
Hello everyone, my name is Troy Alexander. It's a pleasure to be here. I got my start in how this all came about. So when I was 20 years old, I got in a fight in college and I went to prison for 2 years. And it changed the trajectory of my life. And my dad was a big official in the government, so he was very angry at me, and I think that really kind of spearheaded my journey in life. And I like to tell people that prison was my Wharton, it was my Harvard, it was my Yale, it was my Princeton. And through that, I speak about redemption and having the ability to move forward in your life and do some extraordinary things. So I became a journalist. I wrote for Forbes Life, New York Times, and then did a lot of consultancy for a lot of luxury brands. And then I just saw this connection when I was in fashion that no one was speaking to men on how to dress and really show up for themselves, because appearance is very personal, but also I think everyone should really start to love themselves. And then I saw the connection in beauty, and that's what led me to go on this quest and this journey to really empower and help men look good for themselves, because that's what we have to show up for.
Incredible story.
Thank you. A lot of what you said resonated with me just now, especially about men dressing to make themselves feel good. I appreciate it. I mean, the Kazers, the boots, they're looking good. I know what it is. My name is Josh Peskowitz. I've been working in the fashion business, specifically around men's, since I was 16 years old, so for 30 years now. I haven't really done anything else. I mean, I was a line cook, and I was an apprentice sushi chef for one summer. That was fun. Still have all my fingers, but yeah, really since then, and I think that where I grew up and sort of the attention that was paid to the clothes that you wore and how much it mattered was not necessarily reflected in the wider world at the time. So it's something that was very interesting to me, and also something that I couldn't afford. So I started working at a store so I could buy Polo Sport sweatpants when I was 16 years old, because they were $115, and that's crazy for sweatpants, like at the time specifically. But yeah, I mean, my career has spanned a lot of different areas, a lot of different touch points within the business. I've worked in media. I've worked for a number of different magazines. We already heard about some of the other places I work, so I won't spend too much time on it. But I think that the thing that when I started my career versus
where we are now is that, particularly around fashion, the marketing was to women about how men should dress. And those decisions were made, like when I was at Bloomingdale's, these numbers are outdated, but this was already, 2012 was when I started as the fashion director of Bloomingdale's, and I was surprised and frankly disappointed to learn that 80% of the credit card transactions on the Bloomingdale's credit cards were women's on the men's floor. And, you know, I've always felt as though self-expression, and this maybe is just a sign of the generation and areas that I grew up in, but like, you know, if you were wearing busted sneakers and like bad jeans, like people were going to make fun of you. Like you had to step up. Like, and if you didn't, then, you know, you were missing opportunities. And so, you know, the way that you presented yourself there, and I mean, this is part of a larger conversation, but like little teenage Josh we're talking about, you know, but like that sort of mentality was largely absent from the larger conversation, except for in a very, very niche little corner of the world that cared about men's fashion with a capital F. The pop cultural references that about style and how one would present themselves were, again, part of like countercultural movements that have now become the mainstream culture. And over that same time, with the advent of, you know, the internet and then the message boards and then Tumblr and then Instagram after that, it's allowed men to sort of learn more without having to appear as if they didn't have the knowledge to begin with, because men hate to ask questions and look like they don't already know the answer. And so there's been a further development of that section of the market, which I find to be incredibly encouraging, and it has, you know, certain implications, I think, for the brands that I work with and that I advise, and particularly for young people that I advise and mentor to a larger or smaller degree. When they're making business decisions, we try to take those into consideration.
Amazing. I love all of the different places that y'all have come from and then ended up in this room together. Just like, I mean, everybody who's here, which is just another testament to the power of coming together.
Rapid fire, just starting from this point of examples that y'all are all already bringing in here, I would love to hear your take on a campaign or a moment from a brand that was either a wonderful execution of representation of in marketing, or an instance where a brand maybe missed the mark and what they could have learned from that. Josh, just kind of building on what you just said of bringing men into categories that they're maybe not traditionally in. My favorite recent example is the launch of Jared McCain's nail polish line with Sally Hansen, which I just think is so exciting to see an NFL player showing up to the nail polish game. And also just like the way that Gen Z men and Gen Alpha men are like embracing it. It's like, first of all, I still can't do my nails, but I think it's so amazing. And so, I mean, I would love to hear like what's resonating or not resonating with y'all right now.
So on that side?
I take it. I'm speaking from the perspective of beauty and grooming, and I really don't feel that a lot of the big people know how to speak to men about taking care of their skin. And it's not just from a black man's skin perspective, but it's also for just men of all skin tones. Mm-hmm. So I don't really think that no one really understands how to speak to us and meet us where we are. And I think that is a huge white space and a gap in the category. And I think collectively we should be working towards that. And so that's how I'm looking at it. I'm just speaking from the beauty perspective. I mean, Josh, he's a fashion icon, but he understands, he can speak from that. But I think, you know, when you think of L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, and all the big brands, they're forgotten men. I think we're a forgotten species about taking care of ourselves, right? So they've sold women hope their whole existence. Now they have the category competing with older women to younger women, right? Women are getting Botox, women are doing fillers, all these things. And now you have men also going to get Botox. You're going to do all these things because all of us collectively are fighting to stay youthful. But outside of that, we need to understand how to, most importantly, love ourselves. And I think that is a missed opportunity in the beauty category. So that's, I can speak to that.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially if you think about now that L'Oreal's buying, you know, fashion brands. Yeah. But anyway, we'll get back to that later.
We'll get back to that.
I'll give a positive example. And I was thinking about this last night, and I think that there's often, like, in the pursuit of creating desire, there ends up being a lack of respect, you know, for the people who, especially their intelligence, you know? And it depends on who you are as a consumer, like what level of intelligence you expect to be, you know, presented with from a brand. And I was thinking about at a moment that I love non-linear marketing. I love when brands do things that are for the intangible value of it rather than a KPI or a ROAS or whatever. No disrespect to ROAS, because we know we all need it, but it made me think of a short film that a company that a young man, very talented, very hardworking young man who I'm friends with, named Teddy Santis. He has a brand called Ame Leon d'Or, and they've enjoyed a lot of success, and it's well deserved. But I think it was like 2 years ago, they just put out this video, and it was a tour of Robert De Niro's Senior's studio in Soho that Robert De Niro Jr., who we all know as Robert De Niro, has preserved since his father passed away in 1993. And it was filmed by the French street artist and regular artist, JR, you know, the guy who does like the big portraits. And it was like a 10-minute video, and it was just Robert De Niro going through the studio and talking about his relationship with his dad, which was a very difficult one. And it's not a side that you would see of this person who a lot of people look at as, you know, like larger than life, even though he's played characters that are very complicated in his career. But, you know, he is a man of advanced age, and he talks frankly about, you know, his father was an unsuccessful, narcissistic, alcoholic, closeted gay man. And he does not say it with hate. He's just like, these were things that he was. And, you know, like, I dealt with them in the way that I did, and I have regrets. But I learned that I will have a different relationship with my children, and yet preserved everything. Like, nothing's out of place since Senior died. And if there's any branding at all, I think JR is wearing an Ame coat, like, while he's doing the interviews. But that's it, and it's telling a story where, first of all, but like, what does it convey? It conveys access. You got Bobby De Niro to go into his, and you got like one of the world's most famous artists too, and it's on this incredibly sensitive subject where a man who is known as a very manly man in most of his roles is showing vulnerability. And you did all that without trying to sell a damn thing. And that, to me, and maybe it was because I had just had a child at the time. I still have one. But you know, it was a moving thing to see a brand do. It was something that a media outlet / magazine would have done, movie, film, whatever, would have done before. But the world that we live in now, that space, that opportunity existed for a brand to spend that money, bring these people together, tell this story, and just because they felt that it needed to be told or it was powerful to tell it, and that creates more kinship with the brand than being like, these pants are in purple now too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to add, I think, Troy, you really nailed it. I think a lot of it is about just generally ignoring the notes and ignoring the audience that you're talking to. I think you can work off a very simple principle. Is, Troy, if I want to learn about you, if we go out to a drink, I'll probably learn a lot more about you versus if I ask your parents, if I ask your friends about who Troy is. And I think when we're marketing to boys, to men, they're often not in the room and not having those conversations. It's usually a 50-year-old saying, like, no, I know what they think, rather than just talking directly to them. And I think if we can have them in the room and really understand that what they're sending in the group chats, what they're texting back and forth is probably not what a brand is going to say, what a brand's going to talk about. But we have to be willing to meet them where they're at and to have those conversations, and maybe to have conversations that are a little bit less brand friendly than we'd expect, but we can talk directly to them with that.
I mean, on that note, I think you're all pointing out a lot of like blind spots that brands often have, and then some ways that others are, you know, jumping over those blind spots and finding ways to resonate. But like from your perspective, what do men and boys want from brands and how they talk to them as consumers right now? Felipe, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. I've recently been on this one kick, specifically with TikTok, with fan editors. If you're not familiar, a fan edit is repurposing content that is already made and putting it on TikTok in a very specific style of edit. These fan editors that are on TikTok have millions of followers, 2 million, 6 million followers themselves, and we've been able to hire some of them to create content for brands. And it's just been spectacular in terms of like the narrative and the comments that we're seeing is saying the brands are learning. They know how to talk directly to us. They're talking with people that were already consuming their content, which is just rather exciting, where it's like, I think there's this aversion saying people in general don't want to be marketed to. But I think that's rather divorced from reality. I think they want to be marketed to, they want it to be marketed to accurately, and they applaud when it's exciting and when it hits them directly and when it's something that they're already consuming and brands are able to activate around that.
I think brands need to have people that look like them in the room. And I think that's what's missing. Until we start getting people that look like the various things they want to sell to us, nothing's going to change, in my opinion. And I think that's where we have to start. I also think that collectively here together, we need to also start raising our voices together and challenging that status quo. And I think once we start doing that, then there will be some changes. And there's a lot of people that have children. We all got to know what our kids are into to be able to speak to these brands, to be able to help our kids as they get older, you know, through their life cycle. And, you know, we all, in my opinion, have to learn how to put ourselves in other people's shoes to be able to help these brands understand where to go and how to do this. And that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, and also having them in the conversation. I would say, like, how many people in this room are on Discord on a daily basis? Versus if you texted your sons, they'd be on it every single day, many hours of the day. It's to know where they are and include them in the conversation, because many people don't even know how to interact with Discord in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, you have to meet them where they are. You know, for me, it's about sort of figuring out who your customer is, and part of that is having them in the room. Part of them is having a dialogue with that, but then, you know, tailoring your approach to what they're looking for. And, you know, when you talk about taste, like personal style, it's a very loaded subject for a lot of people, a lot of men who have a lot of confidence in their opinion or their power, whether it's professional, political, whatever. Like when it comes to the clothing that they wear, they feel less confident. And so, you know, that's on a continuum. And I'm speaking for my business specifically, but, you know, when you have a certain understanding of who you are as a brand, then that will dictate the way that you talk to the customer that you believe is your customer. And you may be right. And I can give examples of what I mean by that, but, you know, that I think that like the hardest thing for a brand to do is to look at itself and know who it is and what it's for. Companies have more rights than individual humans in this country, right? Corporations are treated as individuals. And yet, you know, there's a shocking lack of like self-definition within those companies, particularly when they're talking to men, but across the spectrum. And so whenever I'm working with a brand, I'm like, who are you? Like, what are you about? Because if your thing is you're going to sell something to someone, like, yes, that's the end result, but there needs to be a reason why you wanted to create it in the first place. And if that comes from an individual, then one of the most important beginning parts of the process is for that individual, be it a designer or creative director, CEO, founder, whatever, to be able to have language around why they did it and who they are that they can then be disseminated widely throughout the organization to begin to create a culture that can then be held accountable.
Yeah, I love the marketing superpower that you just named for teams internally. Is like you have so much power to influence how the rest of the team talks about your organization, especially also when it comes to like hiring and who gets to tell that story and all of those different things. So I think there's a bunch of great calls to action already in that last piece. You want to jump in?
Thank you. Thank you.
What's your name? Hi.
B. Arthur? Yes. B. Arthur, lovely to meet you.
That is a great question.
Yeah, great
I love
question.
it. Well, yeah, no, I was there. I was at GQ. I was at Esquire during those days. I was climbing that ladder as it was falling apart, rung by rung, as I was going up it.
Josh, before you jump in, let me just to repeat
sure.
the question in case not everybody heard. I think, the question is, and actually great tee up because tied to the next question as well, is for young men in particular, do they want to be marketed to in the model of, the Esquires, the GQs of the world, or more met where they are? And I think, I would love to hear all of your takes on that and also hear your thoughts on like, how do you meet different generations where they are when they're not all in the same place in those same ways? So go ahead. I just want to make sure everybody heard.
I totally. This is like such a fascinating topic to me personally, and the shortest answer to your question is, the fragmentation that is the result of the media market and the way people talk to each other now has changed what success looks like for brands, particularly whether they're media or whether they're, apparel, designers, luxury, whatever it may be. And it's taking time for them to come around to it. There will never be another Ralph Lauren. There will never be another Giorgio Armani. There will never be another one of these companies. Those two are named after people, but there's plenty of others that are 12, 14, 18 billion dollar companies. And the reason is because it's the same reason that the department stores are having as much trouble as they have, which is another subject, and I know I don't have all that much time, so I'll shut up. But the change in mentality is instead of trying to be something to everyone, you need to try to be everything to someone. And the only way that you can do that is if you authentically know who you are as a brand, as a company. And so that requires dialogue, because it changes over time, and it can be aspirational, and it can be meeting them where they are now. But if you want to grow with them, you have to grow, right? You just have to grow. And I think that, there was a watershed moment in men's fashion, and that was when Michael Jordan got a signature sneaker. This changed the way everybody looks at everything. And those people, right, who saw that firsthand when it happened, and it changed the way men and women, but men specifically, looked at objects of clothing as status symbols. They're in their 50s now. And like everything that's happened before that, everything that's happened since then, like that's still a ripple effect that goes through it. But self-expression is the thing that needs to be encouraged, as hard as that may be. And brands generally find success now when they say, this is what I'm about. And if you like it, great. And if you don't, then that's okay too, because I don't need to be for you. Because there is no way to be everything to everyone anymore.
Yeah, great points. I think my answer to your question would be yes, and I do think it is a combination of both. But I think the principle behind targeting both is rather similar. And the first one is talking to them right now. I think, they want to feel like they deserve to be spoken to right now. And making sure that you're seeing the exact same things that they're seeing, and you're bringing them forward and kind of empowering those pieces of it. And then in terms of like the role models and marketing to who they want to become, I think we've dealt with a lot of larger consequence of ignoring this topic for too long that has birthed the Andrew Tates of the world as like one of the only role models that people can look up to be like, hey, this is what I want as a man. But I think something like that, which can be so controversial, exists because the lack of responsible role models. And I think many times when we're talking to men, the conversation feels like it's targeted towards, the college frat bro that feels like he hasn't had anything wrong in his life. But I think the 5-6 man who's a little bit socially awkward deserves to be spoken about and spoken to just the same. And I think we need to start paying attention in those messaging. But yeah, I think it's rather they're being ignored. There is no role models for the larger monolith that is man and a Gen Z man. I think we need to bring those to life and kind of empower those people.
Yeah. There's nothing I need to say. He said it all. Both of them said it. So we're all on the same page.
Amazing. Well, I know we're running up on time, but I want to get into a little bit of the specifics of the risks and opportunities that you all have gotten into through your work. And Troy, I want to start with you because vulnerability in your storytelling has been such a big part of your journey, and the mainstream culture, vulnerability is very much a risk. Can you talk about that story in launching Vitamin C as your first SKU? How did your narrative that you touched on a little bit more and the authenticity of just embracing all of who you are inform the specific product development choices that you've made, the partners that you've brought on, and what felt risky, what felt exciting about that?
Well, first and foremost, entrepreneurship is fucking hard. That's the first thing. Second thing is I'm a convicted felon and who has changed his life completely. Have raised a considerable amount of money, have some really great teammates behind me to build something extraordinary to really help men. So our brand is called T363. Skin, T is the first initial of my name, Troy. And 363 is the last 3 of my prison number. And we wanted to build something that is impactful and powerful, and it will show every man and woman that they can get off their fucking ass and go do something. And on our packaging, it shows the prison bars, so it's really unique and different, and no one has this. And so I think for us, it was really about helping the man understand the importance of looking good. As Josh speaks about, style and all that stuff like that, we need to get back to the first thing that people see, and that's your skin. Before someone asks you what school you went to, where you from, and everything, and they look at your skin, and the second thing they look at is your teeth. And so oral care with men, we need to really get back to both of those features, and I think men have gotten lazy. My cellmate told me something that was very profound when I was in prison. He said, young blood, because I was young at the time, I was 19, I'm 49 now. And he said, if you study the men in here, meaning prison, they're the same men out there. They just dressed up. So each day we're all walking around murderers, rapers, killers, porn addicts, sex addicts, all those things, and we don't know what they are. And so I think I've always developed this passion through that experience to really love and appreciate men and meet them where they are. Because I had 2 years to study men, and some of the most successful, some of the most smartest men are in prison or in the graveyard. And so I had the honor of learning from a lot of these men to be in this position today. And so I look at it like this: you gotta love us where we are. And it took me years to have courage to talk about my story, to be able to share. And so with our product, the vitamin C is a really powerful ingredient, and it really helps with men's skin. It helps with the discoloration. It helps with ingrown hairs. It helps really give your skin a glow. And I think that's the most important thing that we want to do, is help men start off by giving themselves a glow. Okay, if I can ask all the men in here, how many of you guys use skincare?
Yep.
This is good. I like this. Okay, all right. We're on to something.
Good numbers.
Well, this is really good numbers, and so that's really good.
When you
to
look,
see.
you can realize it. It's a lot of glowing faces.
There's a lot of glowing faces. I've been noticing.
I'm glowing, but I'm schwitzing because I'm under the lights. But yeah.
But we just wanted to really build something that will transcend the next generations of men and help men look good. And on my last point, I think fathers need to be at home a little more, because fathers need to be able to teach their kids how to wash their face, how to shave, how to iron a shirt, how to iron a pair of pants. That's missing. Fathers are working too hard, which is fine, work, but you also have to teach that boy how to look good. You have to teach him how to look good, whether he's a white boy, black boy, Asian, whatever. You have to teach that kid how to look good and get out of these fucking sweatpants.
Okay, thanks for coming. No, I'm just kidding. Josh, I know you've had a similar journey of like building something, and in the similar way of Troy, you're talking about opening up doors, bringing people into a space they might not otherwise have been in. Can you talk a little bit about, Men.Style, the In the Closet series, like the way that you're trying to welcome people into
you
either
tell
a
people
career
about something
field
on a
or
Zoom call, and then
you talk about interesting things, but like talk about why you wanted to do that in the first place, and like how you made the argument to bring it to life.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. What she's referring to is, so for those in the room to remember, a website called Style.com. It doesn't exist anymore now. It's Vogue Runway. But I was the person who was responsible for reviewing the menswear shows for men.style.com, which was, same group of people. And one day my boss at the time, his name is Dirk Standen. He is now the dean of the fashion school at SCAD in Savannah, Georgia. But he was my boss there. He was the editor-in-chief. And he said, Josh, I want you and Tyler, who was who was my boss also, another editor who was a boss of mine, who's now the chief marketing person for Stetson, but he worked at Ralph Lauren and other stuff after Style.com. He said, I want you two to start doing a video show. I'm like, video? What?
What's that?
Well, this was 2007. So, video online was still a pretty small, YouTube didn't exist yet. This is pretty new. We want you to talk about fashion. We want you to talk about the latest trends. We want you to interview people. We want you to do it in the fashion closet. We're going to call it In the Closet. And I am not closeted. Never have been, never felt the need to. But, earlier in my career, being heterosexual was actually a disadvantage. I know, like, poor little old heterosexual white boy, like. But, I mean, in fashion media, there were very few people like me. And if any, actually, when I first started, I didn't know a single other soul in the fashion side of things. Other media, yes, but. So I thought it was funny, but I was also like, this is kind of corny, like I don't want to do that. But we started doing it, and it was fun. I said to them, I will do it as long as you let me drink some whiskey before I go on camera, because I'm not ready for this. And then, the caveat was, well, then let's just drink on camera. We'll do liquor tasting as part of it. So, like these were things, but we're talking about designers like Dries Van Noten and Ralph Lauren and Dolce & Gabbana and all this stuff, and we're interviewing people. Who some of them have become very big names in the business, and it gained a following. And now that I'm older, I have had people come up to me for years and years. We stopped doing those videos in like 2009, maybe 10, so it's like already 15, 16 years old. And I have people who come up to me and they say, Josh, I didn't think that being in the fashion business was something that made sense for someone like me, I'd never heard anybody who talks with an accent and uses their hands a lot when they're talking, doing this. We didn't know that existed, and I didn't know it did either, but it was important to me to be in this business, and so I did it. And so they say, we knew that could be a viable route for me. And that was people who used to tell me that, to say, I saw those videos when I was in college. I was like, okay. And then they're like, I saw them when I was in high school. I'm like, okay. And now it's like, I still run into people who are like, we watched those when we were in elementary school. And that shit is crazy.
That's dope. That's super dope.
That you people are not monitoring what your children are watching. But because it's just, I ended up being, and if you look at the makeup of the fashion professionals in the men's space, particularly here in America and in New York specifically, there's a lot of just like regular dudes who have good ideas that, probably felt like they didn't have a place here, which is so interesting because the fashion industry generally is made up of outsiders anyway. Like they found a home on the island of misfit toys where they could observe everything that went around them, interpret it in a different way, and then present it back to the world in a way that was consumable. So anyway, that's my story.
Nice. Well, thanks for telling it, even if you didn't want to. Felipe, I want to bring
us back like in-house a little bit. And I
Yep.
know you led social for Axe for a long time, which is a brand that
It's
has done-
strategic consulting for X.
Yes, okay.
But similar. Yeah.
Nailed it either way. A brand that has done a lot of, traditionally masculine campaigns, and you kind of helped guide them on the journey to a more holistic portrayal of men overall. Can you talk a little bit about like what conversations you had internally with the Axe team to like get them there, and what was hard about that? Maybe an example of like, not an argument, but a case you had to make that actually went over and resonated with the brand team there.
No, for sure, and it's a very difficult conversation to continuously have. But I think it goes to your previous question before. I think beyond marketing to men, I think just marketing in general, I think we ignore the fact that it is a very difficult skill to have, of bringing your strongest intuitions to the tip of your tongue and communicating those. And I think it becomes a little bit more difficult when you're putting something that nobody understands in front of them and be like, no, this will work, I promise you. And I think the solution to that we've learned is a lot of what we're talking about today is like bringing those people in the room and having those men speak for themselves. So specifically what we did for Axe is we ran a Gen Z advisory council for them. And what we did is we brought 14 or 15 to like 21-year-old Gen Z males in the room with Axe, and they would be able to bring the ideas to them and be like, hey, this is a good idea, this is a bad idea. And I think we found that incredibly, incredibly important, because so many of the assumptions that were made in the marketing room when coming up with the idea were proven untrue and when we brought it to them. So I think it's, learning about bringing those intuitions, kind of really feeling strong about them, but also having the backing of bringing those people in the room to prove those ideas. And maybe, I don't know if you're familiar with two holists, maybe when you bring two holists in front of a brand, it can be rather difficult to get them to agree. But with people that are in the room that are watching it and consuming it, they can prove that it's a good idea. And we're lucky that we were able to do that for them.
Yeah, that's awesome. I also think there's like so much good data that people can use. Like See Her is a great organization if you're looking for data-driven insights that can like prove the ROI of actually making those decisions and taking those perceived risks. That like just coming with that kind of backing.
And also when you're coming up with an idea, like call your son, be like, hey, we're talking about this right now. Do you know what it is? And if they say no, that's probably a pretty good benchmark.
DJT did. Josh, did you want to jump in?
No.
No? Okay. Well.
For once, no.
I mean, I love to hear you talk. Looking around, last question, are there any neckties in the room?
No neckties in the room.
I think that's so interesting. We were talking about it before. I mean, like, what do you think it means that the necktie has declined as a status symbol? Do you think that is actually reflective in, like, a change in what it means to be powerful in corporate America, or are the symbols of power just shifting?
I think the reason why neckties are declining because men don't know how to tie them any longer.
Ooh, I can show you 4 ways right now.
I know you can, but the average guy does not know how to tie a necktie, and it goes back to what I said. Fathers aren't teaching their kids that basic skill set.
Please see Josh and Troy after class for a lesson on tying a tie.
I recommend the 4-in-hand.
Anything else?
Well, yeah, I mean, Troy, I hadn't thought about it in those specific terms, but I do agree with that. I think that the necktie disappearing, larger implications of the uniform that men wore and that men relied on has disappeared from our lives, right? It used to be you had to wear a suit, you had to wear a shirt, you had to wear a tie, you had to buff your shoes, you went to work, you looked like everybody else, you fit in. And the opportunity is that that's no longer, like, necessary, and the scary thing for the vast majority of men is that now they don't know what to do, what's appropriate. And when you look at, I think we were talking about this, but like the last G8 summit, you look at the world leaders up there. First of all, there's only one woman, which is fucked up. But in addition to that, you got 7 men all wearing blue suits, white spread collar shirts, which look terrible without a tie. The collar falls in, whatever. And none of them are wearing a tie. And that's how they show that they're loose and groovy, you know, like by not wearing a tie with a shirt that requires a tie. And, you know, as much as the necktie has disappeared from popular culture, as with all things like this, now you see a lot of young guys wearing ties. A lot of really,
They were all over
stylish
Fashion
guys
Week. They're just worn a little different
wearing
now.
ties. That's right. I mean, you got Jonathan Anderson with half the collar sticking up at his first Dior show, but four in hand knot though. Four in hand
You have a
knot.
tie paired with Tim's more often than a tie paired with a suit.
That's facts. My friend Will Welsh. We used to work together at the Fader 20 some odd years ago, and he's now the global content director or editor in chief of GQ, and he knew how to tie a tie, and then he didn't wear one for definitely 17 years. And then he wore them again when it was Sprezzatura time or, Mad Men, tie bars and shit. And then he stopped. And for the last year, every time I've seen him, he's got a tie on. Looks good. Looks good. So for now, it's one of those things where it's once it becomes no longer a necessity, it becomes a luxury. So people who are wearing ties are doing it because they can make it look good. And the people that are not wearing ties don't know how to tie them.
Yeah, and I do think it's a shift in a status symbol for two reasons. I think with the internet, I think people were able to be a lot more honest. And I think everyone kind of figured out, hey, they're kind of uncomfortable. So they stopped wearing them. But also, I do think a big piece of it was, I watched a TikTok video on this recently. There's a pretty strong shift in any conference room that you go in. If everyone is in a suit and tie, and you see that one guy in the back who's in a t-shirt and jeans, I think the assumption is, hey, you got to watch out for that guy. That's probably the most powerful.
The Zuckerberg effect, are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Zuckerberg effect, Mark Cuban effect, and I think a lot of people want to become that guy. The person who was able to do it without following the rules and tying that tie. So I think it's been a slight shift. But I do think they're coming to life in different ways. The Fashion Week point, people are dressing them up in a little different and bring them back because they want to, not because they have to. Yeah.
Love that introduction of choice. That's fabulous. All right. Well, thanks y'all so much. I think there's a lot of calls to action that I hope resonate with folks on taking small steps, taking big steps, and y'all have kind of pointed out, meeting people where they are, whether it's a different channel or just, pointing out new avenues and ways to kind of get into spaces you didn't think you could be in before. So thank you all for sharing with us and for being here.
Thank you. This was spectacular.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks.
Amazing. All right. How's everyone feeling? Is everyone wanting some retail therapy right now? All right. So before our next panel, we have the guys from LOUDMOUTH, Ryan and Jonathan, coming up to talk about going back to some of those tactical kind of best practices when it comes to men. I first met Jonathan through, is Ann here? My good friend Ann Choquette introduced me to Jonathan Jacobs as a badass dude in the best way. And since then, we've been collaborators and conspirators, and LOUDMOUTH has been our digital marketing partner for this summit. Many of you are here because of the awesome memes that they created on the internet for us. Oh, yes, thank you for the reminder to move to the middle. So I want them to talk, they're gonna be talking about a lot more than just memes, but also they made these brilliant activities that are here. So I'm gonna give them a few minutes to talk about creative best practices for meeting men where they are right now and taking them to new places.
That's right. Hi again, everybody. It's very humbling to come onto this panel after a group of stylists when I like to describe my personal style as garbage bag, but it's nice to be with you again. So our goal is to, again, just take 5 to 10 minutes to synthesize everything that we have heard come up in the room so far today and give it to you through a lens of actionable insights that we can turn into things. So let's discuss how we can join, empower, and uplift the communities where men and boys already are. Of course, in that process, this is not what we want to seem like, the infamous Steve Buscemi from 30 Rock meme. It's not about going in and masquerading ourselves as a member of that community, but going in and uplifting what's already happening there. What we want to call out is that there are a lot of great examples where this isn't going so great. The few of the things we have pointed out here, this one has a lot of resonance for me. There is an apparel brand called Youngla. Part of their hallmark, Young LA, I call it. Again, I'm the millennial of the team. This is our Gen Z.
We live there, by the way.
Yeah.
They rely on body shame and body dysmorphia to sell their product, telling men that if they think they have gynecomastia, a disease which primarily affects men 50 to 69, and even then only 30% of the population there, that this is the clothing brand for them. We've also got the example here of Man Cereal. Ryan will talk in a minute about some of the dangerous territory they tread in their use of memes. And then we've also got content from our amazing co-conspirator, Johnny, here. Johnny did an amazing walkthrough at a pharmacy, going through all the different products that are branded to men and how they tap into some of the most dangerous tropes about men. And it started an amazing conversation. These slides will be available afterwards. I encourage you to go scan him on the Fix Your Feed while you can participate in this conversation yourself. But a lot being said here, specifically from men, about how they avoid these products, they don't identify with these brands, and they're looking for something that's more resonant with them. All of this to say, it's not that there's not a market for this, it's that this is telling a negative story for men and that there's opportunities to tell better ones. So that said, what happens if we meet men where they already are? And how do we do that? Ryan, I'll let you take it away with the first tip.
Yeah, by the way, my dad uses women's Dove unscented deodorant. It's just deodorant. So these are a couple different ways that people have tried to speak the language. There's a lot. If you go into it blind, it's kind of a dangerous world sometimes. Not to discourage you from doing anything, just do a Google search before you try to use a meme. This is a great example of how Bagel Bites reversed the how do you do fellow kids to just, I think it presented this honesty of like, hey, we might not know what we're doing here, but we're here for you. At least open the doors to acknowledging that this isn't their community, this isn't their space, and they know that they are an outsider for the time being. I put this red pill, blue pill meme here because I couldn't find the exact post I was looking for, but I know that one of my coworkers once posted a meme, a red pill, blue pill meme from a cracker account owned by Nabisco. Won't tell you which one. I'll save him the embarrassment. A great example of how it is a meme that some people do find funny, but it is also tied to a context which is not very funny. Target borrowed some language that doesn't necessarily belong to them. They got flack for this. So there's language, there's words that you might hear, but you should probably Google before you hit post on. And then a little difficult to hear or see, again, it's small, but brands will fall victim at random to being co-opted by the far left, by the far right, and it's your response that dictates if you are being adopted into those communities. Hopefully you don't want to be part of them. But again, something to know about when you go into engaging a new campaign on the internet or starting a new conversation online.
So the first piece is to understand the language, understand the tools that you're using before you start deploying them and mirroring things back. But the opportunity lies in saying, okay, now that we understand the language, how can we elevate and expand it? And the place that we want to start with this is moving from fluency to advancement. And the great way to do that, we think, is leaning into the narratives of protector and providership. You know, we've talked about the research that Equimundo has done several times in this room today. What they found, 86% of men still believe that being the provider is their primary role as an individual. Do encourage you to check out that entire report. But where we have a miss is that we've only traditionally demonstrated men as the breadwinner, when the reality is that there are so many different ways to provide within the household. Thank goodness that this man is telling us all the different ways that we can provide, but there are many brands that have done this in helpful ways before. You know, there's a great example here from Swiffer over the years about a man keeping a clean home.
But 10 years ago, though.
Yes.
10.
Ahead of
so
its
we
time.
have room.
But there are amazing opportunities if we can reframe some of the language that's already deployed in negative ways and spinning that into more positive connotations. So thinking about how can I lean into my product, my brand, and community through the lens of providership and protectorship.
And so what if you followed before you led or before you tried to co-opt the space as your own? This is just one really big example about how Reddit is a network to be learned from far before it is a network to engage on. I used to work with the Chipotle team. Chipotle does not show up on Reddit, but every week they have a social report sent to their executives about what people are saying on r/Chipotle, on Chipotle searches on Reddit. So regardless of if you show up or not on Reddit, it is a great space to learn about how people are talking about you, your brand, what they do with your product, what they think of you or your product. It's something you should be paying attention to if you want to learn how you're being seen and regarded.
really important to us is about lifting up agents of change instead of actors and performers. And I don't mean that in derision of the acting and entertainment community, but just as a catch-all terminology. What we see a lot is too frequently brands mix a message with the improper messenger. There's a really great example of that happened recently with Elf Beauty and the use of Matt Rife. A very simple social listening, social research experiment would have found that there are a lot of problematic stories that are surrounding this particular individual right now. There is not a fit there between the brand, the message, and the audience. And again, part of our goal today is to help change that narrative and make these individuals more accessible. So again, it's taking things like going and scanning over at the Fix Your Feed wall to find ways to lift up the agents of change who are already doing this work. Tell better stories by working with the individuals who have been perfecting this storytelling for years, if not decades, rather than backing into it with individuals who are showing up there because it's a really in vogue place to be.
And so what if you shifted your frame from competition to collaboration? Our best example of this is all the fast food chains beef regularly. And sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it leads to, I guess you could call this innovation. Burger King did an activation where you had to physically visit a McDonald's and you would get a 99-cent offer for a Whopper. So you had to go to a McDonald's, order Burger King, and then go to Burger King. Fun, great, okay. How did we get to a point where Wendy's is telling someone that he needs an orthodontist?
Food for thought. So I'll just say on that note, and I'll leave these up here as kind of the wrap-up slide for everything. You know, one of the conversations we've been having with brands a lot lately is that one of the most dangerous parts of the way the American manhood experiment has been communicated is the idea that men are in competition with one another, that we are constantly comparing ourselves to the external. And so we are trying to shift a lot to say, how do we show men working together? How do we show men uplifting one another? And how do we show you playing the role as sort of the wingman or the support system on this journey, rather than showing how your product helps a man be better than someone else, how it's showing how they're becoming a better member of their community, how they're better uplifting other people, and how they can be a better role model for other men and individuals in their community as well. So really quick summary of some food for thought, some action items here, and thank you all for your attention. Janna, I'll turn it back over to you, or am I putting people on break? Reconvene at 3 o'clock, folks in the room and at home.
Had you come to raise the dead? Had you come?
All right, come on back, everybody. Come back, come take your seats. Okay, so in this next panel, we are talking about leadership. Right? We've been actually talking about leadership all day, right? But in this next panel, we're talking about leadership and the lived experiences of modern, brave male leaders at work and at home. So our moderator, I'm gonna take this out. Our moderator will be Catherine Van Jan, my friend KVJ, the co-founder and CEO of Tough Day, a company pioneering human positive AI to help employees self-manage, build resilience, and thrive in manager-light workplaces. She previously served as Chief Strategy Officer at Salesforce, driving innovation across the enterprise and leading Salesforce Incubator and Futures Lab. KVJ is a fearless advocate for human positive cultures and technology, and her insights have been featured in CNBC, Forbes, Fortune, Wall Street Journal, and Wired. I'm honored to call her a friend and advisor. We have Joshua Dubois, the CEO, strategist, and founder of one of the nation's leading social impact and insights firms. He also leads the Dad Games, woo! The viral social media movement that is the first Olympics for dads. He's a former Obama advisor and best-selling author. He helps brands move culture with purpose, and he lives in Maryland with his wife Michelle and their 3 awesome kids. We have Dirk Dubler, from the founder and CEO of Parental, an employer's all-in-one solution for paid parental leave. Parental provides insurance coverage for paid parental leave, helping companies roll out an equitable and affordable policy to support their employees. We have Jonathan Otto, the SVP of North America at BBC Studios. He's a veteran media executive with 2 decades of experience leading brand storytelling, commercial strategy, and high-growth teams across media marketing and public affairs with brands like Axios, Political, Benson, and American Honda.
All right. KVJ, let's do it.
Hello. Hi, everyone, and thank you, Janna. And actually, the day has been filled with these amazing leaders. I'm feeling very privileged to be here with all of you. And thank you for you and AdWeek and all the sponsors who brought us all together. I think it's been pretty amazing. It's an exciting time to be talking about leadership, and it's a really hard time. Leadership's in crisis. Gallup came out saying 27% of managers only 27% of managers are engaged, which means a lot of people in pain at work. That we've gone back to the 996, or borrowing that from China, working 9 to 9, 6 days a week. People are burnt out. We have unbossing happening, where Gen Z is saying, I don't aspire to be a manager. I don't want a manager. I can self-manage. There's just a lot of pain in the organization. And you're all getting up every day as amazing leaders and as dads. And I want to start off the conversation about what you're learning about leadership from your family. What is it like with your children? And what are you taking to the workplace to lead differently? And I'll just say, maybe we'll start with you, Josh.
What am I learning about leadership from my family? So many things. Maybe I'll start with yelling almost never works. In the long run, probably not in the short run either. When I started our company almost 13 years ago, the stakes seemed so high, and I felt like I needed to focus on accountability and just holding people's feet to the fire and so forth. And it seemed to speak to one part of themselves, but the smallest part of themselves, as opposed to helping them paint a picture of what productivity and thriving and using their skills could really mean for both our organization and for them. And, being a dad, I realized really quickly, my wife and I realized that we would get so much further if we focus not just on like all the things you're not supposed to do, but let me show you what it could mean for you, for our family, for just your own joy and fun and experience if things came together in the right way. And so that more positive perspective on how to motivate people to do something certainly spans from the workplace to home and back. So yeah, that's what comes to mind.
Amazing.
Right before I had my son, a friend of mine that had kids prior to pulled me aside and he was like, "Are you ready to always have eyes on you from now on?" And to say that was the understatement of the century for me, and having a son for the first time is true. You're kind of thrown into, you're automatically a role model, whether you want to or not. Hopefully you take that responsibility full hog. And so actually it's interesting, like in leading teams in many respects, there's a difference between being a manager and being a leader, I think in some respects. And there's no wrong way to look at that. But I have found that you are always going to have eyes on you if you're a leader of a team. If you're a leader of an organization, how you handle crisis, how you motivate the team, how you show up with empathy, how are you individualizing your conversation with each of your direct reports, and ultimately how are you putting your managers of their teams in the best position possible to succeed. And so the expectation is you're creating essentially a cycle of role models in some way. So fast forward now, my son is 6. I have a soon to be 2-year-old daughter, and to say that all eyes are on me as much as they are on him now with her is really, really interesting to see. And he's got the most patience with her as possible. But I think a lot of times there's a lot of stress associated with, you have responsibility for a team in the workplace as much as you have responsibilities at home. But if you kind of flip the script on that and look at it as an opportunity to actually shape those that are around you, then I think that's a really freeing way to experience it differently. So I've always taken that away of you always have eyes on you, but look at it in the positive sense of the impact that you can have.
So I have a 2.5-year-old, so I'll tell you how a toddler has made me a better manager of humans and adults. So
what I've really discovered a lot with having such a young child is like they're going through so much development mentally, right? Like a 2.5-year-old, like is emotionally has no capacity, but it like feels like they're more independent. And so my approach to parenting has now been like, meet them where they are. Like, where are you mentally? Where are you in your development? Because I can't approach you as I would an adult or a 6-year-old because you don't have the mental capacity or capabilities. And so ultimately, it's like I've been applying that logic to like the skill sets of the employees. Like, what are the actual soft skills and capabilities? Because we run a startup, and that's an environment that not everybody is able to do well in when you have very different processes or lack thereof, or you're kind of getting ahead of your skis and sometimes. And so you have to manage the emotional challenges that come with working in a startup, not just like the hard skills. Like we hire good salespeople, they know how to sell, but can they adapt to the environment which they're working in? And so much of dealing with my child is like actually understanding how do you work with this person as an individual and a person rather just as an employee, and like what motivates them, where is their EQ, where are their soft skills, where are their hard skills, and then finding ways to help them adapt and learn the skills they need, but also making sure we're not putting them in situations that they can't handle, or if we are, we're helping them adapt based on their actual capabilities.
It sounds like you're putting a lot of energy into your teams, which is great. And I know like you're all building successful businesses, you're all, wining and dining, building emotionally strong, intellectually strong, and hopefully financially strong relationships with clients. Now trying to do that with your team. And we know that at the same time there's this great flattening and there's fewer resources. I'm just wondering, how are you building those deep relationships with your team when you're time crunched, when you have market demands, when you have so much going on? And if you'd each share a tip for the rest of us for managing all of that, building a deeper relationship with your team.
I think there's an element of being vulnerable with your team, providing that emotional vulnerability, letting them in. I think a lot of male leaders like that stoicism, and that can be really helpful at certain points in time, but we want to build that relationship with respect, having that more personal connection, helping people understand, like, no, I'm actually very stressed about this too, or I'm worried about this too, and this is how we're going to deal with. Like, meeting people like as humans, I think really helps, and having that vulnerability helps build deeper respect than just being totally stoic within the environment. I've tried to find ways to, I'm not an emotional person, but try to find ways to allow that emotion to show in certain conversations, in meetings, especially when people are maybe have their own emotions showing, and not necessarily focus on the stoicism, because I think that helps people like not necessarily feel alone, but they feel recognized and they feel heard.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Would agree with that on vulnerability. We try to just be extremely human with each other as often as we can, even while we're balancing the needs of the work day. We deal with really heavy things on a regular basis. We do a lot of creative and marketing work, but also a lot of crisis response on really tough issues related to race and religion and class and more. And that heaviness needs a break sometimes. And so we do a conversation on our staff call every Wednesday morning that has absolutely nothing to do with work. We'll throw a question out. What's the best concert you've ever been to? What albums are you listening to right now? Like we'll screen share Spotify playlists and give some recommendations and just get to know each other in a different way. So that's one thing. The second thing is we try to really show up for people in their toughest moments, and we can't do this all the time. And it's a workplace, and there's a certain formality to some relationships. But when someone loses a parent or a grandparent, when someone is navigating a crisis in their lives, we try to be very, very human with them. We try to give them the space to process that. If we can help out in some way, then we try to do that as well. And people really, we're not doing it because they remember that, but it helps you deepen the relationship when you show up for people in their toughest times.
So this is week 4 for me at the BBC. So I'm literally living through this right now. I've had to establish deep relationships with my new team. At Axios, I was there 6 years, including when everything shut down through the pandemic. We were already, as a startup organization, doing something for the first time every single day, trying to establish and create culture that overnight pivoted to fully virtual. to a point where, it was a year or 2 years in where a number of people across the team who worked together 40, 50, 60 hours a day hadn't actually met in person yet. Like there was a real expectation of how do you create the glue and culture that's going to keep a team motivated, intellectually curious, know that there's space to also be obviously human as folks were going through so many different experiences through that time. And so, I think there's like a practicality element to it as well that I've applied. I brought to the team at the BBC. So we have a thing called user guides. So it's like a fun page and a half type of a thing, maybe 4 or 5 different questions that are all templatized on what are the ways of which you like to work with others and how do you like to receive communication, things like that. So at a minimum, everyone has their own user guide. It's fun to revisit over years as well. And then, it's visible to everyone else on the team. The other thing is Gallup Strength Finder, if anybody's ever taken that before. The last 2 organizations I was at, we were really steeped and trained in what that meant and the communication style professionally. So that also helped with a little bit of a level playing field. But my number one strength has always been in individualization. And I've really taken that to heart on how I work differently with many different folks within the organization. Ultimately, how do you establish really deep relationships internally, as well as how you show that level of vulnerability with clients externally too. And then one last thing I'll just share that has started to help me a little bit more with managing folks is there's a help heard or handled model. So if there's your direct report or somebody's coming to you with something, kind of put it in the context of, does this person really need help with this issue? Do they just want to be heard, but they know they can handle it themselves? Or do they really need to be handled? And that's where it's escalated. And so it's not an exact science, but it's fun to apply, as you're taking on so many different things that are incoming, so you're useful to your team. Hasn't quite worked on the home front with the toddler.
Not yet.
If my 2-year-old is melting down in Trader Joe's, I'm like, it's not a help her to handle the moment. Like, we're going to get you the peach that you want.
That in real time. You want to be help her to
but professionally, for sure, I've seen success with it.
It sounds like what you're all describing is this new idea of management as caring, or managing as truly caring, and the way that you do care for your family. And I wonder if you can talk about the sort of brave new world, moving from kind of command and control style of leadership to this notion of caring and empowering and getting your team to do what's right. And maybe they're not, maybe they coexist. But could you talk about the overarching model of leadership that you see that you're stewarding? And we'll start with you, Dirk.
Yeah, so a big thing I'm trying to do is not necessarily solve problems for employees. If they bring something to me, I try to say, hey, what would you do? Like, what do you think we should be doing? And get them to provide the answer and provide advice on that. Obviously, if it's like a technical question, they don't know, like guidance or maybe where they can find it so they can be more self-sufficient. But my goal is always to get people to be autonomous, people to make their decisions, and then ask the deeper probing questions, and even ensuring, like, when we're having conversations, checking in, like, how are you doing? Okay, how are you feeling about stuff? Especially because things can be overwhelming. So ensuring that we're maintaining, like, the emotional component there and assisting people with things, especially if they're new to startup environment where, like, they can be very overwhelmed, and then walking them through, like, how to address things, and then continuing to get their guidance on what they think they could be doing. So I'm very big on trying to make sure people can get to that point, because a lot of people who don't have startup experience don't have that level of autonomy. They're not necessarily used to it, especially in certain functions where things are given to them and they kind of go and do their job and they're not thinking through, they're analyzing, and that's a big lift for a lot of people. So for us, we pay very close attention to making sure we're cultivating the harder skills and softer skills simultaneously by putting the onus on people to, like, really kind of think through what they need and what they're doing and make sure they're getting the advice that they need.
I think it's like this joke. If I was going out with a sales rep on my team, we were going to meet with a client, or we were doing a call with a client, whether I knew the client or not. If we're doing the introductions around the horn, and I would we'd do like the titles or whatever, and I would say, oh, but no, I'm really just here to carry so and so's bags, like the person on my team. And it was just like a moment of levity to loosen up the loftiness of the titles, and also really provide some confidence for the person that's in the room with me, who maybe they haven't done a meeting with me before, or this is a new client, or they don't fully feel comfortable, whatever it might be. So like create the space for being themselves a little bit more, and clear the room, I think is a big piece of the leadership and culture style. I think the other part of it is, and especially in the media space, like there's just a lot of intensity right now with trying to navigate that with brands and with clients that are trying themselves to navigate the situation. I said on the business side of the organization at the BBC and previous ones, and so editorially there's certainly a lot of challenges with that, and so that can also put the folks that are on the team in a bit of a pressure cooker, or fear of making mistakes in some way. So again, like really ensuring that, yes, if a mistake happens, we're going to address it, but it's not a critical issue or a systemic issue with that person necessarily, right? Like, how do we solve for it going forward is where I'll always take the position of, and like the way that it's been described is like, how do you take servant leadership style, right? It's like there's two ways of. There's a leader who kind of loves to give the speech from the balcony and looking down onto the orchestra over the team, and there's those that like to address the team from within and kind of on the floor with them together. And so that's always been a mentality that I've had based off of learnings that I've taken away from leaders that I've experienced previously. That's the type of leader I've always just gravitated to, and I've seen more success with it as a team member, and and how do you apply that success as as a leader of a team?
Yeah, it took me a long time to embrace the notion of the workplace and our community at work as a family. I used to, in fact, be very, very clear, like we can be compassionate with one another, we can be empathetic, but this is not your family. And I thought I needed to do that because of the need for accountability sometimes. Sometimes, folks have to go on a PIP. Sometimes you have to let people go. And it was actually our employees that gave me a more nuanced picture of that over time in lots of different ways. I mentioned loss, and so there have been a few times where there was an employee who lost his sister suddenly, and we all sort of rallied around him. There are even things that are not as severe. There was an employee who separated with her longtime partner, and it was a really tough moment. And again, she was able to lean into this community at work in a way that was very important for her at that time. We've navigated geopolitical crises together that really impacted people personally, from Israel and Gaza to here at home, and folks leaned on the space that we try to create on a morning call where folks can bring any issue to the table, and other spaces. And a few of them pulled me to the side and say, I know you say this is not a family, but it feels like a family to me, and I want you to be okay with that, Joshua. And so I've had to embrace that the workplace can be different things at different times, and it's okay for it to feel like a family at times.
So it can feel like a family and you can enjoy each other, but there's also a really important point where the employees have to actually feel connected to the work, to the purpose, to themselves. And I wonder, and I'm going to toss this one to you, John, how are men in particular able to create that connection with work and sense of purpose and authenticity in your organization? What have you been learning in this time?
Well, I don't know if you've seen, Ford just rolled out a new brand campaign. It's called Ready, Set, Forward. They're running a number of commercial spots. And there's one of the lines in one of the spots I saw over the weekend is a line that the former boss used to say, which I always love. And it's, there are people that say they can do it and people say that they can't do it. And the reality is that they're both right. And it's just such a simple way to look at it when, when you're working with people too. how are they motivated for the right reasons or not, and what's exciting them about their job. I'm big on in the role itself. Do you have the level of intellectual curiosity, to essentially meet the demand of the client that's on the other side of the table with you that might have former advisory role in the administration or member of Congress or whatever it might be, a board of directors member and someone in the C-suite. And so being able to have that perspective is really important. I think in terms of the purpose and authenticity piece of it in work, I mean, if we're all going to hustle and really grind out what you're going to do this many hours a day, you got to love what you're going to do. If not, it's just going to show that you don't. And if you don't love what you're doing, then there shouldn't be an expectation that you're going to be able to advance in your career in that job. So go and try something that or find something that you are more passionate about. And I think with right now, the media landscape has splintered and fragmented in so many different directions, not just in terms of the type of editorial, but also the formats themselves, the platforms as well. So in some respects, you can really just curate your own individualized media diet, and there's certainly benefit to that, to opening up some level of connection and learning new things. The downside of it is it creates a harder opportunity to have a conversation with somebody that's not in the same exact shard of glass that that's consuming the same type of content, and that's playing out in real time. My old boss and the co-founder of Axios, Jim Vandehei, talks a lot about this shards of glass mentality that's happening in the media space. So I think as a manager too and a leader, when you're talking with teams, it's that much more important to understand and to approach it with individualization and understand what are what's the background this person has that essentially has got them to the place that they are. What are their aspirations? What are their goals? How can you help facilitate that within the construct of the organization that you're working in? And also, have a tough conversation with somebody who's not motivated and is burned out to say, look, it's probably time you got to find something else. Let's help you. Let's put you on a path to another place. But you got to at minimum raise your hand and show a willingness to want to be able to do that.
To pivot a little bit, Dirk, I'm going to come to you. Now, when we're talking about creating that environment where you can even have those conversations, it starts with really, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, really feeling safe, secure, being taken care of. You've got a platform to give parental leave. To share a story from Salesforce a few years ago, we had parental leave. Men didn't take it, women did. But women were in a situation where they kind of had to, more or less, and we made it mandatory that all men had to take parental leave to level the playing field. Thank you, yes. And it really worked. And by the way, men love it, and I think that's what you see in your data too, right? 100% of men that are offered parental leave through your platform take it. What are you learning from them? What are you hearing about those workplaces and how they've changed since getting Parento?
Yeah, so I'd say, everybody who has it will take it. Not everybody will take a lot of time. Over 80% of dads that take leave on our program will take more than 3 weeks, which is better than the national average, which is around 5% of people take more than 2 weeks. So we definitely see when you offer it, dads want to take it and they want to be involved, but we still very much see kind of a conflicted attitude about taking leave. We had a father who wasn't sure he wanted to take leave before his kid arrived, and then he did. He took his full 4 weeks, and then he actually ended up dying of stomach cancer. And so for us, we try to leverage that, you live in that moment, spend that time with your child, because you don't know what's going to happen. And for the vast majority of people, work is quickly not that fulfilling. Do you really want to miss the most formative time with your children and your partner at home so that you can get some report out sooner that you're not going to remember in 20 years. So we offer a layer of support and coaching with emotional support, parenting advice to parents on top of the parental leave. And so we try to engage the parents through direct conversations and really help them prioritize what they want in life, especially for the new parents. What kind of parent do you want to be? What kind of partner do you want to be? What kind of employee do you want to be? And really help them take a good hard look at themselves. And it can be hard for a lot of people who are really career oriented to take that moment, but we think it's really helpful for them to understand the broader consequences in the house, on their partner, and on the child when they take that leave versus not. And we see it makes a big difference. So we are seeing a lot of people taking more time than we did about 3 or 4 years ago. So we're seeing a cultural shift, but overall there still has to be a major cultural shift across the country to get dads to even get the parental leave and then get them to actually take a majority of the time.
I wonder if you see some correlation with management, with leadership, with the success of organizations where parental leave is normalized and men are taking it. Are they more successful as business?
I don't know if the businesses themselves are necessarily more successful, but when we have these interactions with the parents, we definitely see a paradigm shift when they're actually talking to one of our coaches, because they will tell us about their approach to actual management and then the home and how they're taking lessons that they've learned from our parent coaches and applied them to work to be better managers. And we see the same thing for moms too, where we're helping them through, or they're better parents, and so they're able to apply that to work. And we definitely see them become major advocates, the dads specifically, become major advocates of taking that parental leave and encouraging other people to take that leave and use it, and then even use our additional resources. We actually see about 40% of people who talk to our coaches are men. So people will be like, oh, it's like 90% women. It's like most of them are men. And then about half of the people having kids are actually doing the coaching with their partner at home too. So it's really more like 50% of the time, 60% of the time, a dad is involved in that parent coaching. And we're seeing them report like life lessons, like we've discussed here, applying that to work, and then becoming advocates for maintaining that policy and a resource at the company.
Just to double click on that, this is very anecdotal, Dirk, you're the expert, but from what we've seen, parental leave for men absolutely accelerates productivity. A colleague, one of our SVPs, Kelsey, is on his second round of parental leave now, but the first time, after 2 days, he was responding to emails and like jumping back in. I'm like, dude, you are never going to get this snuggle time back. Like this is, you have to soak this in right now. So he went off, took the leave, came back and went hard. I mean, he was just a different person. And I think a part of that was because, we acknowledged him and his role as a parent in such a significant way. And so when he came back into the workplace, he wanted to double down on everything that he was up to. And so just, very anecdotal, but it seems to accelerate productivity.
And I would just add to that too, the last thing, the ability to potentially split up your paternity leave so that you don't have to take it all up front is a great option. I'm not sure if all employers are offering that, like the last two that I've been at have, but I didn't do that for my son. I did that for my daughter, who split it, and it was just such a great way to also, like, the first couple of weeks, right? You don't know it from down, but come back to work and then take more time when my daughter was around 6 months old. Like it was a wholly different dynamic at home to be able to support that. My wife had 6 months of maternity leave, so I kind of timed it essentially for her last month before she went back to work, that we were able to, really like fully decompress and pull ourselves out from work and enjoy that time together as a family.
Amazing. Joshua, you're advising a lot of male leaders through crisis, maybe the other end of the spectrum. Not a joyful baby, but difficult times. And I wonder if you can talk about the role of faith and faith communities in your work and what leaders can take with them.
Sure. I mean, faith is a part of who many people are, certainly for me and maybe others in the room as well. And we encourage people to be who they are and the fullness of who they are and bring that into the workplace. Now, of course, there are boundaries and parameters around that, but we see leaders be much more effective, much more productive when they don't feel like they have to hide parts of themselves. And by the way, sometimes those parts of themselves that they feel like they have to keep back are the things that really draw people to them, and that they can become your superpower when you acknowledge that in a public way. And it certainly has, for me, with employees from diverse backgrounds, from those who don't necessarily share my own belief system, but the fact that I can be unashamed about the fact that I do have a belief system, they can acknowledge theirs as well and feel very comfortable in our workplace.
And bridging multiple different faiths in that, are you any tips for how you can lead those conversations or integrate it into your work?
just finding our common humanity, finding the common ways that we find and share joy, the common ways that our hearts are broken. These are threads that cut across lots of different types of people, and frequently when you're bothered by something, when you're disturbed by something, someone who doesn't believe the same as you do is bothered or disturbed or joyful about some of the very same things. And so putting that all on the table and finding our common humanity.
Yeah, I want to thank you all. I think, like, for me, the big takeaway is fatherhood is truly leadership. And it sounds like your lives as fathers are really making an impact in the workplace. And that managing is caring. And it's got to be okay for us to care for our people and treat them like family. So thank you so much. And
thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, before our last panel of the day, I want to bring up Johnny and Jonathan. Where are the J's? Johnny Cole, Jonathan Jacobs, wherever you are, please come to the stage. So some of you in this room might have attended Bowie's Club, B-O-U-Y-S, Bowie's Club, which is a group that has come together around the shared vision of the necessity of uplifting the well-being of boys and men. But the buoy itself is clearly a metaphor, both a buoy in the ocean that can save your life and communicate with you non-verbally, but also the buoyancy and the uplifting nature of a buoy. And Johnny and Jonathan have been early buoys, an embodiment of that. And so they're going to do a little thing for us now called How to Be a Buoy, because we need to hype and empower and gas up your fellow brothers in this work. And I have to say, as women, it's very natural to us, right? I'll be in a conference and I'm like, you got to meet this person and you got to meet that person, and oh, you're gonna crush this, it's gonna be great. And men and boys don't do that for each other in the same way. And that's something that we really, really, really need to make happen. So I'm going to give the mic to Johnny. As we're waiting for Jonathan too, you're going to lead us through a little bit of an afternoon uplift.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Thank you so much, Janna. There we go. Step over. Cool. Wonderful. All right. Here we are. Cool. I'm going to invite everybody to take a stand and stand up. I know it's 3:30, been chatting and listening, and our attention is on what's next. But we've got a little bit longer to go of wonderful programming. So now that we're all up, I'm going to invite everybody to take a big deep breath in through the nose. Feel your chest fill up and your lungs expand, and sigh it out of your mouth. We're going to do that 2 more times. This time as we deeply inhale through the nose, biggest breath you've taken all day. Bring your hands up. And sigh it out. Let the hands fall. And one final breath. This breath is for everyone that's forgot to breathe because they're too busy yapping like myself. So big deep breath in through the nose. Hands up. And let them fall. Cool. And go ahead and shake just real quick. Nice. We can take care of our bodies and regulate our nervous systems and bring our attention back in. Notice if there's any discomfort in a certain particular area of your body and just say, hey, what's up? Hey, discomfort. Hey, my back's a little stiff. Or hey, shoulders, or my neck. I don't know. Thank you so much. All right. If you'd like to, you can take a seat, and then Jonathan and I are going to do our little shindig. So as Janna said, it's very important for men and boys to get with the program as far as forming loving relationships, friendships, deep connections, to uplift one another. Because if we don't do that, the status quo will literally force us to perish, because men and boys are taking our own lives, harming other people at quite shocking and staggering levels because we lack deep connection in our lives. So Jonathan and I want to talk to you about friendship.
And I want to start by talking about one of my best friends, this man right here. Earlier today, we were talking about how men have a tendency not to ask follow-up questions. You know, they'll come home and say, hey, my buddy's getting divorced. And your partner will go, oh my gosh, how are they feeling about it? And I don't know, we went back to watching the game. Well, I recently came back from a vacation and I told Johnny, oh, great trip. You know, we looked at rings. I made jokes that if we buy it here, I can save money because it's tax-free, blah, blah, blah. Oh, tell me, what are you working on right now? Next thing. And Johnny said, whoa, stop. I had no idea your relationship was this serious. How are you feeling about taking this step? What did you guys talk about? What would that look like? Have you talked about what a long-term partnership means and difference in how your relationship will change? These are not the conversations I experience with other men in my life. This is the conversations that having a buoy in your life changes for you. And I want to talk from your perspective, where do you learn those things?
Man, I learned that from several amazing men in my life, such as Ashanti Branch of the Ever Forward Club, such as Boysen Hodgson right there, such as Matthew Eckelman that I met through Bowie's Club, an incredibly intuitive and wonderful, kind man. Like, there are men all around us and in this room who have invested in me and poured into me in the way that you just described, and men such as yourself. But I think it also came from this innate desire to connect with others in a way that I didn't see as standardized growing up. But in that particular conversation, it was a beautiful example to say, I mean, the joke that you made is like, hey, it's been a couple of years, time to shit or get off the pot, ha 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 ha. And that could have been it. And I think most guys would have just been like, oh, cool, yeah, you're right, man, nice, good luck with the ring. But I wanted to check in and be like, yo, dude, like, first of all, is that how you really feel about getting engaged, possibly, right? Is shit or get off the pot? And also, let's talk. So, this is our CTA for the men in this room. Reflect on what are some of the last reserves of, maybe it's homophobia, that prevent you from being loving and kind and close with your friends, right? Like, what is it that makes you feel uncomfortable about being seen doing that in public? And maybe explore the discomfort, step into some vulnerability, because if we do not demonstrate loving, affectionate, close friendships, if we're not proud to say, like, I love you, Jonathan, you're a wonderful friend, I'm so grateful for your friendship, we're going to continue to see men and boys harm ourselves and others at staggering rates. And we don't want that world. So, yeah, be a buoy.
Yeah, be a buoy.
All right, everyone please work their way back into here. And you know what? If everyone's willing to scooch up to the front, don't be shy. Let's scooch up to the front. This last panel is about joining and participating. And so the best way to join and participate is to show up. I love you too. Oh wait, where's, we lost the clicker. Who has the clicker? Jonathan, Johnny, who has my clicker? Okay, do you have the clicker? Can you find the clicker? Okay, we'll find the clicker. Oh, Carson has the clicker. Thank you, man. Okay. So, in this next and final panel of the day, we are diving into how and why men choose to show up and make a difference in their various spheres of influence. What's in it for men to care, right? To give a shit. What's in it for men to care? And how can we inspire positive action through culture and storytelling? Really honored to have assembled this panel. Our moderator is Ross Morales Roquetto. You can come out as I'm calling you in. Ross Morales Roquetto, co-founder of Run for Something, who has been named to the Time 100 Next list and is widely, thank you, widely recognized for shaping American politics by building civic infrastructure. We very much need that right now. He serves on the board of New Media Ventures and is currently building projects designed to support healing and resilience for men at scale. Right? This day has been all about how do we scale this work with a goal of reaching 100 million men across the US. We can do this. I know we can. All right, calling in the other guys on our panel, Jimmy Briggs has 3 decades of experience as a journalist and advocate. He's the co-founder and executive director emeritus of the Man Up campaign, which started in 2010, a global initiative to activate youth to stop violence against women and girls. Jimmy's a contributor to Vanity Fair and among scores of other publications, and he's completing a book on 21st century masculinity. Side note, I think at our next Marketing to Men Summit, we're gonna have like a Bowie's book club, a library in the corner where you can grab all of the incredible books that these men have written and are in the process of writing. All right, we have Rafael Espinal, the executive director of Freelancers Union, where he leads national advocacy for the independent workforce. A lifelong New Yorker, he started his career in public service, elected to the New York State Assembly, and later serving the New York City Council. Thank you. And we have Adam Vassallo, the Chief Marketing Officer for Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. He has more than 20 years of experience in marketing, brand strategy, and partnership development, and he leads the 120-year-old youth mentoring organization, Strategy and Positioning, Digital Experiences, Campaigns and Performance Marketing, Content, and Insights. So let's get to it, guys.
It's on. All right. I recognize that we are the last panel between you all and happy hour. So I promise we're going to do our best to make this as interesting as possible. First, I want to just say thank you to Janna and her team for organizing this. And if folks can just give a round of applause to everyone who's been a part of organizing this. It's been a great day. And we're just going to jump right in. We've heard a lot of really awesome things today. One of the things that we've heard as we've talked about the epidemic of loneliness when it comes to men, and honestly not just men, is that there's also a disconnection from purpose. And that's, people are feeling a sense that they're not connected to something larger than themselves. And as human beings in the world, that's something that everybody needs. And so, one of the things, and that's actually part of why we're seeing Gen Z is the first generation in a couple to have seen increased church attendance. And it's not necessarily because they're more religious than previous generations. It's actually because they're looking for something bigger than themselves to feel like they're a part of. There are other sort of traditional ways that that's manifested across our culture over time, whether it's the military. One of the things that I would love to ask everyone on this panel is other than sort of those more traditional places like the military, church, fatherhood, what are ways that y'all are seeing that tie men and boys to that sense of purpose? And where do you see opportunities around that? And we'll start with Jimmy because he's not new to this. He's true to this.
Thank you, Ross. Again, thank you, Janna, for organizing this and having us on the panel today, especially with these amazing gentlemen to my right. I think, Ross, from my experience with my journalist hat on and having been a co-founder of Man Up campaign, it's been said before, but really reaching people where they are, making connections where they are. I'm a New York transplant. I have a transplant from New York, recently to Baltimore, Maryland, and the work I do there, engaging with men and boys, is actually much more informal, much more authentic, I would say, much more proximate. It's not in church, it's not in schools or after-school programs, it's not in terms of sports. It's actually on the corner, on the playground, on the basketball courts, at the bars, hanging out with guys. Baltimore, like many cities in this country, is afflicted because of the overdose crisis. And so, I see going through my neighborhood and those surrounding it, I see a lot of men, primarily Black men and Latino men, who are lost, who have been victimized by the war on drugs, not the overdose crisis, but the war on drugs specifically, which targeted them as Black and Latino men. And so, I often, encourage them and myself to just have authentic conversations about what they're experiencing, how they see themselves as men in this world that has largely disenfranchised them because they're not cis straight white men. And I say that specifically because I think, if I may just add this frame, I think, I've been listening throughout the day, we have to be able to name the systems that we're operating under right now. We're operating right now in a place on this date of amplified white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism. And we see that because, and I sit next to 3 Latino men. The Supreme Court has told us that based on your skin tone and your accent, they can profile you. And so that's another additional lever, additional trauma point or pressure point that Latino men and all men of color face. We have to acknowledge intersectionality of these conversations and also the systems that we're operating in to heal all men, not just certain men, whether you're queer, Asian American, indigenous, whatever, all men have to be healed together.
That's extremely hard to follow. But I want to piggyback some of the things that you mentioned, right? And what I'm seeing personally is a lot of young men in their 20s finding a greater purpose in reconnecting with themselves, right? And by reconnecting with themselves, they're building strength and being able to reconnect with others. So I'm seeing a lot of young men investing on ways to eat healthier, spend more time in wellness spaces, getting together and doing cold plunges at the beach or at the local spa and sauna. And it's beautiful that this shift is happening. And I think that we have to do everything we can to continue encouraging people to view, not to look for the exterior to see how they can get more involved in a larger picture, but how can they look into the interior and deal with their own emotional and psyche and see how big and vast that is and how much change you can actually have by addressing those needs.
It's doubly hard to follow both of you. So it just gets better. I would say Big Brothers Big Sisters, we were founded in 1904 right here in New York City. I feel like whenever I'm in New York City, I have to say that. 120 years ago, the mission was founded in the early 1900s in response to the boy crisis. As young boys were trying to navigate this new industrial revolution, as they were trying to figure out ways as immigrant children to fit into society, as they were trying to navigate a world where maybe their parents weren't at home. And fast forward to today, 120 years later, and the mission is still just as important, and it's still a solution for society. And so a couple years ago, we launched a campaign called It Takes Little to Be Big, and it was based strictly on insights of what is going to attract men to our mission. Across the country, we had 30,000 kids currently waiting to be matched with a mentor. The majority of those kids waiting to be matched were boys. And as we looked at how do we close this gap, we said, well, let's talk to the potential volunteers. Let's talk to all of the alumni that we have as a part of our mission. And what we found out was that there were two barriers to entry for the potential volunteers in our mission. One was time, which we all hear, right? And every marketer hears that, the reason we're not engaging with your brand is because we're busy, we're time, or something. But the second barrier was the one that we really zeroed in on, which was that there was a burden to the word mentorship. And we've heard mentorship all day today, so I just wanted to share this with the group. And the burden of mentorship was that men were telling us they didn't feel like they had what it takes to be a mentor, that they didn't have superpowers, that they didn't have enough high school or college degrees to compete or to bring something to a young person. And what we know from years of work is that the most important things that a young person needs in a mentor is being present and being persistent. That's it, right? So you're life qualified as a caring, positive adult male. So it wasn't about, when we launched the campaign, It Takes a Little Bit Big, it wasn't about, hey, let's get the right targeting and let's get the right message. I mean, we did those things. We showed bigs and littles playing football or watching a game together or playing a piano together. Just everyday activities that have a lifelong impact on the life of a child. But I think what was most important to us was finding a way for us to invite men in and making them feel important and worthy and showing that they were, they brought incredible value to the mission. And so we did things like, we asked men, hey, how do you want to be engaged with? And what we heard was, hey, this is a mission that's focused on one-to-one mentorship. I'm not comfortable being with a child. I've never been around a child before. How do I do this? And what we found was, okay, maybe we need to innovate. Maybe we need to find a group mentoring program where you can do this together as a group with your friends. We found programs that were focused on sports. How do we do this around sports? And so I think those were the most important things. We took it all the way down to stop calling it volunteer recruitment. Like volunteer recruitment, it's like, we need you. what we really need to do is just create a place where they felt welcome. And so the first questions you're asked when you walk into a local Big Brothers Big Sisters office is no longer, hey, could you take a drug test? Hey, could you pass a background check? Those were things that no longer needed to be asked because we knew that deep down, none of those backgrounds mattered. What was most important was, can you be a caring, positive adult for a young person? So I'd say that those are really important.
That's beautiful. As there's been an assault on DEI, a lot of organizations and brands are afraid of being seen as too political if they align themselves with like DEI programs, and you know, like that goes for all sorts of brands, big and small, the government, research institutions that are afraid of having their grant funding cut. I would love to hear from you all about how you would recommend for these organizations and these institutions to help try to navigate that in the environment that we're in, especially given a lot of the needs that we know that boys and men have right now. And we'll go back the other way. So we'll start with
me. Okay, back to me. I'll be quick because I feel like for a youth serving a youth empowerment organization, kids are, it's not a debate for young people. There's enough room under the tent to support young people. I think we can all agree young people should be empowered. Our mission believes every young person should have a caring, positive adult mentor. You know, as a mission, our focus is to rely on just to lean in on our values. We create access through the power of mentorship. So access, belonging, fostering a sense of belonging, having a caring adult who's somebody outside of your family unit, investing the time and the interest in you is something that fosters that sense of belonging. And then opportunity. Our fastest growing demographic of young people served is age 18 through 25. And people are like, what? Like Big Brothers, Big Sisters, that's like kindergarten through high school. No, like it was something we started testing before the pandemic was, hey, what happens for when young people graduate high school? We've all been high school graduates, or we've all been 18 and 19. And those are the years when we most needed mentors. And so we created a program called Big Futures, which serves young people through age 25. And so for us, that opportunity means making sure they're prepared for life after high school, whether that be entering the workforce, or attending college, becoming an entrepreneur, enlisting in the military. But these are the things that we want to prepare young people for, and opportunity is a key value that, again, is one that we hope is not debatable.
I represent the Freelancers Union, and we are a nonprofit organization that's focused on helping build the self-employed, the freelancer, the solopreneur, those who are out there trying to make it on their own, right? And in this country, there are over 60 million people who are chasing the dream of starting their own business. And one thing we try to educate them on is that you have to be your true, authentic self in order to capture an audience that is going to invest in what you have to offer, right? And, you know, unfortunately, in today's society, I think we all can agree, there has been a glorification of cancel culture, glorification of cringe culture. And these cultures are creating an environment where people are afraid to be their true, authentic themselves, right? They're afraid to come out with their beliefs. You know, maybe sometimes some people should keep their beliefs at home, but people are afraid to take the necessary steps, which I find I like to call courage, in order to be successful. But if you look at brands and companies that stick to their values, like Patagonia, for example, right? Patagonia is a company that invests their profits back into the environment, and the owner of that company has not been shy, or has shied away from talking about what's important to him as an individual and his company. And if you walk down Wall Street, you see every single Wall Street broker and person wearing a Patagonia jacket while they're investing against the environment. So if you stay true to who you are, people will buy into what you have to sell them, and I think authenticity is where it's at.
First of all, I forgot to tell you, thank you so much, because when I was living in New York as a freelance journalist, I was in the Freelancers Union, so I'm grateful for the Freelancers Union. I appreciate the work. You know, Ross, just to amplify what's been said at this point, I really believe that we were talking about this briefly before our panel conversation. Unfortunately, we're in a place right now, and we all understand it, the stakes. We all have families, livelihoods, homes, families to take care of. But as we were noting before the panel, appeasement does not breed success. And I think capitulating to forces that seek to misinterpret DEI, which seek to spread misinformation about what DEI was meant to do, about cultural diversity is dangerous. We have to be able to celebrate our respective cultural histories, our historical memories, and I think as Joshua was noting before, finding that common ground, that common humanity. We can be proud Black Americans, proud immigrants, proud Latinos, proud Asian Americans, proud queer people, queer Americans, and still find that what connects us to our neighbor, our coworker, the parent at our children's school. And I think it's fundamental because, again, just authenticity, as it's been echoed so far, by not naming the thing that afflicts men and women, because to me, talking about men and boys, you can't, sever the conversation from women. This is really a gender conversation, as much as a conversation focused on men and boys. And I think we have to be able to recognize that we're in a society that actually has a detrimental impact, a positive impact on certain men over versus other men. And I think, being able to do that allows us to have, as Raphael noted, authentic, proximate conversations. Originally, I'm from Missouri. My mother taught in Ferguson. And I remember after Michael Brown Jr.'s murder, Trayvon Martin's mother spoke to, the protesters in Ferguson, and she said, if they can't hear us, we have to make them feel us. And so by that I mean, I want to be able to be a proud Black man in this country, talk about intergenerational trauma, going back to slavery to this point, as a Black man in this country, talk about the systemic barriers to being a man of color in this country, and find the common ground with my white brother. I can do that. It's possible. As a journalist, I know it's possible to bridge that divide. And so I think, DEI, it's become an anathema to even say that word out loud in certain spaces, especially if you're seeking funding or, if you're on social media. Fine, we can call it something else. I mean, in a way, as a writer, I'm going to say this, I don't think the phrase matters, actually. I think the authenticity matters, how we show up, how we name our traumas, respectively, how we name what afflicts all of us collectively is what's important.
Thank you for that. All of you are coming at these issues from a variety of different perspectives. So I would love to hear a little bit more about how in each of y'all's work, you're currently trying to help both young men, boys, and men get connected to some sort of sense of purpose and therefore finding community and also trying to make the world a better place. Why don't we start with Raphael?
Yeah. So it's in our name, right? We're called Freelancers Union, and the idea is bringing in folks who took the courageous step of working for themselves together into collective to ensure that they're not out there operating in silos, opening themselves up to potential exploitation by their clients or companies or employers that they're working with. And we take that to heart, right? It is part of our mission to ensure that we are building a collective voice within a community that historically has gone unheard or underrepresented by our current, historically by government. So we, for example, have created a free co-working space here in New York City. And in that co-working space, we rent out free desks and we create a culture of collaboration, right? And in that in that collaboration, we hope that men are able to come together, share ideas, and learn that even though you're out there trying to build a business on your own, you're only as successful as your network, right? You're only as successful as the connections you're making, right? So behind every successful freelancer, there is a sea of people who have supported them along the way, providing them opportunities to their next job, providing them with ideas, connections. So we do what we can with our space and our resources to support that idea of collaboration between workers.
Okay. I think in terms of our current work, a big focus for Big Brothers Big Sisters right now is last week we released a study done in partnership with the Harris Poll. And it focused on Gen Z, 18, 25-year-old young people across the country. And one of the things that we created the study. It was called Career Confidence in Crisis. And what we found was among Gen Z, 74% said they don't have access to a mentor to help them navigate these formidable years ahead after graduating from high school. Of those, only 41% said they had confidence moving forward. And what it tells us is that there's an entire future workforce for America that needs confidence in these steps ahead. And we know how critical it is to enter these years, whatever those decisions are after high school, where you feel confident and you feel like you're going to establish a foundation for yourself. So our mission, we know that we help young people do better in the classroom. We help young people create better relationships and foster better relationships with family and colleagues. And so I think that's one of our biggest focus right now is this area of young people 18 to 25, and really focusing as early as middle school and preparing them for these years ahead.
I think Ross, for me personally, it's really been two loves of my life. One is teaching, going to the classroom and just showing up, modeling a certain type of manhood, a certain type of humanity for the students who I engage. I think the other thing is writing. I'm a writer, so writers got to write, and I feel like, especially in this moment, being able to build proximity and connection to young men and boys, helping them tell their stories, being a messenger for what they're experiencing, not on social media, but through print and through other platforms. You're really building that connection, and I think, I've been thinking about this a lot, not to get too political, but I think right now, this is a political conversation in this country. I've been thinking a lot of, especially in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, and understanding his connection to young men, particularly young white men, and why that's the case. And I feel like we have to, and I think I'm so grateful for Big Brothers and Big Sisters, because you all have mastered this, through your mentorship program. There's a reason why it's over a century old. It works, and I think whatever our pathways are, whatever our gifts are, whatever spaces we're operating in as men, we have to use those spaces, to actually interact one-to-one, one-to-two, one-to-three with as many young people as we can, because I think that's what's been missing for so long, and why people are susceptible to the so-called manosphere, that lack of humanity, human connection. Sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's awkward, but you have to build it.
When campaigns and nonprofits spend millions of dollars trying to convince men and young men to give a shit about a thing, whether it's voting for a candidate, whether it's a cause, whether it's something else, what have you guys found helps get people connected to caring, and what have you found that doesn't work around that as well? And we'll start with, we'll go back to you, Jimmy.
I would just say authenticity. Just authenticity. I think, young people, particularly today, are so savvy. They understand who's not real, who's not speaking truth, who's not speaking facts. I think, authentic messaging, authentic personality, not being something you're not. And then I just go back to proximity, being in community with people, finding people where they are. And I think also the messaging is critical too. 15 years ago, when my cohort, my collaborators and I started Man Up Campaign, we wanted to focus on the tools of connection that young people at that time, it wasn't so much social media or tech, but the tools the cultural tools that young people were using to build community with each other, through sports, through arts, through music, through other modes. And I don't think that blueprint's changed. We have to be willing to, and this is not my space, but I'm willing to enter the space to understand. We have to be able to engage in conversation and go into the gaming platforms. We can vilify gaming all we want, but that's where young people are. So, by distancing ourselves from those places where they are, we're not going to build a connection. And the same thing, frankly speaking, with the so-called manosphere. I don't agree with the prescriptions for what's ailing young men and boys, particularly in the West, being prescribed by people like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson or Theo Von and others. But I think there's some truth to their diagnoses. Some of the things they say are actually accurate, and we have to acknowledge that. But I think we have to understand why their prescription is resonating with the population of young people and offer alternative prescriptions. But we have to be in the spaces where they are, otherwise we're just talking to ourselves. We're just talking to people watching this, or we're disconnected from the people we're talking about. We have to go where they are and actually get in where they are to engage in conversation and engage authentically, not pretend to be, a Gen X, a Gen Z, or millennial, but actually go in as we are and engage with the tools that they're using to talk to each other.
He said so many great things. I'm not sure. But I guess just to add to the idea or sentiment. There's a, and I said this earlier, I think there's a greater fear that has been instilled in men in the past, 10, 20 years, especially with the rise of social media, of embarrassment, right? And because of that fear of embarrassment, as I said earlier, people are afraid to speak up, people are afraid to take risks, and what that is doing is driving young men to burrow themselves in holes that in which they find themselves in solitude with themselves, and creating a space where these negative ideas and thoughts that are where the world is working against them, instead of them seeing the opportunity they can take to make the world work for them. It's perpetuating what we're seeing, and we as a society as a whole, through our organizations, through this group, have to tell people that it's okay to be embarrassed. Through embarrassed, you're going to find growth. Through growth, you're going to find success, whether it be building connections with your neighbors, whether it's bridging the divides that we're seeing play out in national media. The only way we're going to get through this divisiveness is that if we are able to tell each other what we were told when we were kids: sticks and stones may break your bones, but your words will never harm me, right? So we have to get back to that, right? We have to get back to being okay, to expressing how we're feeling and our ideas, and making it okay to see young men do the same.
It's hard, again, to follow both of you, but what I'll add is, Jimmy, I think you start with authenticity again. And, I think a unique route that we've been able to utilize at Big Brothers Big Sisters is really taking the mission, which is it's a nonprofit mission, and connecting it into culture, but doing so in a really relevant way that starts with the stories of the alumni of our mission. And so, if anybody was watching football last night for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, running back Rashad White scored with a 1-yard touchdown run to win the game for the Buccaneers against the Texans. Rashad White's an alumni little brother, and years ago he took his helmet off and he started sharing his story. And the NFL has a helmets off strategy, and we've really leaned in on it, and we've been able to find players throughout the NFL. And this is just one example of a corporate partner, but the relationship that we have with the National Football League started because their players were saying, hey, mentorship's important to me. We see these big, rough, and tough guys on the weekends and on Sundays. But when they take off their helmet and they talk about the caring, positive adults that poured into them, whether it was a barber or a teacher, and those are the things that have a really big impact, and then take you to a point like we had earlier this year where Big Brothers Big Sisters was featured in a Super Bowl commercial. But it only starts because of those grassroots efforts by NFL players that are saying, hey, I was a product of mentorship and I'm going to give back. And I'll just add, Jimmy, because you were like, hey, Big Brothers Big Sisters, there's so many great nonprofits out there doing mentorship work and youth empowerment across the country. Big Brothers Big Sisters have been doing it a long time, but we can't do it on our own. And it takes a network of mentorship and sharing of best practices, and those are things that are just critically important to move a mission like Big Brothers Big Sisters, and more importantly, the big M of mentorship forward.
I'll give that one to you. I'm a Houston Texans fan, but I'll give that one to you because it was a good example. All right. Again, I know that we're the only thing standing between you and happy hour, but the last question, and I would like to end this on a high note, is what is giving you hope right now? And we will start with, Adam, we're going to start with you because, nobody's going to want to follow Jimmy.
Hope, let's think. From a micro level, my little brother Giovanni, we've been matched since he's in the 4th grade. He just started his junior year of high school, and he's killing it. And I was sharing with somebody earlier, he makes me cooler. He makes me feel like I'm cool. I'm not. My kids would remind me of that too. But I see, here an 11th grader, right, who's getting ready for the world in front of him. And beyond that is that we have a room full of marketers here, is that while we talk about, Corporation A or Corporation B who's maybe walked back some of their commitments, there's still more that are stepping up and doing more for the communities. There's community organizations teaming up. And so, these are unprecedented times, but what we know as a mission is that human connection is critically important. And whether we're connecting as humans, as community partners, as corporations, that these are important connections, and rooms like this are critically important for us to advance and have hope.
Amazing. Not to get too political, but my answer is political. I was a former city council member, and I served in the city council for almost 8 years before I took on this role in this freelancers union. I've been there since the first, after President Obama stepped away, and we had the president come in at that time, who is now our president now. I think where I am feeling a lot of hope is in our potentially incoming mayor, Zoran Mandami. And no matter how you feel about his politics, whether he's too left or whether he's a DSA or whatever it is, I think for the first time in a long time we have someone who's a candidate who is bridging divides, who is focused on bringing all communities together to find the common good and work towards that greater good. So if you're able to take a step back from whatever you might feel or see from him, given his political stances on issues, and just hear what he's saying and how he's saying it and who he's speaking to, I think you can see and find hope in the future of our politics.
Close this out, Jimmy.
The pressure. It's just been an honor to get to know this conversation, Adam Raphael and you, Ross. Looking forward to building more at this conversation. I guess for me, I've been thinking about this a lot. Maybe it's a function of age, but really kind of going back to my ancestors and going back to the older men, who I would say mentored me in a way at First Baptist Church of St. Louis, where I grew up. And these older men, these were all black men. Some were uneducated, undereducated. Their Sunday best was the best clothes they had. But I was talking to my older daughter about this recently, how, whenever I accomplished something academically or otherwise, they would find me after church and press that crumpled $1 bill or $5 bill in my hand to say, "We see you, we got you, keep moving forward." And so I think about them a lot, just because I feel like, again, maybe a function of how old I am now, but just looking back and just recognizing, this work is continuum. This is intergenerational work. What the four of us are doing up here, and those who spoke before us, we're really planting seeds. We have to water those seeds and nurture them for the young men and the boys and those yet to be born who come behind us. And just thinking about it through that spectrum of intergenerational connection, I feel like we're going to be okay. Men are going to be okay. Women will be okay. As a society, we'll get through this period.
And we'll end on that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. I'm a little speechless. My social media is blowing up. I'm very grateful for all the resonance, and this affirms the thesis that folks have been waiting for an invitation to have these conversations, and this is just the beginning. I especially want to thank Plan A, the Male Birth Control, Next Life Sciences, Darlene and Blake Lopez, for intimately understanding the vision here and the assignment and being a part of it, and for sponsoring our live stream, which was bumping all day long with comments and other people chiming in. I've been getting texts. And I, of course, want to thank AdWeek again for having us here. Liz Kneebone had to pop out. But this space, the natural light, even the fact that there are phone booths here and that people could use them, allowed us busy New Yorkers to hang out here all day and really, really make connections. One of the things that has warmed my heart is seeing some of you guys meet each other IRL for the first time, seeing you introduce your brothers to other brothers who need to know each other, which goes back to, I think those things come really natural to us women. We're natural nurturers, community builders, and that's something that it's not natural to men, as we've learned. It innate, they're born with it. But we need to, we need role models, and we need to buoy the work. We need to make sure that we are hyping the good guys, because what I have also found is that the cross section, you know, the guys that are doing this work, you guys are tender-hearted men who've been doing this work for decades, and you're also too humble. You're too humble, because we need, I don't want you being like Andrew Tate and like Musk or any of these other horrible archetype role models that we have right now, unfortunately. But you need to hype each other, and you need to ask for help when you need it. You need to pitch yourself for panels. I love that some guys were like, I love this. Can I be on this panel? I'm like, yes, let's find a place. What do you want to talk about, right? You got to put yourself out there. You got to raise your hand. That's why our last thing was about joining and participating. Because yes, everyone's been waiting for an invitation. Some people have been waiting too long for an invitation, and we need to make the table and make the panels happen. So thank you again. There's like way too many people to name and thank here, especially to all of you who've been here all day and are really seeing that this is the dawn of something new. So I hope that you'll stay around and continue to talk to each other. And I know that this communication and this conversation is going to continue online, because it already has. And also because we're going to arm all of you with some great content that you can post, make it really easy for you to share the fact that you were here and all the gems of wisdom that were dropped by the men and women who joined us today. So without further ado, I always end things by saying to be continued, right?